Chapter 21 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Malay Archipelago, Volume 2, by Alfred Russel WALLACE. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. The Moluccas, Ternate. On the morning of the 8th of January, 1858, I arrived at Ternate, the fourth of a row of fine conical volcanic islands which shirt the west coast of the large and almost unknown island of Gilolo. The largest and most perfectly conical mountain is Dorey, which is over 4,000 feet high, Ternate being very nearly the same height, but with a more rounded and irregular summit. The town of Ternate is concealed from view till we enter the two islands, when it is discovered stretching along the shore at the very base of the mountain. Its situation is fine, and there are grand views on every side. Close opposite is the rugged promontory and beautiful volcanic cone of Dorey. To the east is the long mountainous coast of Gilolo, terminated towards the north by a group of three lofty volcanic peaks, while immediately behind the town rises the huge mountain, sloping easily at first, and covered with thick groves of fruit trees, but soon becoming steeper and furrowed with deep gullies. Almost to the summit, whence issue perpetually faint wreaths of smoke, it is clothed with vegetation, and looks calm and beautiful, although beneath are hidden fires which occasionally burst forth in lava streams, but more frequently make their existence known by the earthquakes, which have many times devastated the town. I brought letters of introduction to Mr. Duivenboden, a native of Ternate, of an ancient Dutch family, but who was educated in England and speaks our language perfectly. He was a very rich man, owned half the town, possessed many ships, and above 100 slaves. He was, moreover, well educated, and fond of literature and science, a phenomenon in these regions. He was generally known as the King of Ternate, from his large property and great influence with the native Rajas and their subjects. Through his assistance, I obtained a house, rather ruinous, but well adapted to my purpose, being close to the town, yet with a free outlet to the country and the mountain. A few needful repairs were soon made, some bamboo furniture and other necessaries obtained, and after a visit to the resident and police magistrate, I found myself an inhabitant of the earthquake-tortured island of Ternate, and able to look about me and lay down the plan of my campaign for the ensuing year. I retained this house for 3 years, as I found it very convenient to have a place to return to after my voyages to the various islands of the Moluccas and New Guinea, where I could pack my collections, recruit my health, and make preparations for future journeys. To avoid repetitions, I will in this chapter combine what notes I have about Ternate. A description of my house, the plan of which is shown here, will enable the reader to understand a very common mode of building in these islands. There is of course only one floor. The walls are of stone up to 3 feet high. On this are strong squared posts supporting the roof, everywhere except in the veranda filled in with leaf stems of the sago palm, fitted neatly in wooden owing. The floor is of stucco, and the ceilings are like the walls. The house is 40 feet square, consists of 4 rooms, a house, a hall, and 2 verandas, and is surrounded by a wilderness of fruit trees. A deep well supplied me with pure cold water, a great luxury in this climate. 5 minutes' walk down the road brought me to the market and the beach, while in the opposite direction there were no more European houses between me and the mountain. In this house I spent many happy days. Returning to it after 3 or 4 months' absence in some uncivilized region, I enjoyed the unwonted luxuries of milk and fresh bread, and regular supplies of fish and eggs, meat and vegetables, which were often sorely needed to restore my health and energy. I had ample space and convenience for unpacking, sorting, and arranging my treasures, and I had delightful walks in the suburbs of the town, or up the lower slopes of the mountain, when I desired a little exercise, or had time for collecting. The lower part of the mountain, behind the town of Ternate, is almost entirely covered with a forest of fruit trees, and during the season hundreds of men and women, boys and girls, go up every day to bring down the ripe fruit. Durians and mangoes, 2 of the very finest tropical fruits, are in greater abundance on Ternate than I have ever seen them, and some of the latter of a quality not inferior to any in the world. Lancets and mangustans are also abundant, but these do not ripen till a little later. Above the fruit trees there is a belt of clearings and cultivated grounds, which creep up the mountain to a height of about 2,000 or 3,000 feet, above which is virgin forest, reaching nearly the summit, which on the side next to the town is covered with a high reedy grass. On the further side it is more elevated, of a bare and desolate aspect, with a slight depression marking the position of the crater. From this part descends a black scoriaceous tract, very rugged and covered with a scanty vegetation of scattered bushes as far down as the sea. This is the lava of the great eruption near a century ago, and is called by the natives Batu Angus, burnt rock. Just below my house is the fort, built by the Portuguese, below which is an open space to the beach, and beyond this the native town extends for about a mile to the northeast. About the centre of it is the palace of the Sultan, now a large, untidy, half-ruinous building of stone. This chief is pensioned by the Dutch government, but retains the sovereignty over the native population of the island and of the northern part of Gilolo. The sultans of Ternate and Tidore were once celebrated through the east for their power and regal magnificence. When Drake visited Ternate in 1579, the Portuguese had been driven out of the island, although they still had a settlement at Tidore. He gives a glowing account of the Sultan. The king had a very rich canopy with embossings of gold borne over him, and was guarded with 12 lances. From the waist to the ground was all cloth of gold, and that very rich. In the entire of his head was finely wreathed in divers rings of plated gold of an inch or more in breadth, which made a fair and princely show, somewhat resembling a crown in form. Above his neck he had a chain of perfect gold, the links very great, and 1 full double. On his left hand was a diamond, an emerald, a ruby, and a turkey. On his right hand, in 1 ring, a big and perfect turkey, and another ring, many diamonds of a smaller size. All this glitter of barbaric gold was the produce of the spice trade, of which the sultans kept the monopoly, and by which they became wealthy. Ternate, with the small islands and the line south of it as far as Batchian, constitute the ancient Moluccas, the native country of the clove, as well as the only part in which it was cultivated. Nutmegs and mace were procured from the natives of New Guinea and the ancient islands, where they grew wild. And the profits on spice cargoes were so enormous that the European traders were glad to give gold and jewels, and the finest manufactures of Europe or of India in exchange. When the Dutch established their influence in these seas and relieved the native princes from their Portuguese oppressors, they saw that the easiest way to repay themselves would be to get this spice trade into their own hands. For this purpose they adopted the wise principle of concentrating the culture of these valuable products in those spots only of which they could have complete control. To do this effectually, it was necessary to abolish the culture and trade in all other places, which they succeeded in doing by treaty with the native rulers. These agreed to have all the spice trees in their possessions destroyed. They gave up large, though fluctuating revenues, but they gained in return a fixed subsidy, freedom from the constant attacks and harsh oppressions of the Portuguese, and the continuance of their regal power and exclusive authority over their own subjects, which is maintained in all the islands except Ternate to this day. It is no doubt supposed by most Englishmen who have been accustomed to look at this act of the Dutch with vague horror as something utterly unprincipled and barbarous, that the native population suffered grievously by this destruction of such valuable property. But it is certain that this was not the case. The sultans kept this lucrative trade entirely in their own hands as a rigid monopoly, and they would take care not to give their subjects more than what would amount to their usual wages, while they would surely exact as large a quantity of spice as they could possibly obtain. Drake and other early voyagers all seem to have purchased their spice cargoes from the sultans and the rajahs, and not from the cultivators. Now the absorption of so much labour in the cultivation of this one product must necessarily have raised the price of food and other necessaries, and when it was abolished, more rice would be grown, more sago made, more fish caught, and more tortoise shell, rattan, gum damner, and other valuable products of the seas and forests would be obtained. I believe, therefore, that this abolition of the spice trade in the Moluccas was actually beneficial to the inhabitants, and that it was an act both wise in itself and morally and politically justifiable. In the selection of the places in which to carry on the cultivation, the Dutch were not altogether fortunate or wise. Banda was chosen for nutmegs, and was eminently successful, since it continues to this day to produce a large supply of this spice, and to yield a considerable revenue. Amboyna was fixed upon for establishing the clove cultivation, but the soil and climate, although apparently very similar to that of its native islands, is not favourable, and for some years the government have actually been paying to the cultivators a higher rate than they could purchase cloves elsewhere, owing to a great fall in the price since the rate of the payment was fixed for a term of years by the Dutch government, and which rate is still most honourably paid. In walking about the suburbs of Ternate, we find everywhere the ruins of massive stone and brick buildings, gateways and arches, showing at once the superior wealth of the ancient town and the destructive effect of the earthquakes. It was during my second stay in the town, after my return from New Guinea, that I first felt an earthquake. It was a very slight one, scarcely more than has been felt in this country, but occurring in a place that had many times been destroyed by them, it was rather more exciting. I had just awoke at gunfire, 5 a.m., when suddenly the thatch began to rustle and shake, as if an army of cats were galloping over it, and immediately afterwards my bed shook too, so that for an instant I imagined myself back in New Guinea, in my fragile house, which shook when an old cock went to roost on the ridge. But remembering that I was now on solid earthen floor, I said to myself, "Why, it's an earthquake," and lay still in the pleasing expectation of another shock. But none came, and this was the only earthquake I ever felt in Ternate. The last great one was in February 1840, when almost every house in the place was destroyed. It began about midnight on the Chinese New Year's festival, at which time everyone stays up nearly all night feasting at the Chinamen's houses and seeing the processions. This prevented any lives being lost, as everyone ran out of doors at the first shock, which was not very severe. The second, a few minutes afterwards, threw down a great many houses, and others, which continued all night and part of the next day, completed the devastation. The line of disturbance was very narrow, so that the native town a mile to the east scarcely suffered at all. The wave passed from north to south, through the islands of Tidore and Batchian, and terminated at Batchian, where it was not felt till 4 the following afternoon, thus taking no less than 16 hours to travel 100 miles, or about 6 miles an hour. It is singular that on this occasion there was no rushing up of the tide or other commotion of the sea, as is usually the case during great earthquakes. The people of Ternate are of 3 well-marked races, the Ternate Malays, the Orang Sirani, and the Dutch. The first are an intrusive Malay race, somewhat allied to the Macasar people, who settled in the country at a very early epoch, drove out the indigines, who were no doubt the same as those of the adjacent mainland of Gilolo, and established a monarchy. They perhaps obtained many of their wives from the natives, which will account for the extraordinary language they speak, in some respects closely allied to that of the natives of Gilolo, while it contains much that points to a Malayan origin. To most of these people, the Malay language is quite unintelligible, although such as are engaged in trade are obliged to acquire it. Orang Surani, or Nazarenes, is a name given by the Malays to the Christian descendants of the Portuguese, who resemble those of Amboyna, and like them speak only Malay. There are also a number of Chinese merchants, many of them natives of the place, a few Arabs, and a number of half-breeds between all these races and native women. Besides these, there are some Papuan slaves, and a few natives of other islands settled here, making up a motley and very puzzling population, till inquiry and observation have shown the distinct origin of its component parts. Soon after my first arrival in Ternate, I went to the island of Gilolo, accompanied by 2 sons of Mr. Duivenboden, and by a young Chinaman, a brother of my landlord, who lent us the boat and crew. These latter were all slaves, mostly Papuans, and at starting I saw something of a relation of master and slave in this part of the world. The crew had been ordered to be ready at 3 in the morning, instead of which none appeared till 5, we having all been kept waiting in the dark and cold for 2 hours. When at length they came, they were scolded by their master, but only in a bantering manner, and laughed and joked with him in reply. Then, just as we were starting, one of the strongest men refused to go at all, and his master had to beg and persuade him to go, and only succeeded by assuring him that I would give him something. So with this promise, and knowing that there would be plenty to eat and drink and little to do, the black gentleman was induced to favour us with his company and assistance. In 3 hours' rowing and sailing, we reached our destination, Sendingole, where there is a house belonging to the Sultan of Tidore, who sometimes goes there hunting. It was a dirty, ruinous shed, with no furniture but a few bamboo bedsteads. On taking a walk into the country, I saw at once that it was no place for me. For many miles extends a plain covered with coarse, high grass, thickly dotted here and there with trees. The forest country only commences at the hills a good way into the interior. Such a place would produce few birds and no insects, and we therefore arranged to stay only 2 days, and then go on to Dodinga at the narrow central isthmus of Gilolo, whence my friend would return to Ternate. We amused ourselves shooting parrots, lories, and pigeons, and trying to shoot deer, of which we saw plenty, but could not get one, and our crew went out fishing with a net, so we did not want for provisions. When the time came for us to continue our journey, a fresh difficulty presented itself, for our gentlemen slaves refused in a body to go with us, saying very determinedly that they would return to Ternate. So their masters were obliged to submit, and I was left behind to get to Dodinga as I could. Luckily, I succeeded in hiring a small boat, which took me there the same night, with my 2 men and my baggage. 2 or 3 years after this, and about the same length of time before I left the East, the Dutch emancipated all their slaves, paying their owners a small compensation. No ill results followed. Owing to the amicable relations which had always existed between them and their masters, due no doubt in part to the government having long accorded them legal rights and protection against cruelty and ill usage, many continued in the same service, and after a little temporary difficulty, in some cases, almost all returned to work, either for their old or for new masters. The government took the very proper step of placing every emancipated slave under the surveillance of the police magistrate. They were obliged to show that they were working for a living, and had some honestly acquired means of existence. All who could not do so were placed upon public works at low wages, and thus were kept from the temptation to peculation or other crimes, which the excitement of newly acquired freedom and disinclination to labour might have led them into. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Malay Archipelago by Alfred Russel Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 22. Gilolo. March and September 1858. I made but few and comparatively short visits to this large and little-known island, but obtained a considerable knowledge of its natural history by sending first my boy Ali, and then my assistant, Charles Allen, who stayed 2 or 3 months each in the northern peninsula, and brought me back large collections of birds and insects. In this chapter I propose to give a sketch of the parts which I myself visited. My first stay was at Dodinga, situated at the head of a deep bay exactly opposite Ternate, and a short distance up a little stream which penetrates a few miles inland. The village is a small one, and is completely shut in by low hills. As soon as I arrived, I applied to the head man of the village for a house to live in, but all were occupied, and there was much difficulty in finding one. In the meantime I unloaded my baggage on the beach and made some tea, and afterwards discovered a small butt, which the owner was willing to vacate if I would pay him 5 guilders for a month's rent. As this was something less than the fee simple value for the dwelling, I agreed to give it to him for the privilege of immediate occupation, only stipulating that he was to make the roof watertight. This he agreed to do, and came every day to tally and look at me. And when each time I insisted upon his immediately mending the roof, according to contract, all the answer I could get was "Ea nanti," yes, wait a little. However, when I threatened to deduct a 1/4 guilder from the rent for every day it was not done, and a guilder extra if any of my things were wetted, he condescended to work for half an hour, which did all that was absolutely necessary. On the top of a bank of about 100 feet ascent from the water stands a very small but substantial fort erected by the Portuguese. Its battlements and turrets have long since been overthrown by earthquakes, by which its massive structure has also been rent, but it cannot be well thrown down, being a solid mass of stonework, forming a platform about 10 feet high and perhaps 40 feet square. It is approached by narrow steps under an archway, and is now surmounted by a row of thatched hovels, in which live the small garrison, consisting of a Dutch corporal and 4 Javanese soldiers, the sole representatives of the Netherlands government in the island. The village is occupied entirely by Ternate men. The true indigenes of Gilolo, Alfuros as they are called here, live on the eastern coast or in the interior of the northern peninsula. The distance across the isthmus at this place is only 2 miles, and there is a good path along which rice and sago are brought from the eastern villages. The whole isthmus is rugged, though not high, being a succession of little abrupt hills and valleys, with angular masses of limestone rock everywhere projecting, and often almost blocking up the pathway. Most of it is virgin forest, very luxuriant and picturesque, and at this time having abundance of large, scarlet ixoras in flower, which made it exceptionally gay. I got some very nice insects here, though owing to illness most of the time, my collection was a small one, and my boy Ali shot me a pair of one of the most beautiful birds of the East, Pitagigas, a lame ground thrush, whose plumage of velvety black above is relieved by a breast of pure white, shoulders of azure blue, and a belly of vivid crimson. It has very long and strong legs, and hops about with such activity in the dense tangled forest, bristling with rocks, as to make it very difficult to shoot. In September 1858, after my return from New Guinea, I went to stay some time at the village of Gilolo, situated in a bay on the northern peninsula. Here I obtained a house, through the kindness of the resident of Ternate, who sent orders to prepare one for me. The first walk into the unexplored forests of a new locality is a moment of intense interest to the naturalist, as it is almost sure to furnish him with something curious, or hitherto unknown. The first thing I saw here was a flock of small parakeets, of which I shot a pair, and was pleased to find the most beautiful little long-tailed bird, ornamented with green, red, and blue colours, and quite new to me. It was a variety of the Carmosina placentis, one of the smallest and most elegant of the brush-tongued lories. My hunter soon shot me several other fine birds, and I found myself a specimen of the rare and beautiful day-flying moth, Cossetia d'Urville. The village of Gilolo was formerly the chief residence of the sultans of Ternate till about 80 years ago, when at the request of the Dutch they removed to their present abode. The place was then no doubt much more populous, as is indicated by the wide extent of cleared land in the neighbourhood, which now covered with coarse high grass, very disagreeable to walk through, and utterly barren to the naturalist. A few days' exploring showed me that only some small patches of forest remained for miles around, and the result was a scarcity of insects, and a very limited variety of birds, which obliged me to change my locality. There was another village called Sahoe, to which there was a road of about 12 miles overland, and this had been recommended to me as a good place for birds, and as possessing a large population, both of Mahometans and Alfuros, which latter race I much wished to see. I set off one morning to examine this place myself, expecting to pass through some extent of forest on my way. In this, however, I was much disappointed, as the whole road lies through grass and scrubby thickets, and it was only by reaching the village of Sahoe that some high forest land was perceived stretching towards the mountains to the north of it. About halfway we had to pass a deep river on a bamboo raft, which almost sunk beneath us. This stream was said to rise a long way off to the northward. Although Sahoa did not at all appear what I expected, I determined to give it a trial, and a few days afterwards obtained a boat to carry my things by sea while I walked overland. A large house on the beach belonging to the Sultan was given to me. It stood alone and was quite open on every side, so that little privacy could be had, but as I only intended to stay a short time, I made it do. Every few days dispelled all hopes I might have entertained of making good collections in this place. Nothing was to be found in every direction but interminable tracts of reedy grass, 8 or 10 feet high, traversed by narrow paths, often almost impassable. Here and there were clumps of fruit trees, patches of low wood, and abundance of plantations and rice grounds, all of which are, in tropical regions, a very desert for the entomologist. The virgin forest that I was in search of existed only at the summits and on the steep rocky sides of the mountains a long way off, and in inaccessible situations. In the suburbs of the village I found a fair number of bees and wasps, and small but interesting beetles. 2 or 3 new birds were obtained by my hunters, and by incessant inquiries and promises I succeeded in getting the natives to bring me some land shells, among which was a very fine and handsome one, Helix pyrostoma. I was, however, completely wasting my time here, compared with what I might be doing in a good locality, and after a week returned to Ternate, quite disappointed with my first attempts at collecting in Gilolo. In the country round Sahoa, and in the interior, there is a large population of deongines, numbers of whom came daily into the village, bringing their produce for sale, while others were engaged as labourers by the Chinese and Ternate traders. A careful examination convinced me that these people are radically different from all the Malay races. Their stature and features, as well as their disposition and habits, are almost the same as those of the Papuans. Their hair is semi-Papuan, neither straight, smooth, and glossy, like all true Malays, nor so frizzly and woolly as the perfect Papuan type, but always crisp, waved, and rough, such as often occurs among the true Papuans, but never among the Malays. Their colour alone is often exactly that of the Malay, or even lighter. Of course there has been some intermixture, and there occur occasionally individuals which it is difficult to classify, but in some cases the large, somewhat aquiline nose with elongated apex, the tall stature, the waved hair, the bearded face and hairy body as well as the less reserved manner and loud voice, unmistakably proclaim the Papuan type. Here then I had discovered the exact boundary that lies between the Malay and Papuan races, and at a spot where no other writer had expected it. I was very much pleased at this determination, as it gave me a clue to one of the most difficult problems in ethnology, and enabled me, in many other places, to separate the two races, and to unravel their intermixtures. On my return from Waigiou in 1860, I stayed some days on the southern extremity of Gilolo, but beyond seeing something more of its structure and general character, obtained very little additional information. It is only in the northern peninsula that there are any indigenes, the whole of the rest of the island, with Batchian and other islands westward, being exclusively inhabited by Malay tribes, allied to those of Ternate and Tidore. This would seem to indicate that the Alfuros were a comparatively recent immigration, and that they had come from the north or east, perhaps from some of the islands of the Pacific. It is otherwise difficult to understand how so many fertile districts should possess no true indigenes. Gilolo, or Halmahera as it's called by the Malays and Dutch, seems to have been recently modified by upheaval and subsidence. In 1673 a mountain is said to have been upheaved at Gamakonora on the northern peninsula. All the parts that I've seen have either been volcanic or coralline, and along the coast there are fringing coral reefs, very dangerous in navigation. At the same time, the character of its natural history proves it to be a rather ancient land, since it possesses a number of animals peculiar to itself, or common to the small islands around it, but almost always distinct from those of New Guinea on the east, of Ceram on the south, and of the Celebes and Sula Islands on the west. The island of Morty, close to the northeastern extremity of Gilolo, was visited by my assistant Charles Allen, as well as by Dr. Bernstein, and the collections obtained there present some curious differences from those of the main island. About 56 species of land birds are known to inhabit this island, and of these, a kingfisher, Tanysiptera boris, a honeysucker, Tropidorhynchus fuscicapillus, and a large crow-like starling, Lycocorax morotensis, are quite distinct from allied species found in Gilolo. The island is coralline and sandy, and we must therefore believe it to have been separated from Gilolo at a somewhat remote epoch. While we learn from its natural history that an arm of the sea 25 miles wide serves to limit the range even of birds of considerable powers of flight. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 2, by Alfred Russel Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 23. Ternate to the Kaioa Islands and Batchian, October 1858. On returning to Ternate from Tahoe, I at once began making preparations for a journey to Batchian, an island which I had been constantly recommended to visit since I had arrived in this part of the Moluccas. After all was ready, I found that I should have to hire a boat, as no opportunity of obtaining a passage presented itself. I accordingly went into the native town, and could only find 2 boats for hire, one much larger than I required, and the other far smaller than I wished. I chose the smaller one, chiefly because it would not cost me 1/3 as much as the larger one, and also because in a coasting voyage, a small vessel can be more easily managed, and more readily got into a place of safety during violent gales than a large one. I took with me my Bornean lad Ali, who was now very useful to me, Lahagi, a native Ternate, a very good steady man, and a fair shooter, who had been with me to New Guinea, Lahi, a native of Gilolo who could speak Malay, as woodcutter and general assistant, and Garo, a boy who was to act as cook. As the boat was so small that we had hardly room to stow ourselves away when all my stores were on board, I only took one man named Lachi as pilot. He was a Papuan slave, a tall, strong black fellow, but very civil and careful. The boat I had hired from a Chinaman named Lao Keng Tong for 5 guilders a month. We started on the morning of October 9th, but had not got 100 yards from land when a strong head wind sprung up, against which we could not row. So we crept along shore to below the town, and waited till the turn of the tide should enable us to cross over to the coast of Tidore. About 3 in the afternoon we got off, and found that our boat sailed well, and would keep pretty close to the wind. We got a good way before the wind fell, and we had to take to our oars again. We landed on a nice sandy beach to cook our suppers, just as the sun set behind the rugged volcanic hills to the south of the great cone of Tidore, and soon after beheld the planet Venus shining in the twilight, with the brilliancy of a new moon, and casting a very distinct shadow. We left again a little before 7, and as we got out from under the shadow of the mountain, I observed a bright light over one part of the edge, and soon after what seemed a fire of remarkable whiteness on the very summit of the hill. I called the attention of my men to it, and they too thought it merely a fire. But a few minutes afterwards, as we got further offshore, the light rose clear above the ridge of the hill, and some faint clouds clearing away from it discovered the magnificent comet, which was at the same time astonishing all Europe. The nucleus presented to the naked eye a distinct disk of brilliant white light, from which the tail rose at an angle of about 30 degrees, or 35 with the horizon, curving slightly downwards and terminating in a broad brush of faint light, the curvature of which diminished till it was nearly straight at the end. The portion of the tail next the comet appeared 3 or 4 times as bright as the most luminous portion of the Milky Way, and what struck me as a singular feature was that its upper margin from the nucleus to very near the extremity was clearly and almost sharply defined, while the lower side gradually shaded off into obscurity. Directly it rose above the ridge of the hill, I said to my men, "See, it's not a fire, it's a bintang beroka," tailed star, the Malay idiom for a comet. "So it is," they said, and all declared that they had often heard tell of such, but had never seen one till now. I had no telescope with me, nor any instrument at hand, but I estimated the length of the tail at about 20 degrees, and the width, towards the extremity, about 4 degrees or 5. The whole of the next day we were obliged to stop near the village of Tidore, owing to a strong wind right in our teeth. The country was all cultivated, and I in vain searched for any insects worth capturing. One of my men went out to shoot, but returned home without a single bird. At sunset, the wind having dropped, we quitted Tidore, and reached the next island, March, where we stayed till morning. The comet was again visible, but not nearly so brilliant, being partly obscured by clouds and dimmed by the light of the new moon. We then rowed across to the island of Motir, which is so surrounded with coral reefs that it is dangerous to approach. These are perfectly flat, and are only covered at high water, ending in craggy, vertical walls of coral in very deep water. When there is a little wind, it is dangerous to come near these rocks, but luckily it was quite smooth, so we moored to their edge while the men crawled over the reef to the land to make a fire and cook our dinner, the boat having no accommodation for more than heating water for my morning and evening coffee. We then rowed along the edge of the reef to the end of the island, and were glad to get a nice westerly breeze, which carried us over the strait to the island of Batchian, where we arrived at about 8 p.m. The sky was quite clear, and though the moon shone brightly, the comet appeared with quite as much splendour as when we first saw it. The coasts of these small islands are very different according to their geological formation. The volcanoes, active or distinct, have steep black beaches of volcanic sand, or are fringed with rugged masses of lava and basalt. Coral is generally absent, occurring only in small patches in quiet bays, and rarely or never forming reefs. Ternate, Tidore, and Batchian belong to this class. Islands of volcanic origin, not themselves volcanoes, but which have been probably recently upraised, are generally more or less completely surrounded by fringing reefs of coral, and have beaches of white shining coral sand. Their coasts present volcanic conglomerates, basalt, and in some places a foundation of stratified rocks, with patches of upraised coral. Marais and Motir are of this character, the outline of the latter giving it the appearance of having been a true volcano, and is said by Forrest to have thrown out stones in 1778. The next day, October the 12th, we coasted along the island of Batchian, which consists of a single grand volcano. It was now quiescent, but about 2 centuries ago, in 1646, there was a terrible eruption, which blew up the whole top of the mountain, leaving the truncated, jagged summit and vast, gloomy crater valley which at this time distinguished it. It was said to have been as lofty as Tidora before this catastrophe. Soon after I left the archipelago on 29th of December 1862, another eruption of this mountain suddenly took place, which caused great devastation in the island. All the villages and crops were destroyed, and numbers of the inhabitants killed. The sand and ash fell so thick that the crops were partially destroyed 50 miles off at Ternate, where it was so dark the following day that lamps had to be lighted at noon. For the position of this and the adjacent islands, see the map in chapter 37. I stayed some time at the place where I saw a new clearing on a very steep part of the mountain, and obtained a few interesting insects. In the evening we went on to the extreme southern point, to be ready to pass across a 15-mile strait to the island of Kaioa. At 5 the next morning we started, but the wind, which had hitherto been westerly, now got to the south and southwest, and we had to row almost all the way with the burning sun above. As we approached land, a fine breeze sprang up, and we went along at a great pace. Yet after an hour we were no nearer, and found that we were in a violent current carrying us out to sea. At length we overcame it, and got on shore just as the sun set, having been exactly 13 hours coming 15 miles. We landed on a beach of hard, coralline rock, with rugged cliffs of the same, resembling those of the Ke Islands. It was accompanied by a brilliancy and luxuriance of vegetation very like that which I had observed at those islands, which so pleased me that I resolved to stay a few days at the chief village, and see if their animal productions were correspondingly interesting. While searching for a secure anchorage for the night, we again saw the comet, still apparently as brilliant as at first, but the tail had now risen to a higher angle. October 14th. All this day we coasted along the Kaioa Islands, which have much the appearance and outline of Ke on a small scale, with the addition of flat swampy tracts along shore and outlying coral reefs. Contrary winds and currents had prevented our taking the proper course to the west of them, and we had to go by a circuitous route round the southern extremity of one island, often having to go far out to sea on account of coral reefs. On trying to pass a channel through one of these reefs, we were grounded, and all had to get out into the water, which in this shallow strait had been so heated by the sun as to be disagreeably warm, and drag our vessel a considerable distance among weeds and sponges, corals and prickly corallines. It was late at night when we reached the little village harbour, and we were all pretty well knocked up by hard work, and having had nothing but very brackish water to drink all day, the best we could find at our last stopping place. There was a house close to the shore, built for the use of the resident of Ternate when he had made his official visits, but now occupied by several native travelling merchants, among whom I found a place to sleep. The next morning early I went to the village to find the kapala, or headman. I informed him that I wanted to stay a few days in the house at the landing, and begged him to have it made ready for me. He was very civil, and came down at once to get it cleared, when we found that the traders had already left on hearing that I required it. There are no doors to it, so I obtained the loan of a couple of hurdles to keep out dogs and animals. The land here was evidently sinking rapidly, as shown by the number of trees standing in salt water, dead and dying. After breakfast I started for a walk to the forest-covered hills above the village, with a couple of boys as guides. It was exceedingly hot and dry, no rain having fallen for 2 months. When we reached an elevation of about 200 feet, the coralline rock which fringes the shore was succeeded by a hard crystalline rock, a kind of metamorphic sandstone. This would indicate that there had been a recent elevation of more than 200 feet, which had still more recently clanged into a movement as subsidence. The hill was very rugged, but among dry sticks and fallen trees I found some good insects, mostly of forms and species I was already acquainted with from Ternate and Gilolo. Finding no good paths, I returned and explored the lower ground eastward of the village, passing through a long range of plantain and tobacco grounds, encumbered with felled and burnt logs, on which I found quantities of beetles of the family Buprestidae, of 6 different species, one of whom was new to me. I then reached a path in a swampy forest, where I hoped to find some new butterflies, but was disappointed. Being now pretty well exhausted by the intense heat, I thought it wise to return and reserve further exploration for the next day. When I sat down in the afternoon to arrange my insects, the house was surrounded by men, women, and children, lost in amazement at my unaccountable proceedings, and when, after pinning out the specimens, I proceeded to write the name of the place on small circular tickets and attach one to each, even the old Kapala, the Mahometan priest, and some Malay traders could not repress signs of astonishment. If they had known a little more about the ways and opinions of white men, they would probably have looked upon me as a fool or a madman, but in their ignorance they accepted my operations as worthy of all respect, although utterly beyond their comprehension. The next day, October 16th, I went beyond the swamp, and found a place where a new clearing was being made in the virgin forest. It was a long and hot walk, and the search among the fallen trunks and branches was fatiguing, but I was rewarded by obtaining about 70 distinct species of beetles, of which at least a dozen were new to me, and many others rare and interesting. I have never in my life seen beetles so abundant as they were on this spot. Some dozen species of good-sized golden buprestidae, green rose chafers, Lomapedera, Lomaptera, and long-horned weevils, Anthribidae, were so abundant that they rose up in swarms as I walked along, filling the air with a loud buzzing hum. Along with these, several fine longicorns were almost equally common, forming such an assemblage as for once to realize that idea of tropical luxuriance which one obtains by looking over the drawers of a well-filled cabinet. On the undersides of the trunks clung numbers of smaller or more sluggish longicorns, while on the branches at the edge of the clearing others could be detected sitting, with outstretched antennae, ready to take flight at the least alarm. It was a glorious spot, and one which will always live in my memory as exhibiting the insect life of the tropics in unexampled luxuriance. For the 3 following days I continued to visit this locality, adding each time many species to my collection, the following notes of which may be interesting to entomologists. October 15th, 33 species of beetles. 16th, 70 species. 17th, 47 species. 18th, 40 species. 19th, 56 species. In all, about 100 species, of which 40 were new to me. There were 44 species of longicorns among them, and on the last day I took 28 species of longicorns, of which 5 were new to me. My boys were less fortunate in shooting. The only birds at all common were the great red parrot, Eclectus grandis, found in most of the Moluccas, a crow, and a megapodius, or mound maker. A few of the pretty racket-tailed kingfishers were also obtained, but in very poor plumage. They proved, however, to be of a different species from those found in the other islands, and come nearest to the bird originally described by Linnaeus under the name of Alcidodea, and which came from Ternate. This would indicate that the small chain of islands parallel to Gilolo have a few peculiar species in common, a fact which certainly occurs in insects. The people of Kaioa interested me much. They are evidently a mixed race, having Malay and Papuan affinities, and are allied to the people of Ternate and of Gilolo. They possess a peculiar language, somewhat resembling those of the surrounding islands, but quite distinct. They are now Mahometans, and are subject to Ternate. The only fruits seen here were papaws and pineapples, the rocky soil and dry climate being unfavourable. Rice, maize, and plantains flourish well, except that they suffer from occasional dry seasons like the present one. There is a little cotton grown, from which the women weave sarongs. These are Malay petticoats. There is only one well of good water on the islands, situated close to the landing place, to which all the inhabitants come for drinking water. The men are good boat builders, and they make a regular trade of it, and seem to be very well off. After 5 days at Kaioa, we continued our journey, and soon got among the narrow straits and islands which lead down to the town of Batchian. In the evening we stayed at a settlement of Galela men. These are natives of the district in the extreme north of Gilolo, and are great wanderers over this part of the archipelago. They build a large and roomy praus with outriggers, and settle on any coast or island they take a fancy for. They hunt deer and wild pig, drying the meat. They catch turtle and tripang. They cut down the forest and plant rice or maize, and are altogether remarkably energetic and industrious. They are very fine people, of light complexion, tall, and with Papuan features, coming nearer to the drawings and descriptions of the true Polynesians of Tahiti and Oahu than any I have seen. During this voyage I had several times had an opportunity of seeing my men get fire by friction. A sharp-edged piece of bamboo is rubbed across the convex surface of another piece, on which a small notch is first cut. The rubbing is slow at first and gradually quicker, till it becomes very rapid, and the fine powder rubbed off ignites and falls through the hole which the rubbing has cut in the bamboo. This is done with great quickness and certainty. At Ternate, people use bamboo in another way. They strike its flinty surface with a bit of broken china, and produce a spark, which they catch in some kind of tinder. In the evening of October 21st, we reached our destination, having been 12 days on the voyage. It had been fine weather all the time, and although very hot, I had enjoyed myself exceedingly, and had besides obtained some experience in boat work among islands and coral reefs, which enabled me afterwards to undertake much longer voyages of the same kind. The village or town of Batchian is situated at the head of a wide and deep bay, where a low isthmus connects the northern and southern mountainous parts of the island. To the south is a fine range of mountains, and I had noticed at several of our landing places that the geological formation of the island was very different from those around it. Whenever rock was visible, it was either sandstone in thin layers, dipping south, or pebbly conglomerate. Sometimes there was a little coralline limestone, but no volcanic rocks. The forest had a dense luxuriance and loftiness, seldom found on the dry and porous lavas and raised coral reefs of Ternate and Gilolo, and hoping for a corresponding richness in the birds and insects, it was with much satisfaction and considerable expectation that I began my explorations in the hitherto unknown island of Batchian. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 2, by Alfred Russel WALLACE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Batchian, October 1858 to April 1859. I landed opposite the house kept for the use of the resident of Ternate, and was met by a respectable middle-aged Malay who told me he was secretary to the Sultan, and would receive the official letter with which I had been provided. On giving it him, he at once informed me I might have use of the official residence, which was empty. I soon got my things on shore, but looking about me found the house would never do to stay long in. There was no water, except at a considerable distance, and one of my men would be almost entirely occupied getting water and firewood, and I should myself have to walk all through the village every day to the forest, and live almost in public, a thing which I much dislike. The rooms were all boarded, and had ceilings, which are a great nuisance, as there are no means of hanging anything up except by driving nails, and not half the convenience of a native bamboo and thatched cottage. I accordingly inquired for a house outside of the village, on the road to the coal mines. I was informed by the secretary that there was a small one belonging to the Sultan, and that he would go with me early next morning to see it. We had to pass one large river by a rude but substantial bridge, and to wade through another fine, pebbly stream of clear water, just beyond which the little but was situated. It was very small, not raised on posts, but with the earth for a floor, and was built almost entirely of the leaf stems of the sago palm, called here gaba gaba. Across the river behind rose a forest-clad bank, and a good road, close in front of the house, led through cultivated grounds to the forest about half a mile on, and thence to the coal mines 4 miles further. These advantages at once decided me, and I told the secretary I would be very glad to occupy the house. I therefore sent my 2 men immediately to buy ataps, palm-leaf thatch, to repair the roof, and the next day, with the assistance of 8 of the Sultan's men, got all my stores and furniture carried up and pretty comfortably arranged. A rough bamboo bedstead was soon constructed, and a table made of boards, which I had brought with me, fixed under the window. 2 bamboo chairs, an easy cane chair, and hanging shelves suspended with insulating coal cups so as to be safe from ants, completed my furnishing arrangements. In the afternoon succeeding my arrival, the secretary accompanied me to visit the Sultan. We were kept waiting a few minutes in the outer house, and then ushered to the door of a rude, half-fortified, whitewashed house. A small table and 3 chairs were placed in a large outer corridor, and an old dirty-faced man with grey hair and a grimy beard, dressed in a speckled blue cotton jacket and loose red trousers, came forward, shook hands, and asked me to be coated. After a quarter of an hour's conversation on my pursuits, in which His Majesty seemed to take great interest, tea and cakes of rather better quality than usual on such occasions were brought in. I thanked him for the house, and offered to show him my collections, which he promised to come and look at. He then asked me to teach him to take some views, to make maps, to get him a small gun from England and a milk goat from Bengal, all of which requests I evaded as skilfully as I was able, and we parted very good friends. He seemed a sensible old man, and lamented the small population of the island, which he assured me was rich in many valuable minerals, including gold, but there were not people enough to look after them and work them. I described to him the great rush of population on the discovery of Australian gold mines, and the huge nuggets found there, with which he was much interested, and exclaimed, "Oh, if we had people like that, my country would be quite as rich." The morning after I had got into my new house, I sent my boys out to shoot, and went safely myself to explore the road to the coal mines. In less than half a mile it entered a virgin forest, at a place where some magnificent trees formed a kind of natural avenue. The first part was flat and swampy, but it soon rose a little, and ran alongside the fine stream which passed behind my house, and which here rushed and gurgled over a rocky or pebbly bed, sometimes leaving wide sandbanks on its margins, and at other places flowing between high banks crowned with a varied and magnificent forest vegetation. After about 2 miles the valley narrowed, and the road was carried along the steep hillside, which rose abruptly from the water's edge. In some places the rock had been cut away, but its surface was already covered with elegant ferns and creepers. Gigantic tree ferns were abundant, and the whole forest had an air of luxuriance and rich variety which it never attains in the dry volcanic soil to which I had been lately accustomed. A little further the road passed to the other side of the valley, by a bridge across the stream, at a place where a great mass of rock in the middle offered an excellent support for it, and 2 miles more of the picturesque and interesting road brought me to the mining establishment. This is situated in a large, open space, at a spot where 2 tributaries fall into the main stream. Several forest paths and new clearings offered fine collecting grounds, and I captured some new and interesting insects. But as it was getting late, I had to reserve a more thorough explanation for future occasions. Coal had been discovered here some years before, and the road was made in order to bring down a sufficient quantity for a fair trial on the Dutch steamers. The quality, however, was not thought sufficiently good, and the mines were abandoned. Quite recently, works had been commenced in another spot in hopes of finding a better vein. There were about 80 people employed, chiefly convicts, but this was far too small a number for mining operations in such a country, where the mere keeping a few miles of road in repair requires a constant work of several men. If coal of sufficiently good quality should be found, a tram road would be made, and would be very easily worked, owing to the regular descent of the valley. Just as I got home, I overtook Ali, returning from shooting with some birds hanging from his belt. He seemed much pleased, and said, "Look here, sir, what a curious bird," holding out what at first completely puzzled me. I saw a bird with a mass of splendid green feathers on its breast, elongated into 2 glittering tufts, but what I could not understand was a pair of long white feathers which stuck straight out from each shoulder. Ali assured me that the bird stuck them out this way itself when fluttering its wings, and that they had remained so without his touching them. I now saw that I had got a great prize, no less than a completely new form of bird of paradise, differing most remarkably from every other known bird. Their general plumage is very sober, being a pure ashy olive, with a purplish tinge on the back. The crown of the head is beautifully glossed with pale metallic violet, and the feathers of the front extend as much over the beak as in most of the family. The neck and breast are scaled with fine metallic green, and the feathers on the lower part are elongated on each side, so as to form a 2-pointed gorget, which can be folded beneath the wings, or partially erected and spread out, in the same way as the side plumes of most of the birds of paradise. The 4 long plumes, which give the bird its altogether unique character, spring from little tubercles close to the upper edge of the shoulder or bend of the wing. They are narrow, gentle curved, and equally webbed on both sides, of a pure creamy white colour. They are about 6 inches long, equalling the wing, and can be raised at right angles to it, or laid along the body at the pleasure of the bird. The bill is horn colour, the legs yellow, and the iris pale olive. This striking novelty has been named by Mr. G. R. Gray of the British Museum Semioptera Wallacei, or Wallace's standard wing. A few days later I obtained an exceedingly beautiful new butterfly, allied to the fine blue Papilio Ulysses, but differing from it in the colour being of a more intense tint, and in having a row of blue stripes around the margin of the lower wings. This good beginning was, however, rather deceptive, and I soon found that insects, and especially butterflies, were somewhat scarce, and birds in far less variety than I had anticipated. Several of the fine Moluccan species were, however, obtained. The handsome red lory with green wings and a yellow spot in the back, Lorius garrulus, was not uncommon. When the jambu, or rose apple, Eugenicasp, was in flower in the village, flocks of the little lorikeet, Carmosina placentis, already met with in Gilolo, came to feed upon the nectar, and I obtained as many specimens as I desired. Another beautiful bird of the parrot tribe was a Geoffroyus cyanicollis, a green parrot with a red bill and head, which colour shaded on the crown into azure blue, and thence into verditer blue, and the green on the back. 2 large and handsome fruit pigeons with metallic green, ashy, and rufous plumage were not uncommon, and I was rewarded by finding a splendid deep roller, Eurystomus azureus, a lovely golden-capped sunbird, Nectarinia oriceps, and a fine racket-tailed kingfisher, Tanysiptera issis, all of which were entirely new to ornithologists. Of insects, I obtained a considerable number of interesting beetles, including many fine longicorns, among which was the largest and handsomest species of the genus Glenea yet discovered. Among the butterflies, the beautiful little Danis sebae was abundant, making the forest gay with its delicate wings of white and the richest metallic blue, while showy papilios and pretty peridae and dark, rich euphaeus, many of them new, furnished a constant source of interest and pleasing occupation. The island of Batchian possesses no really indigenous inhabitants, the interior being altogether uninhabited, and there are only a few small villages on various parts of the coast, yet I found here 4 distinct races, which would woefully mislead an ethnological traveller unable to obtain information as to their origin. First there are the Batchian Malays, probably the earliest colonists, differing very little from those of Ternate. Their language, however, seems to have been more of a Papuan element, with a mixture of pure Malay, showing that the settlement is one of stragglers of various races, although now sufficiently homogeneous. Then there are the Orang Serani, as at Ternate and Amboina. Many of these have the Portuguese physiognomy strikingly preserved, but combined with a skin generally darker than the Malays. Some national customs are retained, and the Malay, which is their only language, contains a number of Portuguese words and idioms. The third race consists of the Galela men from the north of Gilolo, a singular people, whom I have already described, and the fourth is a colony from Tomore, in the eastern peninsula of the Celebes. These people were brought here at their own request a few years ago, to avoid extermination by another tribe. They have a very light complexion, open Tartar physiognomy, low stature, and a language of the Bugis type. They are an industrious agricultural people, and supply the town with vegetables. They make a good deal of bark cloth, similar to the tapa of the Polynesians, by cutting down the proper trees and taping off large cylinders of bark, which is beaten with mallets till it separates from the wood. It is then soaked, and so continuously and regularly beaten out, that it becomes as thin and as tough as parchment. In this foam it is much used for wrappers for clothes, and they also make jackets out of it, sewn neatly together and stained with the juice of another kind of bark, which gives it a dark red colour and renders it nearly waterproof. Here are 4 distinct kinds of people who may all be seen any day in and about the town of Batchian. Now if we suppose a traveller ignorant of Malay, picking up a word or two here and there of the Batchian language, and noting down the physical and moral peculiarities, manners, and customs of the Batchian people, for there are travellers who do all this in 24 hours, what an accurate and instructive chapter we should have, what transitions would be pointed out, what theories of the origin of races would be developed, while the next traveller might flatly contradict every statement, and arrive at exactly the opposite conclusions. Soon after I arrived here, the Dutch government introduced a new copper coinage of cents instead of the doits, the 100th instead of the 120th part of a guilder, and all the old coins were ordered to be sent to Ternate to be changed. I sent a bag containing 6,000 doits, and duly received the new money by return of the boat. Then Ali went to bring it. However, the captain required a written order, so I waited to send again the next day, and it was lucky I did so, for that night my house was entered, all my boxes carried out and ransacked, and the various articles left on the road about 20 yards off, where we found them at 5 in the morning, when on getting up and finding the house empty, we rushed out to discover tracks of the thieves. Not being able to find the copper money which they thought I had just received, they decamped, taking nothing but a few yards of cotton cloth and a black coat and trousers, which latter were picked up a few days afterwards hidden in the grass. There was no doubt whatsoever who were the thieves. Convicts are employed to guard the government stores when the boat arrives from Ternate. 2 of them watch all night, and often take the opportunity to roam about and commit robberies. The next day I received my money, and secured it well in a strong box, fastened under my bed. I took out 500 or 600 cents for daily expenses, and put them in a small japanned box, which always stood on my table. In the afternoon I went for a short walk, and on my return this box and my keys, which I had carelessly left on the table, were gone. 2 of my boys were in the house, but had heard nothing. I immediately gave information of the 2 robberies to the director at the mines, and to the commandant at the fort, and got for an answer that if I caught the thief in the act, I might shoot him. By inquiring in the village, we afterwards found that one of the convicts, who had been on duty on the government rice store in the village, had quitted his guard, was seen to pass over the bridge towards my house, was seen again within 200 yards of my house, and on returning over the bridge into the village, carried something under his arm, carefully covered with his sarong. My box was stolen between the hours he was seen going and returning, and it was so small as to be easily carried in the way described. This seemed pretty clear circumstantial evidence. I accused the man, and brought the witness to the commandant. The man was examined, and confessed having gone to the river close to my house to bathe, but said he had gone no further, having climbed up a coconut tree and brought home 2 nuts, which he had covered over, because he was ashamed to be seen carrying them. This explanation was thought satisfactory, and he was acquitted. I lost my cash and box, a seal I much valued, with other small articles, and all my keys, the severest loss by far. Luckily my large cash box was left locked, but so were others which I required to open immediately. There was, however, a very clever blacksmith employed to do ironwork for the mines, and he picked my locks for me when I required them, and in a few days made me new keys, which I used all the time I was abroad. Towards the end of November the wet season set in, and we had daily and almost incessant rains, with only about 1 or 2 hours sunshine in the morning. The flat parts of the forest became flooded, the roads filled with mud, and insects and birds were scarcer than ever. On December Lath, in the afternoon, we had a sharp earthquake shock, which made the house and furniture shake and rattle for 5 minutes, and the trees and shrubs wave as if a gust of wind had passed over them. About the middle of December I removed to the village, in order to more easily explore the district to the west of it, and to be near the sea when I wished to return to Ternate. I obtained the use of a good-sized house in the Kampong Serana, or Christian village, and at Christmas and the New Year had to endure the incessant gun-firing, drum-beating and fiddling of the inhabitants. These people are very fond of music and dancing, and it would astonish a European to visit one of their assemblies. We enter a gloomy palm-leaf hut, in which 2 or 3 very dim lamps barely render darkness visible. The floor is of black sandy earth, the roof hid in a smoky impenetrable blackness. 2 or 3 benches stand against the wall, and the orchestra consists of a fiddle, a fife, a drum, and a triangle. There is plenty of company, consisting of young men and women, all very neatly dressed in white and black, a true Portuguese habit. Quadrilles, waltzes, polkas, and mazurkas are danced with great vigour and much skill. The refreshments are muddy coffee and a few sweetmeats. Dancing is kept up for hours, and all is conducted with much decorum and propriety. A party of this kind meets about once a week, the principal inhabitants taking it by turns, and all who please come in without much ceremony. It is astonishing how little these people have altered in 300 years, although in that time they have changed their language and lost all knowledge of their own nationality. They are still, in manners and appearance, almost pure Portuguese, very similar to those with whom I had become acquainted on the banks of the Amazon. They live very poorly as regards their house and furniture, but preserve a semi-European dress, and have almost full suits of black for Sundays. They are nominally Protestants, but Sunday evening is their grand day for music and dancing. The men are often good hunters, and 2 or 3 times a week deer or wild pigs are brought to the village, which, with fish and fowls, enables them to live well. They are almost the only people in the archipelago who eat the great fruit-eating bats called by us flying foxes. These ugly creatures are considered a great delicacy, and are much sought after. At about the beginning of the year they come in large flocks to eat fruit, and congregate during the day on some small islands in the bay, hanging by thousands on the trees, especially on dead ones. They can then be easily caught or knocked down with sticks, and are brought home by basketful. They require to be carefully prepared, as the skin and fur has a rank and powerful foxy odour. but they are generally cooked in abundance of spices and condiments, and are really very good eating, something like hare. The Orang Sarani are good cooks, having a greater variety of savoury dishes than the Malays. Here they live chiefly on sago as bread, with a little rice occasionally, and abundance of vegetables and fruit. It is a curious fact that everywhere in the past, where the Portuguese have mixed with the native races, become darker in colour than either of the parent stocks. This is the case almost always with these Orang Sarani in the Moluccas, and with the Portuguese of Malacca. The reverse is the case in South America, where the mixture of Portuguese or Brazilian with the Indian produces Mameluco, who is not unfrequently lighter than either parent, and always lighter than the Indian. The women of Batchian, although generally fairer than the men, are coarse in features, and very far inferior in beauty to the mixed Dutch Malay girls, or even to many pure Malays. The part of the village in which I resided was a grove of coconut trees, and at night, when the dead leaves were sometimes collected together and burnt, the effect was most magnificent, the tall stems, the fine crowns of foliage, and the immense fruit clusters, being brilliantly illuminated against the dark sky, and appearing like a fairy palace supported on 100 columns, and groined over with leafy arches. The coconut tree, when well grown, is certainly the prince of palms, both for beauty and utility. During my very first walk into the forest at Batchian, I had seen sitting on a leaf out of reach an immense butterfly of a dark colour, marked with white and yellow spots. I could not capture it as it flew away high up into the forest, but I at once saw that it was a female of a new species of Ornithoptera, or bird-winged butterfly, the pride of the eastern tropics. I was very anxious to get it, and to find the male, which in this genus is always of extreme beauty. During the 2 succeeding months I only saw it once again, and shortly afterwards I saw the male flying high in the air at the mining village. I had begun to despair of ever getting a specimen, as it seemed so rare and wild, till one day, about the beginning of January, I found a beautiful shrub with large white leafy bracts and yellow flowers, a species of Mussaenda, and saw one of these noble insects hovering over it, but it was too quick for me and flew away. The next day I went again to the same shrub, and succeeded in catching a female, and the day after a fine male. I found it to be, as I had expected, a perfectly new and most magnificent species, and one of the most gorgeously coloured butterflies in the world. Fine specimens of the male are more than 7 inches across the wings, which are velvety black and fiery orange, the latter colour replacing the green of the allied species. The beauty and brilliancy of this insect are indescribable, and none but a naturalist can understand the intense excitement I experienced when I at length captured it. On taking it out of my net and opening the glorious wings, my heart began to beat violently. The blood rushed to my head, and I felt much more like fainting than I have done when in apprehension of immediate death. I had a headache the rest of the day, so great was the excitement produced by what will appear to most people a very inadequate cause. I had decided to return to Ternate in a week or 2 more, but this grand capture determined me to stay on till I obtained a good series of the new butterfly, which I have since named Ornithoptera croesus. The Mussaenda bush was an admirable place, which I could visit every day on my way to the forest, and as it was situated in a dense thicket of shrubs and creepers, I set my man Lahi to clear a space all around it, so that I could easily get at any insect that might visit it. Afterwards, finding that it was often necessary to wait some time there, I had a little seat put under the tree by the side of it, where I came every day to eat my lunch, and thus had half an hour's watching about noon, besides a chance as I passed it in the morning. In this way I obtained on average 1 specimen a day for a long time, but more than half of these were females, and more than half the remainder worn or broken specimens, so that I should not have obtained many perfect males had I not found another station for them. As soon as I had seen them come to flowers, I sent my man Lahi with a net on purpose to search for them, and as they had also been seen at some flowering trees on the beach, I promised him half a day's wages extra for every good specimen he could catch. After a day or 2, he brought me 2 very fair specimens, and told me that he had caught them in the bed of a large rocky stream that descends from the mountains to the sea, about a mile below the village. They flew down this river, settling occasionally on stones and rocks in the water, and he was obliged to wade up it, or jump from rock to rock to get at them. I went with him one day, but found that the stream was far too rapid and the stones too slippery for me to do anything. So I left it entirely to him, and all the rest of the time we stayed in Batchian, he used to be out all day, generally bringing me 1, and on good days 2 or 3 specimens. I was thus able to bring away with me more than 100 of both sexes, including perhaps 20 very fine males, though not more than 5 or 6 that were absolutely perfect. My daily walk now led me first about half a mile along the sandy beach, then through a sago swamp, over a causeway of very shaky poles to the village of the Temora people. Beyond this was the forest, with patches of new clearing, shady paths, and a considerable quantity of felled timber. I found this a very fair collecting ground, especially for beetles. The fallen trunks in the clearings abounded with golden buprestidae, and curious brenthidae and longicorns, while in the forest I found abundance of the smaller curculionadae, many longicorns, and some fine green carabidae. Butterflies were not abundant, but I obtained a few more of the fine blue papilio, and a number of beautiful little lysinidae, as well as a single specimen of the very rare Papilio Wallaceae, of which I had taken the hitherto unique specimen in the Aru Islands. The most interesting birds I obtained here were the beautiful blue kingfisher Todiramphus diops, the fine green and purple doves Pilotonopus superbus, and P. eogaster, and several new birds of small size. My shooters still brought me in specimens of the Semioptera Wallaceae, and I was greatly excited by the positive statements of several of the native hunters that another species of this bird existed, much handsomer and more remarkable. They declared that the plumage was glossy black with metallic green breast, as in my species, but that the white shoulder plumes were twice as long and hung down far below the body of the bird. They declared that when hunting pigs or deer far in the forest, they occasionally saw this bird, but that it was rare. I immediately offered 12 guilders (a pound) for a specimen, but all in vain, and I am to this day uncertain whether such a bird exists. Since I left, the German naturalist Dr. Bernstein stayed many months in the island with a large staff of hunters, collecting for the Leyden Museum, and as he was not more successful than myself, we must consider either that the bird is very rare or is altogether a myth. Batchian was remarkable as being the most eastern point on the globe inhabited by any of the quadrumana. A large black baboon monkey, Synopithecus nigrescens, is abundant in some parts of the forest. This animal has bare red callosities, and a rudimentary tail of about an inch long, a mere fleshy tubercle which may be very easily overlooked. It is the same species that is found all over the forests of Celebes, and as none of the other mammalia of the island extended to Batchian, I am inclined to suppose that this species has been accidentally introduced by the roaming Malays, who often carry about with them tame monkeys and other animals. This is rendered more probable by the fact that the animal is not found on Gilolo, which is only separated from Batchian by a very narrow strait. The introduction may have been very recent, as in a fertile and unoccupied island, such an animal would multiply rapidly. The only other mammals obtained were an eastern opossum, which Dr. Gray has described as Cuscus ornatus, the little flying opossum Belides ariel, a civet cat Vivera zebetha, and nice species of bats, most of the smaller ones being caught in the dusk with my butterfly net as they flew about before the house. After much delay, owing to bad weather and the illness of one of my men, I decided to visit Caserota, formerly the chief village, situated up a small stream on an island close to the north coast of Batchian, where I was told that many rare birds was found. After my boat was loaded and everything ready, 3 days of heavy squalls prevented our starting, and it was not until the 21st of March that we got away. Early next morning we entered the little river, and in about an hour we reached the Sultan's house, which I had obtained permission to use. It was situated on the bank of the river, and surrounded by a forest of fruit trees, among which were some of the very loftiest and most graceful cocoa palms I have ever seen. It rained nearly all that day, and I could do little but unload and unpack. Towards the afternoon it cleared up, and I attempted to explore in various directions, but found to my disgust that the only path was a perfect mud swamp, along which it was almost impossible to walk, and the surrounding forest so damp and dark as to promise little in the way of insects. I found too, on inquiry, that the people here made no clearings, living entirely on sago, fruit, fish, and game, and the path only led to a steep, rocky mountain, equally impracticable and unproductive. The next day I sent my men to this hill, hoping it might produce some good birds, but they returned with only 2 common species, and I myself had been able to get nothing, every little track I had attempted to follow leading to a dense sago swamp. I saw that I should waste time by staying here, and determined to leave the following day. This is one of those spots so hard for the European naturalist to conceive, where with all the riches of a tropical vegetation, and partly perhaps from the very luxuriance of that vegetation, insects are as scarce as in the most barren parts of Europe, and hardly more conspicuous. In temperate climates there is a tolerable uniformity in the distribution of insects over those parts of a country in which there is a similarity in vegetation, any deficiency being easily accounted for by the absence of wood or uniformity of surface. The traveller hastily passing through such a country can at once pick out a collecting ground which will afford him a fair notion of its entomology. Here the case is different. There are certain requisites of a good collecting ground, which can only be ascertained to exist by some days' search in the vicinity of each village. In some places there is no virgin forest, as at Gilolo and Sahoe. In others there are no open pathways or clearings, as here. At Batchian there are only two tolerable collecting places, the road to the coal mines, and the new clearings made by the Tomorrow people, the latter being by far the most productive. I believe the fact to be that insects are pretty uniformly distributed over these countries where the forest has not been cleared away, and are so scarce in any one spot that searching for them is almost useless. If the forest is all cleared away, almost all the insects disappear with it. But when small clearings and paths are made, the fallen trees in various stages of drying and decay, the rotting leaves, the loosening bark, and the fungoid growths upon it, together with the flowers that appear in much greater abundance where the light is admitted, are so many attractions to the insects for miles around, and cause a wonderful accumulation of species and individuals. When the entomologist can discover such a spot, he does more in a month than he could possibly do by a year's search in the depths of some undisturbed forest. The next morning we left early, and reached the mouth of a little river in about an hour. It flows through a perfectly flat alluvial plain, but there are hills which approach it near the mouth. Towards the lower part, in a swamp where the salt water must enter at high tides, were a number of elegant tree ferns from 8 to 15 feet high. These are generally considered to be mountain plants, and rarely to occur on the equator at an elevation of less than 1,000 or 2,000 feet. In Borneo, in the Aru Islands, and on the banks of the Amazon, I have observed them at the level of the sea, and think it probable that the altitude supposed to be requisite for them may have been deduced from facts observed in countries where the plains and lowlands are largely cultivated, and most of the indigenous vegetation destroyed. Such is the case in most parts of Java, India, Jamaica, and Brazil, where the vegetation of the tropics has been most fully explored. Coming out to sea, we turned northwards, and in about 2 hours' sail reached a few huts called Lagundi, where some Galela men had established themselves as collectors of gum dammar, with which they made torches for the supply of the Ternate market. About 100 yards back rises a rather steep hill, and a short walk having shown me that there was a tolerable path up it, I determined to stay here for a few days. Opposite us, and all along this coast of Batchian, stretches a row of fine islands completely uninhabited. Whenever I asked the reason why no one goes to live in them, the answer always was, for fear of the Maguindano pirates. Every year these scourges of the archipelago wander in one direction or another, making their rendezvous on some uninhabited island, and carrying devastation to all the small settlements around, robbing, destroying, killing, or taking captive all they could find. Their long, well-manned praus escape from the pursuit of any sailing vessel by pulling away right in the wind's eye, and the warning smoke of a steamer generally enables them to hide in some shallow bay, or narrow river, or forest-covered inlet, till the danger is past. The only effectual way to put a stop to their depredations would be to attack them in their strongholds and villages, and compel them to give up piracy, and submit to strict surveillance. Sir James Brooke did this with the pirates of the northwest coast of Borneo, and deserves the thanks of the whole population of the archipelago for having rid them of half their enemies. All along the beach here, and in the adjacent strip of sandy lowland, is a remarkable display of pandanacea, or screw pines. Some are like huge branching candelabra, 40 or 50 feet high, and bearing at the end of each branch a tuft of immense sword-shaped leaves, 6 or 8 inches wide, and as many feet long. Others have a single unbranched stem, 6 or 7 feet high, the upper part clothed with the spirally arranged leaves, and bearing a single terminal fruit as large as a swan's egg. Others, of intermediate size, have irregular clusters of red fruits, and all have more or less spiny-edged leaves and ringed stems. The young plants of the larger species have smooth, glossy, thick leaves, sometimes 10 feet long and 8 inches wide, which are used all over the Moluccas and New Guinea to make cocoyas, or sleeping mats, which are often very prettily ornamented with coloured patterns. Higher up on the hill is a forest of immense trees, among which those producing the resin called damar, or damara, are abundant. The inhabitants of several villages in Batchian are entirely engaged in searching for this product, and making it into torches by pounding it and filling it into tubes of palm leaves about a yard long, which are the only lights used by many of the natives. Sometimes the damar accumulates in large masses of 10 or 20 pounds weight, either attached to the trunk or found buried in the ground at the foot of the trees. The most extraordinary trees of the forest are, however, a kind of fig, the aerial roots of which form a pyramid near 100 feet high, terminating just where the tree branches out above, so that there is no real trunk. This pyramid or cone is formed of roots of every size, mostly descending in straight lines, but more or less obliquely, and so crossing each other and connected by cross branches, which grow from one to another as to form a dense and complicated network, to which nothing but a photograph could do justice. See illustration at volume 1, page 130. The canary is also abundant in this forest, the nut of which has a very agreeable flavour, and produces an excellent oil. The fleshy outer covering of the nut is the favourite food of the great green pigeons of these islands, Carpophaga perspicillata, and their hoarse copings and heavy flutterings among the branches can be almost continually heard. After 10 days at Lagundi, finding it impossible to get the bird I was particularly in search of, the Nicobar pigeon, or a new species allied to it, and finding no new birds and very few insects, I left early on the morning of April the 1st, and in the evening entered a river on the main island of Batchian, Lagundi, like Cassarota, being on a distinct island, where some Malays and Gilolo men have a small village, and have made extensive rice fields and plantain grounds. Here we found a good house near the river bank, where the water was fresh and clear, and the owner, a respectable Batchian Malay, offered me a sleeping room and the use of the verandah if I liked to stay. Seeing forest all around within a short distance, I accepted his offer, and the next morning before breakfast walked out to explore, and on the outskirts of the forest captured a few interesting insects. Afterwards I found a path which led for a mile or more through a very fine forest, richer in palms than I had ever seen in the Moluccas. One of these especially attracted my attention from its elegance. The steen is no thicker than my wrist, yet it was very lofty, and bore clusters of bright red fruit. It was apparently a species of areca. Another, of immense height, closely resembled in appearance the euterpes of South America. Here also grew the fan-leaf palm, whose small, nearly entire leaves are used to make damar torches, and to form the water buckets in universal use. During this walk I saw near a dozen species of palms, as well as 2 or 3 pandani, different from those of Lagundi. There were also some very fine climbing ferns and true wild plantains, musa, bearing an edible fruit not so large as one's thumb, and consisting of a mass of seeds just covered with pulp and skin. The people assured me that they had tried the experiment of sowing and cultivating the species, but could not improve it. They probably did not grow it in sufficient quantity, and did not persevere sufficiently long. Batchian is an island that would perhaps repay the researches of a botanist better than any other in the whole archipelago. It contains a great variety of surface and of soil, abundance of large and small streams, many of which are navigable for some distance, and there being no savage inhabitants, every part of it can be visited with perfect safety. It possesses gold, copper, and coal, hot springs and geysers, sedimentary and volcanic rocks, and coralline limestone, alluvial plains, abrupt hills, and lofty mountains, a moist climate, and a grand luxuriant forest vegetation. The few days I stayed here produced me several new insects, but scarcely any birds. Butterflies and birds are in fact remarkably scarce in these forests. One may walk a whole day and not see more than 2 or 3 species of either. In everything but beetles, these eastern islands are most deficient compared with the western, Java, Borneo, and so on, and much more so if compared with the forests of South America, where 20 or 30 species of butterfly may be caught every day, and on very good days 100, a number we can hardly reach here in months of unremitting research. In birds there is the same difference. In most parts of tropical America we may always find some species of woodpecker tanager, bushrike, chatterer, trogon, toucan, cuckoo, and tyrant flycatcher, and a few days' active search can produce more variety than can be here met with in as many months. Yet, along with this poverty of individuals and of species, there are in almost every class and order some one or two species of such extreme beauty or singularity as to vie with, or even surpass, anything that even South America can produce. One afternoon, when I was arranging my insects and surrounded by a crowd of wondering spectators, I showed one of them how to look at a small insect with a hand lens, which caused such evident wonder that all the rest wanted to see it too. I therefore fixed the glass firmly to a piece of soft wood at the proper focus, and put under it a little spiny beetle of the genus Hispa, and then passed it around for examination. The excitement was immense. Some declared it was a yard long, others were frightened and instantly dropped it, and all were as much astonished and made as much shouting and gesticulation as children at pantomime or at a Christmas exhibition of the oxyhydrogen microscope. And all this excitement was produced by a little pocket lens, an inch and a half focus, and therefore magnifying only 4 or 5 times, but which to their unaccustomed eyes appeared to enlarge 100-fold. On the last day of my stay here, one of my hunters succeeded in finding and shooting the beautiful Nicobar pigeon, of which I had been so long in search. None of the residents had ever seen it, which shows that it is rare and shy. My specimen was a female, in beautiful condition, and the glossy coppery and green of its plumage, the snow-white tail and beautiful pendant feathers of the neck were greatly admired. I subsequently obtained a specimen in New Guinea, and once saw it in the Kaioa Islands. It is found also in some small islands near Macasar, in others near Borneo, and in the Nicobar Islands, whence it receives its name. It is a ground feeder, only going upon trees to roost, and is a very heavy, fleshy bird. This may account for the fact of its being found chiefly on very small islands, while in the western half of the archipelago it seems entirely absent from the larger ones. Being a ground feeder, it is subject to the attacks of carnivorous quadrupeds, which are not found on the very small islands. Its wide distribution over the whole length of the archipelago, from extreme west to east, is, however, very extraordinary, since, with the exception of a few of the birds of prey, not a single land bird has so wide a range. Ground-feeding birds are generally deficient in powers of extended flight, and this species is so bulky and heavy that it appears at first sight quite unable to fly a mile. A closer examination shows that its wings are remarkably long, perhaps in proportion to its size larger than those of any other pigeon, and its pectoral muscles are immense, a fact communicated to me by the son of my friend Mr. Duivenboden of Ternate, would show that in accordance with these peculiarities of structure, it possesses the power of flying long distances. Mr. D established an oil factory on a small coral island 100 miles north of New Guinea, with no intervening land. After the island had been settled a year, and traversed in every direction, his son paid it a visit, and just as the schooner was coming to an anchor, a bird was seen flying from seaward, which fell into the water exhausted before it could reach the shore. A boat was sent to pick it up, and it was found to be a Nicobar pigeon, which must have come from New Guinea and flown 100 miles, since no such bird previously inhabited the island. This is certainly a very curious case of adaptation to an unusual and exceptional necessity. The bird does not ordinarily require great powers of flight, since it lives in the forest, feeds on fallen fruits, and roosts in low trees like other ground pigeons. The majority of the individuals, therefore, can never make full use of their enormously powerful wings, till the exceptional case occurs of an individual being blown out to sea, or driven to emigrate by the incursion of some carnivorous animal, or the pressure of scarcity of food. A modification exactly opposite to that which produced the wingless birds, the apteryx, cassowary, and dodo, appears here to have taken place, and it is curious that in both cases an insular habitat should have been the moving cause. The explanation is probably the same as that applied by Mr. Darwin to the case of the Madeira beetles, many of which are wingless, while some of the winged ones have the wings better developed than the same species on the continent. It was advantageous to these insects either never to fly at all, and thus not run the risk of being blown out to sea, or to fly so well as to be able to return to land or to migrate safely to the continent. Bad flying was worse than not flying at all, so while in such islands as New Zealand and Mauritius, far from all land, it was safer for a ground-feeding bird not to fly at all, and the short-winged individuals, continually surviving, prepared the way for a wingless group of birds. In a vast archipelago thickly strewn with islands and islets, it was advantageous to be able occasionally to migrate, and thus the long and strong-winged varieties maintained their existence longest, and ultimately supplanted all others, and spread the race over the whole archipelago. Besides this pigeon, the only new bird I obtained during the trip was a rare goat-sucker, Batrachostomus crinifrons, the only species of the genus yet found in the Moluccas. Among my insects, the best were the rare Pieris arum, of a rich chrome yellow colour, with a black border and remarkable white antenna, perhaps the very finest butterfly of the genus, and a large black wasp-like insect, with immense jaws like a stag beetle, which has been named Megachilel Pluto by Mr. B. Smith. I collected about 100 species of beetles, quite new to me, but mostly very minute, and also many rare and handsome ones, which I had already found in Batchian. On the whole, I was tolerably satisfied with my 17 days' excursion, which was a very agreeable one, and enabled me to see a good deal of the island. I had hired a roomy boat, and brought with me a small table and my rattan chair. These were great comforts, as wherever there was a roof I could immediately install myself, and work and eat at ease. When I could not find accommodation on shore, I slept in the boat, which was always drawn up on the beach if we stayed for a few days at one spot. On my return to Batchian, I packed up my collections and prepared for my return to Ternate. When I first came, I had sent back my boat by the pilot, with 2 or 3 other men who had been glad of the opportunity. I now took advantage of a government boat which had just arrived with rice for the troops, and obtained permission to return in her, and accordingly started on the 13th of April, having resided only a week short of 6 months on the island of Batchian. The boat was one of the kind called Kora Kora, quite open, very low, and about 4 tons burthen. It had outriggers of bamboo, about 5 feet off each side, which supported a bamboo platform, extending the whole length of the vessel. On the extreme outside of this sit the 20 rowers, while within was a convenient passage fore and aft. The middle portion of the boat was covered with a thatch house, in which baggage and passengers are stowed. The gunwale was not more than a foot above water, and from the great top and side weight and general clumsiness, these boats are dangerous in heavy weather, and are not unfrequently lost. A triangle mast and mat sail carried us on when the wind was favourable, which, as usual, it never was, although, according to the monsoon, it ought to have been. Our water, carried in bamboos, would only last 2 days, and as the voyage occupied 7, we had to touch at a great many places. The captain was not very energetic, and the men rowed as little as they pleased, or we might have reached Ternate in 3 days, having had fine weather and little wind all the way. There were several passengers besides myself, 3 or 4 Javanese soldiers, 2 convicts whose time had expired, one, curiously enough, being the man who had stolen my cash-box and keys, the schoolmaster's wife, and a servant going on a visit to Ternate, and a Chinese trader going to buy goods. We all had to sleep together in the cabin, packed pretty close, but they very civilly allowed me plenty of room for my mattress, and we got on very well together. There was a little cookhouse in the bows where we could boil our rice and make our coffee, every one, of course, bringing his own provisions, and arranging his meal times as he found most convenient. The passage would have been agreeable enough but for the dreadful tom-toms, or wooden drums, which are beaten incessantly while the men are rowing. 2 men were engaged constantly at them, making a fearful din the whole voyage. The rowers are men sent by the Sultan of Ternate. They get about 3d. a day, and find their own provisions. Each man had a strong wooden betel-box, on which he generally sat, a sleeping mat, and a change of clothes, rowing naked with only a sarong or waistcloth. They sleep in their places covered with their mat, which keeps out the rain pretty well. They chew betel or smoke cigarettes incessantly, eat dry sago and a little salt fish, seldom sing while rowing, except when excited and wanting to reach a stopping place, and do not talk a great deal. They are mostly Malays, with a sprinkling of Alfuros from Gilolo and Papuans from Guebe or Waigiou. One afternoon we stayed at Batchian. Many of the men went on shore, and a great deal of plantains, bananas, and other fruit were brought on board. We then went on a little way, and in the evening anchored again. When going to bed for the night, I put out my candle, there being still a glimmering lamp burning, and, missing my handkerchief, thought I saw it on a box which formed one side of my bed, and put out my hand to take it. I quickly drew back on feeling something cool and very smooth, which moved as I touched it. "Bring the light, quick!" I cried. "Here's a snake!" And there he was, sure enough, nicely coiled up,
with his head just raised to inquire who had disturbed him. It was now necessary to catch or kill him neatly, or he would escape among the piles of miscellaneous luggage, and we should hardly sleep comfortably. One of the ex-convicts volunteered to catch him, with his hand wrapped in a cloth. But from the way he went about it, I saw he was nervous, and would let the thing go, so I would not allow him to make the attempt. I then got a chopping knife, and carefully moving my insect nets, which hung just above the snake and prevented me getting a free blow, I cut him quietly across the back, holding him down, while my boy with another knife crushed his head. On examination, I found he had large poisoned fangs, and it is a wonder he did not bite me when I first touched him. Thinking it very unlikely that two snakes had got on board at the same time, I turned in and went to sleep. But having all the time a vague, dreamy idea that I might put my hand on another one, I lay wonderfully still, not turning over once all night, quite the reverse of my usual habits. The next day we reached Ternate, and I ensconced myself in my comfortable house to examine all my treasures and pack them securely for the voyage home. End of chapter 24. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst.
Chapter 25 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 2, by Alfred Russel WALLACE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 25. Ceram, Goram, and the Matabello Islands, October 1859 to June 1860. I left Amboina for my first visit to Ceram at 3 o'clock in the morning of October 29th, after having been delayed several days by the boat's crew, who could not be got together. Captain Van der Beck, who gave me passage in his boat, had been running after them all day, and at midnight we had to search for two of my men who had disappeared at the last moment. One we found at supper in his own house, and rather tipsy with his parting libations of arrack, but the other was gone across the bay, and we were obliged to leave without him. We stayed some hours at the two villages near the east end of Amboina, at one of which we had to discharge some wood for the missionary's house, and on the third afternoon reached Captain Van der Beck's plantation, situated at Hatoshua, in that part of Ceram opposite to the island of Amboina. This was a clearing in flat and rather swampy forest, about 20 acres in extent, and mostly planted with cacao and tobacco. Besides a small cottage occupied by the workmen, there was a large shed for tobacco drying, a corner of which was offered me, and thinking from the look of the place that I should find good collecting ground here, I fitted up temporary tables, benches, and beds, and made all the preparations for some weeks' stay. A few days, however, served to show that I should be disappointed. Beetles were tolerably abundant, and I obtained plenty of fine long-horned anthribidae and pretty longicorns, but they were mostly the same species as I had found during my short visit to Amboina. There were very few paths in the forest, which seemed poor in birds and butterflies, and day after day my men brought me nothing worth notice. I was therefore soon obliged to think about changing my locality, as I could evidently obtain no proper notion of the productions of the almost entirely unexplored island of Ceram by staying in this place. I rather regretted leaving, because my host was one of the most remarkable men and most entertaining companions I had ever met with. He was a fleeting by birth, and like so many of his countrymen, had a wonderful talent for languages. When quite a youth, he had accompanied a government official who was sent to report on the trade and commerce of the Mediterranean, and had acquired the colloquial language of every place they stayed a few weeks at. He had afterwards made voyages to St. Petersburg and to other parts of Europe, including a few weeks in London, and then had come out to the past, where he had been for some years trading and speculating in the various islands. He now spoke Dutch, French, Malay, and Javanese, all equally well, English with a very slight accent, but with perfect fluency, and a most complete knowledge of idiom, in which I often tried to puzzle him in vain. German and Italian were also quite familiar to him, and his acquaintance with European languages included modern Greek, Turkish, Russian, and colloquial Hebrew and Latin. As a test of his power, I may mention that he had made a voyage to the out-of-way island of Salibabu, and had stayed there trading a few weeks. As I was collecting vocabularies, he told me he thought he could remember some words, and dictated considerable number. Some time after, I met with a short list of words taken down in these islands, and in every case they agreed with those he had given me. He used to sing a Hebrew drinking song, which he had learned from some Jews with whom he had once travelled, and astonished by joining in their conversation, and had a never-ending fund of tale and anecdote about the people he'd met and the places he'd visited. In most of the villages of this part of Ceram are schools and native schoolmasters, and the inhabitants have been long converted to Christianity. In the larger villages there are European missionaries, but there is little or no external difference between the Christian and Alfuro villages, nor, as far as I've seen, in their inhabitants. The people seem more decidedly Papuan than those of Gilolo. They are darker in colour, and a number of them have the frizzly Papuan hair. Their features are also harsh and prominent, and the women in particular are far less engaging than those of the Malay race. Captain Van der Beck was never tired of abusing the inhabitants of these Christian villages as thieves, liars, and drunkards, besides being incorrigibly lazy. In the city of Amboina, my friends Doctors Mohnik and Dolschall, as well as most of the European residents and traders, made exactly the same complaint, and would rather have Mahometans for servants, even if convicts, than any of the native Christians. One fertile source of want, and one great incentive to idleness and crime, is thus present in the one class, but absent in the other. But besides this, the Christians look upon themselves as nearly the equals of the Europeans, who profess the same religion, and as far superior to the followers of Islam, and are therefore prone to despise work, and to endeavour to live by trade, or by cultivating their own land. It need hardly be said that with people in this low state of civilization, religion is almost wholly ceremonial, and that neither are the doctrines of Christianity comprehended, nor its moral precepts obeyed. At the same time, as far as my own experience goes, I have found the better class of Orang Sirani as civil, obliging, and industrious as the Malays, and only inferior to them from their tendency to get intoxicated. Having written to the assistant resident of Saparua, who has jurisdiction over the opposite part of the coast of Ceram, for a boat to pursue my journey, I received one rather larger than necessary, with a crew of 20 men. I therefore bade adieu to my kind friend Captain Van der Beck, and left on the evening after its arrival for the village of El Piputi, which we reached in 2 days. I had intended to stay here, but not liking the appearance of the place, which seemed to have no virgin forest near it, I determined to proceed about 12 miles further up the Bay of Amahe, to a village recently formed and inhabited by indigenes from the interior, where some extensive cacao plantations were being made by the gentlemen of Amboina. I reached the place called Awea the same afternoon, and with the assistance of Mr. Peters, the manager of the plantations, and the native chief, I obtained a small house, got all my things on shore, and paid and discharged my 20 boatmen, 2 of whom had almost driven me to distraction by beating tom-toms the whole voyage. I found the people here very nearly in a state of nature, and going almost naked. The men wear frizzly hair, gathered into a flat circular knot over the left temple, which has a very knowing look, and in their ears cylinders of wood as thick as one's finger, and coloured red at the ends. Amulets and anklets of woven grass or of silver, with necklaces of beads or of small fruits, complete their attire. The women wear similar ornaments, but have their hair loose. All are tall, with a dark brown skin and well-marked Papuan physiognomy. There is an Amboina schoolmaster in the village, and a good number of children attend school every morning. Such of the inhabitants as have become Christians may be known by their wearing of their hair loose, and adopting to some extent the native Christian dress trousers and loose shirt. Very few speak Malay, all these coast villages having been recently formed by inducing natives to leave the inaccessible interior. In all the central part of Ceram there now remains only one populous village in the mountains. Towards the east and the extreme west are a few others, with which exceptions all the inhabitants of Ceram are collected on the coast. In the northern and eastern districts there are mostly Mahometans, while on the southwest coast, nearest Amboina, there are nominal Christians. In all this part of the archipelago, the Dutch make very praiseworthy efforts to improve the condition of the aborigines by establishing schoolmasters in every village, who are mostly natives of Amboina or Saparua, who have been instructed by the resident missionaries, and by employing native vaccinators to prevent the ravages of smallpox. They also encourage the settlement of Europeans, and the formation of new plantations of cacao and coffee, one of the best means of raising the condition of the natives, who thus obtain work at fair wages, and have the opportunity of acquiring something of European tastes and habits. My collections here did not progress much better than at my former station, except that butterflies were a little more plentiful, and some very fine species were to be found in the morning on the sea beach, sitting so quietly on the wet sand, that they could be caught with the fingers. In this way I had many fine species of papilios brought me by the children. Beetles, however, were scarce, and birds still more, and I began to think that the handsome species which I had so often heard were found in Ceram must be entirely confined to the eastern extremity of the island. A few miles further north, at the head of the Bay of Amahe, is situated the village of Makariki, from whence there is a native path quite across the island to the north coast. My friend Mr. Rosenberg, whose acquaintance I had made at New Guinea, and who was now the government superintendent of all this part of Ceram, returned from Wahai on the north coast, after I had been 3 weeks at Awaya, and showed me some fine butterflies he had obtained in the mountain streams in the interior. He indicated a spot about the centre of the island, where he thought I might advantageously stay a few days. I accordingly visited Makariki with him the next day, and he instructed the chief of the village to furnish me with men to carry my baggage, and accompany me on my excursion. As the people of the village wanted to be at home on Christmas Day, it was necessary to start as soon as possible, so we agreed that the men should be ready in 2 days, and I returned to make my arrangements. I put up the smallest quantity of baggage possible for a 6 days' trip, and on the morning of December 18th we left Makariki, with 6 men carrying my baggage and their own provisions, and a lad from Awaya who was accustomed to catch butterflies for me. My 2 Amboina hunters I left behind to shoot and skin what birds they could while I was away. Quitting the village, we first walked briskly for an hour through dense tangled undergrowth, dripping wet from a storm of the previous night, and full of mud-holes. After crossing several small streams, we reached one of the largest rivers in Ceram, called Ruatan, which it was necessary to cross. It was both deep and rapid. The baggage was first taken over, parcel by parcel, on the men's heads, and the water reaching nearly up to their armpits, and then 2 men returned to assist me. The water was above my waist, and so strong that I should certainly have been carried off my feet had I not attempted to cross alone, and it was a matter of astonishment to me how the men could give any assistance, since I found the greatest difficulty in getting my feet down again when I had once moved it off the bottom. The greater strength and grasping power of their feet, from going always barefoot, no doubt gave them a surer footing in the rapid water. After well wringing out our wet clothes and putting them on, we again proceeded along a similar forest track as before, choked with rotten leaves and dead trees, and in the more open parts overgrown with tangled vegetation. Another hour brought us to a smaller stream flowing in a wide gravelly bed, up which our road lay. Here we stayed half an hour to breakfast, and then went on, continually crossing the stream, or walking on its stony, gravelly banks, till about noon, when it became rocky and enclosed by low hills. A little further we entered a regular mountain gorge, and had to clamber over rocks, and every moment cross and recross the water, or take short cuts through the forest. This was fatiguing work, and about 3 in the afternoon, the sky being overcast and thunder in the mountains indicating an approaching storm, we had to look out for a camping place, and soon after reaching one of Mr. Rosenberg's old ones. The skeleton of his little sleeping hut remained, and my men cut leaves and made a hasty roof just as the rain commenced. The baggage was covered over with leaves, and the men sheltered themselves as they could till the storm was over, by which time a flood came down the river, which effectually stopped our further march, even had we wished to proceed. We then lighted fires, I made some coffee, and my men roasted their fish and plantains, and as soon as it was dark we made ourselves comfortable for the night. Starting at 6 next morning, we had 3 hours of the same kind of walking, during which we crossed the river at least 30 or 40 times, the water being generally knee-deep. This brought us to a place where the road left the stream, and here we stopped to breakfast. We then had a long walk over the mountain by a tolerable path, which reached an elevation of about 1,500 feet above the sea. Here I noticed one of the smallest and most elegant tree ferns I have ever seen, the stem being scarcely thicker than my thumb, yet reaching a height of 15 or 20 feet. I also caught a new butterfly of the genus Pieris, and a magnificent female specimen of Papilio gambricius, of which I had hitherto only found the males, which are smaller and very different in colour. Descending the other side of the ridge by a very steep path, we reached another river at a spot which is about the centre of the island, and which was to be our resting place for 2 or 3 days. In a couple of hours my men had built a little sleeping shed for me, about 8 feet by 4, with a bench of split poles, they themselves occupying 2 or 3 smaller ones, which had been put up by former passengers. The river here was about 20 yards wide, running over a pebbly and sometimes rocky bed, bordered by steep hills, with occasionally flat swampy spots between their base and the stream. The whole country was one dense, unbroken, and very damp, gloomy, virgin forest. Just at our resting place there was a little bush-covered island in the middle of the channel, so that the opening in the forest made by the river was wider than usual, and allowed a few gleams of sunshine to penetrate. Here there were several handsome butterflies flying about, the finest of which, however, escaped me, and I never saw it again during my stay. In the 2 days and a half which we remained here, I wandered almost all day up and down the stream, searching after butterflies, of which I got, in all, 50 or 60 specimens, with several species quite new to me. There were many others which I saw only once, and which I did not capture, causing me to regret that there was no village in these interior valleys where I could stay a month. In the early part of each morning I went out with my gun in search of birds, and 2 of my men were almost all day after deer, but we were all equally unsuccessful, getting absolutely nothing the whole time we were in the forest. The only good bird seen was the fine Amboina lory, but these were always too high to shoot. Besides this, the great Moluccan hornbill, which I did not want, was almost the only bird met with. I saw not a single ground thrush, or kingfisher, or pigeon, and in fact have never been in a forest so utterly desert of animal life as this appeared to be. Even in all other groups of insects, except butterflies, there was the same poverty. I had hoped to find some rare tiger beetles, as I had done in similar situations in the Celebes, but though I searched closely in forest, river bed, and mountain brook, I could find nothing but the 2 common Amboina species. Other beetles were absolutely none. The constant walking in water, and over rocks and pebbles, quite destroyed the 2 pair of shoes I brought with me, so that on my return they actually fell to pieces, and the last day I had to walk in my stockings very painfully, and reached home quite lame. On our way back from Makariki, as on our way there, we had storm and rain at sea, and we arrived at Awaya late in the evening, with all our baggage drenched, and ourselves thoroughly uncomfortable. All the time I had been in Ceram, I had suffered much from the irritating bites of an invisible acarus, which is worse than mosquitoes, ants, and every other pest, because it is impossible to guard against them. This last journey in the forest left me covered from head to foot with inflamed lumps, which, after my return to Amboina, produced a serious disease, confining me to the house for nearly 2 months, a not very pleasant memento of my first visit to Ceram, which terminated with the year 1859. It was not until the 24th of February, 1860, that I started again, intending to pass from village to village along the coast, staying where I found a suitable locality. I had a letter from the governor of the Moluccas, requesting all the chiefs to supply me with boats and men to carry me on the journey. The first boat took me in 2 days to Amahe, on the opposite side of the Bay of Awaya. The chief here, wonderful to relate, did not make any excuses for delay, but immediately ordered out the boat which was to carry me on, put my baggage on board, set up mast and sails after dark, and had the men ready that night, so that we were actually on our way at 5 the next morning, a display of energy and activity I scarcely ever saw in a native chief on such an occasion. We touched at Sepa, and stayed for the night at Tamerlan, the first 2 Mahometan villages on the south coast of Ceram. The next day, about noon, we reached Hoya, which was as far as my present boat and crew were going to take me. The anchorage is about a mile east of the village, which is faced by coral reefs, and we had to wait for the evening tide to move up and unload the boat into the strange rotten wooden pavilion kept for visitors. There was no boat here large enough to take my baggage, and although 2 would have done very well, the Rajah insisted upon sending 4. The reason of this, I found, was that there were 4 small villages under his rule, and by sending a boat from each he would avoid the difficult task of choosing 2 and letting off the others. I was told that at the next village of Teluti there were plenty of alfuros, and that I could get abundance of tories and other birds. The Rajah declared that black and yellow tories and black cockatoos were found there, but I am inclined to think he knew very well he was telling me lies, and that it was only a scheme to satisfy me with his plans of taking me to the village, instead of a day's journey further on, as I desired. Here, as at most of the villages, I was asked for spirits, the people being mere nominal Mahometans, who confine their religion almost entirely to a disgust at pork and a few other forbidden articles of food. The next morning, after much trouble, we got our cargoes loaded, and had a delightful row across the deep bay of Ternate, with a view of the grand central mountain range of Ceram. Our 4 boats were rowed by 60 men, with flags flying and tom-toms beating, as well as very vigorous shouting and singing to keep up their spirits. The sea was smooth, the morning bright, and the whole scene very exhilarating. On landing, the Orang Kaya and several of the chief men, in gorgeous silk jackets, were waiting to receive us, and conducted me to a house prepared for my reception, where I determined to stay a few days, and see if the country round produced anything new. My first inquiries were about the lories, but I could get very little satisfactory information. The only kinds known were the ring-necked lory, and the common red and green lorikeet, both common at Amboina. Black tories and cockatoos were quite unknown. The alfuros resided in the mountains 5 or 6 days' journey away, and there were only 1 or 2 live birds to be found in the village, and these were worthless. My hunters could get nothing but a few common birds, and notwithstanding fine mountains, luxuriant forests, and a locality 100 miles eastward, I could find no new insects, and extremely few even of the common species of Amboina and West Ceram. It was evidently no use stopping at such a place, and I was determined to move on as soon as possible. The village of Ternate is populous, but straggling and very dirty. Sago trees here cover the mountainside, instead of growing as usual in low swamps, but a closer examination shows that they grow in swampy patches which have formed among the loose rocks that cover the ground, and which are kept constantly full of moisture by the rains, and the abundance of rills which trickle down among them. This sago forms almost the whole subsistence of the inhabitants, who appear to cultivate nothing but a few small patches of maize and sweet potatoes. Hence, as before explained, the scarcity of insects. The Orang Kaya has fine clothes, handsome lamps, and other expensive European goods, yet lives every day on sago and fish as miserably as the rest. After 3 days in this barren place, I left on the morning of March 6th, in 2 boats of the same size as those which had brought me to Ternate. With some difficulty I had obtained permission to take these boats on to Dobo, where I intended to stay a while, and therefore got on pretty quickly, changing men at the village of Waigiou, and arriving in a heavy rain at Ahtiago. As there was a good deal of surf here, and likely to be more if the wind blew hard during the night, our boats were pulled up on the beach, and after supping at the Orang Kaya's house, and writing down a vocabulary of the language of the Alfuros who live in the mountains islands, I returned to sleep in the boat. Next morning we proceeded, changing men at Waranama, and again at Hotomoton, at both of which places there was much surf and no harbour, so that the men had to go on shore and come on board by swimming. Arriving at the evening of March 7th at Batuasa, the first village belonging to the Rajah of Dobo, and under the government of Banda, the surf was very heavy, owing to a strong westward swell. We therefore rounded the rocky point on which the village was situated, but found it very little better on the other side. We were obliged, however, to go on shore here, and waiting till the people on the beach had made preparations by placing a few row of logs from the water's edge on which to pull up our boats, we rowed as quickly as we could straight on to them, after watching till the heaviest surfs had passed. The moment we touched ground, our men all jumped out, and, assisted by those on shore, attempted to haul up the boat high and dry. But not having sufficient hands, the surf repeatedly broke in to the stern. The steepness of the beach, however, prevented any damage being done, and the other boat, having both crews to haul at it, was got up without difficulty. The next morning, the water being low, the breakers were at some distance from shore, and we had to watch for a smooth moment after bringing the boats to the water's edge, and so got safely out to sea. At the next 2 villages, Tobo and Asong, we also took in fresh men, who came swimming through the surf, and at the latter place the Rajah came on board and accompanied me to Kisalaut, where he has a house which he lent me during my stay. Here again was heavy surf, and it was with great difficulty we got the boats safely hauled up. At Amboina had been promised at this season a calm sea and a wind offshore, but in this case, as in every other, I had been unable to obtain any reliable information as to the winds and seasons of places distant of 2 to 3 days' journey. It appears, however, that owing to the general direction of the island of Ceram, east-south-east and west-northwest, there is a heavy surf, and scarcely any shelter on the south coast during the west monsoon, when alone a journey to the eastward could be safely made, while during the east monsoon, when I proposed to return along the north coast to Wahai, I should probably find that equally exposed and dangerous. But although the general direction of the west monsoon in the Banda Sea causes a heavy swell, with bad surf on the coast, yet we had little advantage of the wind, for, owing to, I suppose, the numerous bays and headlands, we had contrary south-east or even due east winds all the way, and had to make almost the whole distance from Amboyna by force of rowing. We had, therefore, all the disadvantages and none of the advantages of this west monsoon, which I was told would ensure me a quick and pleasant journey. I was delayed at Kisalaut just 4 weeks, although after the first 3 days I saw that it would be quite useless for me to stay, and begged the Rajah to give me a prau and men to carry me on to Goram. But instead of getting one close at hand, he insisted on sending several miles off, and when after many delays it at length arrived, it was altogether unsuitable and too small to carry my baggage. Another was then ordered to be brought immediately, and was promised in 3 days, but double that time elapsed, and none appeared, and we were obliged at length to get one at the adjoining village, where it might have been so much more easily obtained at first. Then came caulking and covering over, and quarrels between the owner and the Rajah's men, which occupied more than another 10 days, during all which time I was getting absolutely nothing, finding this part of Ceram a perfect desert in zoology, although a most beautiful country, and with a very luxuriant vegetation. It was a complete puzzle, which to this day I have not been able to understand, the only thing I obtained worth notice during my month's stay here being a good few land shells. At length, on April 4th, we succeeded in getting away in our little boat of about 4 tons burthen, in which my numerous boxes were with difficulty packed, so as to leave sleeping and cooling room. The craft could not boast an ounce of iron or a foot of rope in any part of its construction, nor a morsel of pitch or paint in its decoration. The planks were fastened together in the usual ingenious way with pegs and rattans. The mast was a bamboo triangle, requiring no shrouds, and carrying a long mat sail. 2 rudders were hung on the quarters by rattans. The anchor was of wood, and a long and thick rattan served as a cable. Our crew consisted of 4 men, whose sole accommodation was about 3 feet by 4 in the bows and stern, with a sloping thatch roof to stretch themselves upon for a change. We had nearly 100 miles to go, fully exposed to the swell of the Banda Sea, which is sometimes very considerable, but we luckily had it calm and smooth, so that we made the voyage in comparative comfort. On the second day we passed the eastern extremity of Ceram, formed of a group of hummocky limestone hills, and sailing by the islands of Quamar and Keffing, both thickly inhabited, came in sight of the little town of Kilwaru, which appears to rise out of the sea like a rustic Venice. This place has really a most extraordinary appearance, as not a particle of land or vegetation can be seen, but a long way out at sea a large village seems to float upon the water. There is, of course, a small island of several acres in extent, but the houses are built so closely all round upon piles in the water that it is completely hidden. It is a place of great traffic, being the emporium for much of the produce of these eastern seas, and is the residence of many Bugis and Ceramese traders, and appears to have been chosen on account of its being close to the only deep channel between the extensive shoals of Ceram Laut and those bordering the east of Ceram. We now had contrary east winds, and were obliged to pole over the shallow coral reefs of Ceram Laut for nearly 30 miles. The only danger of our voyage was just at its termination, for as we were rowing towards Manolwoko, the largest of the Goram group, we were carried out so rapidly by strong westerly currents that I was almost certain at one time we should pass clear of the island, in which case our situation would have been both disagreeable and dangerous, as, with the east wind which had just set in, we might have been unable to return for many days, and we had not a day's water on board. At the critical moment I served out some strong spirits to my men, which put fresh vigour into their arms, and carried us out of the influence of the current before it was too late. End of chapter 25. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 26 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 2, by Alfred Russel WALLACE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 26. Bouru, May and June 1861. I had long wished to visit the large island of Bouru, which lies due west of Ceram, and of which scarcely anything appeared to be known to naturalists,
except that it contained a babirusa very like that of the Celebes. I therefore made arrangements for staying there 2 months after leaving Timor-Delhi in 1861. This I could conveniently do by means of the Dutch mail steamers, which make a monthly round of the Moluccas. We arrived at the harbour of Cajeli on the 4th of May. A gun was fired, the commandant of the fort came alongside in a native boat to receive the post-packet, and took me and my baggage on shore, the steamer going off again without coming to an anchor. We went to the house of the Obziner, or overseer, a native of Amboina, Bouru being too poor a place to deserve even an assistant resident. Yet the appearance of the village was very far superior to that of Delhi, which possesses His Excellency the Governor, and the little fort, in perfect order, surrounded by neat grass plots and straight walks, although manned by only a few dozen Javanese soldiers with an adjutant for commander, was a very Sebastopol in comparison with the miserable mud enclosure at Delhi, with its numerous staff of lieutenants, captain, and major. Yet this, as well as most of the forts in the Moluccas, was originally built by the Portuguese themselves. O Lusitania, how art thou fallen! While the Obziner was reading his letters, I took a walk around the village with a guide, in search of a horse. The whole place was dreadfully damp and muddy, being built in a swamp with not a spot of ground raised a foot above it, and surrounded by swamps on every side. The houses were mostly well built, of wooden framework filled in with gaba-gaba, leaf stems of the sago palm, but as they had no whitewash, and the floors were of bare black earth like the roads, and generally on the same level, they were extremely damp and gloomy. At length I found one with the floor raised about a foot, and succeeded in making a bargain with the owner to turn out immediately, so that by night I had installed myself comfortably. The chairs and tables were left for me, and as the whole of the remaining furniture in the house consisted of a little crockery and a few clothes boxes, it was not much trouble for the owners to move into the house of some relatives, and thus obtain a few silver rupees very easily. Every foot of the ground between the homes, throughout the village, is crammed with fruit trees, so that the sun and air have no chance of penetrating. This must be very cool and pleasant in the dry season, but makes it damp and unhealthy at other times of the year. Unfortunately, I had come 2 months too soon, for the rains were not yet over, and mud and water were the prominent features of the country. About a mile behind and to the east of the village, the hills commence, but they are very barren, being covered with scanty coarse grass and scattered trees of the Melaleuca cajuputi, from the leaves of which the celebrated cajeput oil is made. Such districts are absolutely destitute of interest for the zoologist. A few miles further on rose higher mountains, apparently well covered with forest, but they were entirely uninhabited and trackless, and practically inaccessible to a traveller with limited time and means. It became evident, therefore, that I must leave Cajeli for some better collecting ground, and finding a man who was going a few miles eastward to a village on the coast, where he said there were hills and forest, I sent my boy Ali with him to explore and report on the capabilities of the district. At the same time I arranged to go myself on a little excursion up a river, which flows into the bay about 5 miles north of the town, to a village of the Alfuros, or indigenes, where I thought I might perhaps find a good collecting ground. The Rajah of Cajeli, a good-tempered old man, offered to accompany me, as the village was under his government, and we started one morning early in a long narrow boat with 8 rowers. In about 2 hours we entered the river, and commenced our inland journey against a very powerful current. The stream was about 100 yards wide, and was generally bordered with high grass and occasionally bushes and palm trees. The country round was flat and more or less swampy, with scattered trees and shrubs. At every bend we crossed the river to avoid the strength of the current, and arrived at our landing place at about 4 o'clock in a torrent of rain. Here we waited for an hour, crouching under a leaky mat, till the Alfuros arrived, who had been sent for from the village to carry my baggage, when we set off along a path of whose extreme muddiness I had been warned before starting. I turned up my trousers as high as possible, grasped a stout stick to prevent awkward falls, and then boldly plunged into the first mud hole, which was immediately succeeded by another, and another. The marl, or mud, and water was knee-deep, with little intervals of firmer ground between, making progression exceedingly difficult. The path was bordered with high, rigid grass, brewing in dense clumps separated by water, so that nothing was to be gained by leaving the beaten track, and we were obliged to go floundering on, never knowing where our feet would rest, as the mud was now a few inches, now 2 feet deep, and the bottom very uneven, so that the foot slid down to the lowest part, and made it difficult to keep one's balance. One step would be upon a concealed stick or log, almost dislocating the ankle, while the next would plunge into soft mud above the knee. It rained all the way, and the long grass, 6 feet high, met over the path, so that we could not see a step of the way ahead, and received a double drenching. Before we got to the village it was dark, and we had to cross over a small but deep and swollen stream by a narrow log of wood, which was more than a foot under water. There was a slender shaking stick for a handrail, and it was nervous work feeling in the dark, in the rushing water, for a safe place on which to place the advanced foot. After an hour of this most disagreeable and fatiguing walk, we reached the village, followed by the men with our guns, ammunition, boxes, and bedding, all more or less soaked. We consoled ourselves with some hot tea and cold food, and went early to bed. The next morning was clear and fine, and I set out soon after sunrise to explore the neighbourhood. The village had evidently been newly formed, and consisted of a single straight street of very miserable huts, totally deficient in every comfort, and as bare and cheerless inside as out. It was situated on a little elevated patch of coarse gravelly soil, covered with the usual high rigid grass, which came up close to the backs of the houses. At a short distance, in several directions, were patches of forest, but all on low and swampy ground. I made one attempt along the only path I could find, but soon came upon a deep mud hole, and found that I must walk barefoot, if at all. So I returned, and deferred further exploration until after breakfast. I then went on into the jungle and found patches of sago palms, and a low forest vegetation, but the paths were everywhere full of mud holes, and intersected by muddy streams and tracks of swamp, so that walking was not pleasurable, and too much attention to one's steps was not favourable to insect catching, which requires above everything freedom of motion. I shot a few birds, and caught a few butterflies, but all were the same as I had already obtained about Gilolo. On my return to the village, I was told that the same kind of ground extended for many miles in every direction, and I at once decided that Waigiou was not a suitable place to stay at. The next morning early, we waded back again through the mud and long wet grass to our boat, and by midday reached Gilolo, where I awaited Ali's return to decide on my future movements. He came the following day, and gave a very bad account of Pella, where he had been. There was a little brush and trees along the beach, and hills inland covered with high grass and cajuputi trees. My dread and abhorrence. On inquiring who could give me trustworthy information, I was referred to the lieutenant of the burghers, who travelled all around the island, and was a very intelligent fellow. I asked him to tell me if he knew of any part of Bouru where there was no kusu, as the coarse grass of the country is called. He assured me that a good deal of the south coast was forest land, while along the north was almost entirely swamp and grassy hills. After minute inquiries, I found that the forest country commenced at a place called Waipoti, only a few miles beyond Pella, but that as the coast beyond that place was exposed to the east monsoon, and dangerous for praus, it was necessary to walk. I immediately went to the Opziner, and he called the Rajah. We had a consultation, and arranged for a boat to take me the next evening but one, to Pella, whence I was to proceed on foot, the Orang Kaya going the day before to call the Alfuros to carry my baggage. The journey was made as arranged, and on May 19th we arrived at Waipoti, having walked about 10 miles along the beach, and through stony forest bordering the sea, with occasional plunges of a mile or two into the interior. We found no village, but scattered houses and plantations, with hilly country pretty well covered with forest, and looking rather promising. A low hut with a very rotten roof, showing the sky through in several places, was the only one I could obtain. Luckily it did not rain that night, and the next day we pulled down some of the walls to repair the roof, which was of immediate importance, especially over our beds and table. At about a mile from the house was a fine mountain stream, running swiftly over a bed of rocks and pebbles, and beyond this was a hill covered with fine forest. By carefully picking my way, I could wade across this river without getting much above my knees, although I would sometimes slip off a rock and go into a hole up to my waist, and about twice a week I went across it in order to explore the forest. Unfortunately, there were no paths here of any extent, and it did not prove very productive either in insects or birds. To add to my difficulties, I had stupidly left my only pair of strong boots on board the steamer, and my others were by this time all dropping to pieces, so that I was obliged to walk about barefoot, and in constant fear of hurting my feet, and causing a wound which may lay me up for weeks, as had happened in Borneo, Are, and Dorey. Although there were numerous plantations of maize and plantains, there were no new clearings, and as without these it is almost impossible to find many of the best kinds of insects, I determined to make one myself, and with much difficulty engaged 2 men to clear a patch of forest, from which I hoped to obtain many fine beetles before I left. During the whole of my stay, however, insects never became plentiful. My clearing produced me a few fine longicorns and buprestidae, different from any I had seen before, together with several of the amboina species, but by no means so numerous or so beautiful as I had found in that small island. For example, I collected only 210 different kinds of beetles during my 2 months' stay at Bouru, while in 3 weeks at Amboina, in 1857, I found more than 300 species. One of the finest insects found at Bouru was a large Cerambix, of a deep shining chestnut colour, and with very long antennae. It varied greatly in size, the largest specimens being 3 inches long, while the smallest were only an inch, the antennae varying from 1½ to 5 inches. One day my boy Ali came home with the story of a big snake. He was walking through some high grass, and stepped on something which he took for a small fallen tree, but it felt cold and yielding to his feet, and far to the right and left there was a waving and rustling of the herbage. He jumped back in a fright and prepared to shoot, but could not get a good view of the creature, and it passed away, he said, like a tree being dragged along through the grass. As he had several times already shot large snakes, which he declared were all as nothing compared to this, I am inclined to believe it must really have been a monster. Such creatures are rather plentiful here, for a man living close by showed me on his thigh the marks where he had been seized by one close to his house. It was big enough to take the man's thigh in its mouth, and he would probably have been killed and devoured by it, had not his cries brought out his neighbours, who destroyed it with their choppers. As far as I could make out, it was about 20 feet long, but Ali's was probably much larger. It sometimes amuses me to observe how, a few days after I had taken possession of it, a native hut seems quite a comfortable home. My house at Waipoti was a bare shed with a large bamboo platform at one side. At one end of this platform, which was elevated about 3 feet, I fixed up my mosquito curtain and partly enclosed it with a large Scotch plaid, making it a comfortable little sleeping apartment. I put up a rude table on legs buried in the earthen floor, and had my comfortable rattan chair for a seat. A line across one corner carried my daily washed cotton clothing, and on a bamboo shelf was arranged my small stock of crockery and hardware. Boxes were ranged against the thatched walls, and hanging shelves, to preserve my collections from ants while drying, were suspended both without and within the house. On my table lay books, penknives, scissors, pliers, and pins, with insects and bird labels, all of which were unsolved mysteries to the native mind. Most of the people here had never seen a pin, and the better informed took a pride in teaching their more ignorant companions the peculiarities and uses of that strange European production, a needle with a head, but no eye. Even paper, which we throw away hourly as rubbish, was to them a curiosity, and I often saw them picking up little scraps which had been swept out of the house, and carefully putting them away in their betel pouch. Then, when I took my morning coffee and evening tea, how many were the strange things displayed to them! Teapot, teacups, teaspoons were all more or less curious in their eyes. Tea, sugar, biscuit, butter were articles of human consumption seen by many of them for the first time. One asks if that whitish powder is gula pasir, sand sugar, so called to distinguish it from the coarse lump palm sugar, or molasses of native manufacture, and the biscuits considered a sort of European sago cake, which the inhabitants of those remote regions are obliged to use in the absence of the genuine article. My pursuits were of course utterly beyond their comprehension. They continually asked me what white people did with the birds and insects I took so much care to preserve. If I only kept what was beautiful, they might perhaps comprehend it. But to see ants and flies and small ugly insects put away so carefully was a great puzzle to them, and they were convinced that there must be some medical or magical use for them, for which I kept a profound secret. These people were, in fact, as completely unacquainted with civilized life as the Indians of the Rocky Mountains or the savages of Central Africa. Yet a steamship, that highest triumph of human ingenuity, with its little floating epitome of European civilization, touches monthly at Kejeli, 20 miles off, while at Amboina, only 60 miles distant, a European population and government have been established for more than 300 years. Having seen a good many of the natives of Bouru, from different villages and from distant parts of the island, I feel convinced that they consist of two distinct races, now partially amalgamated. The larger portion are Malays of the Celebes type, often exactly similar to the Tomora people of East Celebes, whom I found settled in Batchian, while others altogether resemble the Alfuros of Ceram. The influx of two races can easily be accounted for. The Sula Islands, which are closely connected with East Celebes, approach to within 40 miles of the north coast of Bouru, while the island of Manipa offers an easy point of departure for the people of Ceram. I was confirmed in this view by finding that the languages of Bouru possessed distinct resemblances to that of Sula, as well as to those of Ceram. Soon after we had arrived at Waypoti, Ali had seen a beautiful little bird of the genus Pita, which I was very anxious to obtain, as in almost every island the species are different, and none were yet known from Bouru. He and my other hunter continued to see it 2 or 3 times a week, and to hear its peculiar notes much oftener, but could never get a specimen, owing to its always frequenting the most dense thorny thickets, where only hasty glimpses of it could be obtained, and at so short a distance that it would be difficult to avoid blowing the bird to pieces. Ali was very much annoyed that he could not get a specimen of this bird, in going after which he had already severely wounded his feet with thorns, and when we had only 2 more days to stay, he went of his own accord one evening to sleep at a little hut in the forest some miles off, in order to have a last try for it at daybreak, when many birds come out to feed, and are very intent on their morning meal. The next evening he brought me home 2 specimens, one with the head blown completely off, and otherwise too much injured to preserve, the other in very good order, and which I at once saw to be a new species, very like the Pita celebensis, but ornamented with a square patch of bright red on the nape of the neck. The next day after securing this prize, we returned to Kejeli, and packing up my collections, left Bouru by the steamer. During our 2 days' stay at Ternate, I took on board what baggage I had left there, and bade adieu to all my friends. We then crossed over to Manado on our way to Macasar and Java, and I finally quitted the Moluccas, among whose luxuriant and beautiful islands I had wandered for more than 3 years. My collections in Bouru, though not very extensive, were of considerable interest, for out of 66 species of birds which I collected there, no less than 17 were new, or had not been previously found in any island of the Moluccas. Among these were 2 kingfishers, Tanysiptera acis, and Sake's Kejeli, a beautiful sunbird, Nectarines proserpina, a handsome little black and white flycatcher, Monarcha loricata, whose swelling throat was beautifully scaled with metallic blue, and several of less interest. I also obtained a skull of the babirusa, one specimen of which was killed by native hunters during my residence at Kejeli. End of chapter 26. Chapter 26. Bouru, May and June 1861. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 26. Bouru, May and June 1861. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 2, by Alfred Russel WALLACE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 27. The Natural History of the Moluccas. The Moluccas consist of 3 large islands, Gilolo, Ceram, and Bouru, the 2 former being each about 200 miles long, and a great number of smaller isles and islets, the most important of which are Batchian, Morti, Obi, Ke, Timor-Laut, and Amboina, and among the smaller ones, Ternate, Tidore, Kaioa, and Banda. They occupy a space of 10 degrees of latitude by 8 of longitude, and they are connected by groups of small islets to New Guinea on the east, the Philippines on the north, Celebes on the west, and Timor on the south. It will be as well to bear in mind these main features of extent and geographical position while we survey their animal productions and discuss their relations to the countries which surround them on every side in almost equal proximity. We will first consider the mammalia, or warm-blooded quadrupeds, which present us with some singular anomalies. The land mammals are exceedingly few in number, only 10 being yet known from the entire group. The bats or aerial mammals, on the other hand, are numerous, not less than 25 species being already known. But even this exceeding poverty of terrestrial mammals does not at all represent the real poverty of the Moluccas in this class of animals, for as we shall soon see, there is good reason to believe that several of the species have been introduced by man, either purposely or by accident. The only quadrumanous animal in the group is the curious baboon monkey, Cynopithecus nigrescens, already described as being one of the characteristic animals of Celebes. This is found only in the island of Batchian, and it seems so much out of place there that it is difficult to imagine how it could have reached the island by any natural means of dispersal, and yet not have passed by the same means over the narrow strait to Gilolo, that it seems more likely to have originated from some individuals which had escaped from confinement, these and similar animals being often kept as pets by the Malays, and carried about in their praus. Of all the carnivorous animals of the archipelago, the only one found in the Moluccas is the Vivera tangalunga, which inhabits both Batchian and Bouru, and probably come of the other islands. I am inclined to think that this also may have been introduced accidentally, for it is often made captive by the Malays, who procure civet from it, and it is an animal very restless and untamable, and therefore likely to escape. This view is rendered still more probable by what Antonio de Morga tells us was a custom in the Philippines in 1602. He says that the natives of Mindanao carry about civet cats in cages, and sell them in the islands, and they take the civet from them, and let them go again. The same species is common in the Philippines, and in all the large islands of the Indo-Malay region. The only Moluccan ruminant is a deer, which was once supposed to be a distinct species, but is now generally considered to be a slight variety of the Rusa hippolaphus of Java. Deer are often tamed and petted, and their flesh is so much esteemed by all the Malays, that it is very natural that they should endeavour to introduce them into the remote islands in which they settled, and whose luxuriant forests seem so well adapted for their subsistence. The strange babirusa of Celebes is also found in Bouru, but in no other Moluccan island, and it is somewhat difficult to imagine how it got there. It is true that there is some approximation between the birds of the Sula Islands, where the babirusa is also found, and those of Bouru, which seems to indicate that these islands have recently been closer together, or that some intervening land had disappeared. At this time the babirusa may have entered Bouru, since it probably swims as well as its allies the pigs. These are spread all over the archipelago, even to several of the smaller islands, and in many cases the species are peculiar. It is evident, therefore, that they have some natural means of dispersal. There is a popular idea that pigs cannot swim, but Sir Charles Lyell has shown that this is a mistake. In his Principles of Geology, 10th edition, volume 2, page 355, he adduces evidence to show that pigs have swum many miles at sea, and are able to swim with great ease and swiftness. I have myself seen a wild pig swimming across the arm of the sea that separates Singapore from the peninsula of Malacca, and we have thus explained the curious fact that of all the large animals of the Indian region, pigs alone extend beyond the Moluccas, and as far as New Guinea, although it is somewhat curious that they have not found their way to Australia. The little shrew Sorex myosurus, which is common in Sumatra, Borneo, and Java, is also found in the larger islands of the Moluccas, to which it may have been accidentally conveyed in native praus. This completes the list of the placental mammals which are so characteristic of the Indian region, and we see that, with the single exception of the pig, all may very probably have been introduced by man, since all except the pig are of species identical with those now abounding in the great Malay Islands, or in Celebes. The four remaining mammals are marsupials, an order of the class Mammalia, which is very characteristic of the Australian fauna. And these are probably true natives of the Moluccas, since they are either of peculiar species, or if found elsewhere, are natives only of New Guinea or North Australia. The first is the small flying opossum, Belideus aerial, a beautiful little animal, exactly like a small flying squirrel in appearance, but belonging to the marsupial order. The other three are species of the curious genus Cuscus, which is peculiar to the Austro-Malayan region. These are opossum-like animals with a long prehensile tail, of which the terminal half is generally bare. They have small heads, large eyes, and a dense covering of woolly fur, which is often pure white with irregular black spots or blotches, or sometimes ashy brown, with or without white spots. They live in trees, feeding upon the leaves, of which they devour large quantities. They move about slowly, and are difficult to kill, owing to the thickness of their fur and their tenacity of life. A heavy charge of shot will often lodge in the slain, and do them no harm, and even breaking the spine or piercing the brain will not kill them for some hours. The natives everywhere eat their flesh, and as their motions are so slow, easily catch them by climbing, so that it is wonderful that they have not been exterminated. It may be, however, that their dense woolly fur protects them from birds of prey, and the islands they live in are too thinly inhabited for man to exterminate them. The figure represents Cuscus ornatus, a new species discovered by me in Batchian, and which also inhabits Ternate. It is peculiar to the Moluccas, while the two other species which inhabit Ceram are found also in New Guinea and Waigiou. In place of the excessive poverty of mammals which characterizes the Moluccas, we have a very rich display of feathered tribes. The number of species of birds at present known from the various islands of the Moluccan group is 265, but of these only 70 belong to the usually abundant tribes of the waders and the swimmers, indicating that these are very imperfectly known. As they are also preeminently wanderers, and are thus little fitted for illustrating the geographical distribution of life in a limited area, we will here leave them out of consideration, and confine our attention only to the 195 land birds. When we consider that all Europe, with its varied climate and vegetation, with every mile of its surface explored, and with the immense extent of temperate Asia and Africa, which serve as storehouses, from which it is continually recruited, only supports 251 species of land birds as residents or regular immigrants, we must look upon the numbers already procured in the small and comparatively unknown islands of the Moluccas as indicating a fauna of fully average richness in this department. But when we come to examine the family groups which go to make up this number, we find the most curious deficiencies in some, balanced by equally striking redundancy in other. Thus, if we compare the birds of the Moluccas with those of India, as given in Mr. Jerdon's work, we find that the three groups of the parrots, kingfishers, and pigeons form nearly 1/3 of the whole land birds in the former, while they amount to only 1/20 in the latter country. On the other hand, such widespread groups as the thrushes, warblers, and finches, which in India form nearly 1/3 of all the land birds, dwindle down in the Moluccas to 1/14. The reason of these peculiarities appears to be that the Moluccan fauna has been almost entirely derived from that of New Guinea, in which country the same deficiency and the same luxuriance is to be observed. Out of the 78 genera in which the Moluccan land birds may be classed, no less than 70 are characteristic of New Guinea, while only 6 belong specially to the Indo-Malay islands. But this close resemblance to New Guinea genera does not extend to the species, for no less than 140 out of the 195 land birds are peculiar to the Moluccan islands, while 32 are found also in New Guinea, and 15 in the Indo-Malay islands. These facts teach us that though the birds of this group have evidently been derived mainly from New Guinea, yet the immigration has not been a recent one, since there has been time for the greater proportion of the species to have become changed. We find also that many of the characteristic New Guinea forms have not entered the Moluccas at all, while others found in Ceram and Gilolo do not extend so far west as Bouru. Considering further the absence of most of the New Guinea mammals from the Moluccas, we are led to the conclusion that these islands are not fragments which have been separated from New Guinea, but form a distinct insular region, which has been upheaved independently at a rather remote epoch, and during all the mutations it has undergone has been constantly receiving immigrants from that great and productive island. The considerable length of time the Moluccas have remained isolated is further indicated by the occurrence of 2 peculiar genera of birds, Semioptera and Lycocorax, which are found nowhere else. We are able to divide this small archipelago into 2 well-marked groups, that of Ceram, including also Bouru, Amboina, Banda, and Ke, and that of Gilolo, including Morti, Batchian, Obi, Ternate, and other small islands. These divisions have each a considerable number of peculiar species, no less than 55 being found in the Ceram group only, and besides this, most of the separate islands have some species peculiar to themselves. Thus Morti Island has a peculiar kingfisher, honeysucker, and starling. Ternate has a ground thrush, pitta, and a flycatcher. Banda has a pigeon, a shrike, and a pitta. Ke has 2 flycatchers, a zosterops, a shrike, a king crow, and a cuckoo. And the remote Timor Laut, which should probably come into the Moluccan group, has a cockatoo and lory as its only known birds, and both are of peculiar species. The Moluccas are especially rich in the parrot tribe, no less than 22 species, belonging to 10 genera, inhabiting them. Among these is the large crested cockatoo, so commonly seen alive in Europe, 2 handsome red parrots of the genus Eclectus, and 5 of the beautiful crimson lories, which are almost exclusively confined to these islands and the New Guinea group. The pigeons are hardly less abundant or beautiful, 21 species being known, including 12 of the beautiful green fruit pigeons, the smaller kinds of which are ornamented with the most brilliant patches of colour on the head and the undersurface. Next to these come the kingfishers, including 16 species, almost all of which are beautiful, and many are among the most brilliantly coloured birds that exist. One of the most curious groups of birds, the megapodi, or mound makers, is very abundant in the Moluccas. They are gallinaceous birds, about the size of a small fowl, and generally of a dark ashy or sooty colour. And they have remarkably large and strong feet and long claws. They are allied to the Maleo of Celebes, of which an account has already been given, but they differ in habits, most of the birds frequenting the scrubby jungles along the seashore, where the soil is sandy, and there is a considerable quantity of debris, consisting of sticks, shells, seaweed, leaves, and so on. Of this rubbish, the Megapodius forms immense mounds, often 6 or 8 feet high, and 20 or 30 feet in diameter, which they are enabled to do with comparative ease, by means of their large feet, with which they can grasp and throw backwards a quantity of material. In the centre of this mound, at about 2 or 3 feet, the eggs are deposited, and are hatched by the gentle heat produced by the fermentation of the vegetable matter of the mound. When I first saw these mounds in the islands of Lombok, I could hardly believe that they were made by such small birds, but I afterwards met with them frequently, and have once or twice come upon the birds engaged in making them. They run a few steps backwards, grasping a quantity of loose material on one foot, and throw it a long way behind them. When once properly buried, the eggs seem to be no more cared for, the young birds working their way up through the heap of rubbish, and running off at once into the forest. They come out of the egg covered with thick downy feathers, and have no tail, although the wings are fully developed. I was so fortunate as to discover a new species, Megapodius wallacei, which inhabits Gilolo, Ternate, and Bouru. It is the handsomest bird of the genus, being richly banded with reddish-brown on the back and wings, and it differs from the other species in its habits. It frequents the forests of the interior, and comes down to the sea beach to deposit its eggs. But instead of making a mound, or scratching a hole to receive them, it burrows into the sand to the depth of about 3 feet obliquely downwards, and deposits its eggs at the bottom. It then loosely covers up the mouth of the hole, and is said by the natives to obliterate and disguise its own footmarks leading to and from the hole, by making many other tracks and scratches in the neighbourhood. It lays its eggs only at night, and at Bouru a bird was caught early one morning, as it was coming out of its hole, in which several eggs were found. All these birds seem to be semi-nocturnal, for their loud wailing cries may be constantly heard late into the night, and long before daybreak in the morning. The eggs are all of a rusty red colour, and very large for the size of the bird, being generally 3 or 3¼ inches long, by 2 or 2¼ wide. They are very good eating, and are much sought after by the natives. Another large and extraordinary bird is the cassowary, which inhabits the island of Ceram only. It is a stout and strong bird, standing 5 or 6 feet high, and covered with long, coarse, black hair-like feathers. The head is ornamented with a large horny calque or helmet, and the bare skin of the neck is conspicuous with bright blue and red colours. The wings are quite absent, and are replaced by a group of horny black spines, like blunt porcupine quills. These birds wander about the vast mountainous forests that cover the island of Ceram, feeding chiefly on fallen fruits and on insects or crustacea. The female lays from 3 to 5 large and beautifully shagreened green eggs upon a bed of leaves, the male and female sitting upon them alternately for about a month. This bird is the helmeted cassowary, Casuarius galateus of naturalists, and was for a long time the only species known. Others have since been discovered in New Guinea, New Britain, and North Australia. It was in the Moluccas that I first discovered undoubted cases of mimicry among birds, and these are so curious that I must briefly describe them. It will be as well, however, to first explain what is meant by mimicry in natural history. At page 205 of the present volume of this work, I have described a butterfly which, when at rest, so closely resembles a dead leaf that it thereby escapes the attacks of its enemies. This is termed a protective resemblance. If, however, the butterfly, being itself savoury morsel to birds, had closely resembled another butterfly which was disagreeable to birds, and therefore never eaten by them, it would be as well protected as if it resembled a leaf, and this is what has been happily termed mimicry by Mr. Bates, who first discovered the object of these curious external imitations of one insect by another belonging to a distinct genus or family, and sometimes even to a distinct order. The clear-winged moth, which resembles wasps and hornets, are the best examples of mimicry in our own country. For a long while all the known cases of exact resemblance of one creature to quite a different one were confined to insects, and it was therefore with great pleasure that I discovered in the island of Bouru 2 birds which I constantly mistook for each other, and which yet belonged to 2 distinct and somewhat distant families. One of these is a honeysucker named Tropidorhynchus boruensis, and the other a kind of oriole, which has been called Mimeta boruensis. The oriole resembles the honeysucker in the following particulars. The upper and under surfaces of the 2 birds are exactly the same tints of dark and light brown. The Tropidorhynchus has a large bare black patch around the eyes. This is copied in the Mimeta by a patch of black feathers. The top of the head of Tropidorhynchus has a scaly appearance from the narrow scale-formed feathers, which are imitated by the broader feathers of the Mimeta, having a dusky line down each. The Tropidorhynchus has a pale ruff formed of curious recurved feathers on the nape, which has given the whole genus the name of friar birds. This is represented in the Mimeta by a pale band in the same position. Lastly, the bill of the Tropidorhynchus is raised into a protuberant keel at the base, and the Mimeta has the same character, although it is not as a common one in the genus. The result is that on a superficial examination the birds are identical, although they leave important structural differences, and cannot be placed near each other in any natural arrangement. In the adjacent island of Ceram we find very distinct species of both these genera, and strange to say, these resemble each other quite as closely as do those of Bouru. The Tropidorhynchus subcortinusus is of an earthy brown colour, washed with ochreish yellow, with bare orbits, dusky cheeks, and the usual recurved nape ruff. The Mimeta foresteni, which accompanies it, is absolutely identical in the tints of every part of the body, and the details are copied just as minutely as in the former species. We have 2 kinds of evidence to tell us which bird in this case is the model, and which is the copy. The honeysuckers are coloured in a manner which is very general in the whole family to which they belong, while the orioles seem to have departed from the gay yellow tints so common among their allies. We should therefore conclude that it is the latter who mimic the former. If so, however, they must derive some advantage from the imitation, and as they are certainly weak birds, with small feet and claws, they may require it. Now the Tropidorhynchi are very strong and active birds, having powerful grasping claws, and long curved sharp beaks. They assemble together in groups and small flocks, and they haw a very loud bawling note, which can be heard at a great distance, and serves to collect a number together in time of danger. They are very plentiful and very pugnacious, frequently driving away crows and even hawks, which perch on a tree where a few of them are assembled. It is very probable, therefore, that the smaller birds of prey have learnt to respect these birds and leave them alone, and it may be thus a great advantage for the weaker and less courageous Mimetas to be mistaken for them. This being the case, the laws of variation and survival of the fittest will suffice to explain how the resemblance has been brought about, without supposing any voluntary action on the part of the birds themselves. And those who have read Mr. Darwin's Origin of Species will have no difficulty in comprehending the whole process. The insects of the Moluccas are preeminently beautiful, even when compared with the varied and beautiful productions of other parts of the archipelago. The grand bird-winged butterflies, Ornithoptera, here reach their maximum of size and beauty, and many of the papilios, Pereidae Danaidae, and Nymphalidae, are equally preeminent. There is perhaps no island in the world so small as Amboyna, where so many grand insects are to be found. Here are three of the very finest Ornithoptera, Priamus, Helena, and Remis, three of the handsomest and largest papilios, Ulysses, Deophobus, and Gambriesus, one of the handsomest Pieridae, Iphias lecupe, and the largest of the Danaidae, Hestia idea, and two unusually large and handsome Nymphalidae, Diadema pandarus and Caraxes euryalus. Among its beetles are the extraordinary Euchirus longimanus, whose enormous legs spread over a space of 8 inches, and an unusual number of large and handsome longicorns, Anthribidae and Bubestridae. The beetles figured on the plate as characteristic of the Moluccas are 1. A small specimen of the Euchirus longimanus, or long-armed chafer, which has been already mentioned in the account of my residence at Amboyna, chapter 20. The female has the 4 legs of moderate length. 2. A fine weevil, an undescribed species of Eupholus, of rich blue and emerald green colours, banded with black. It is a native of Ceram and Goram, and is found on foliage. 3. A female of Xenocerus semiluctosus, one of the Anthribidae of delicate silky white and black colours. It is abundant on fallen trunks and stumps in Ceram and Amboyna. 4. An undescribed species of Xenocerus, a male with very long and curious antennae, and elegant black and white markings. It is found on fallen trunks in Batchian. 5. An undescribed species of Arachnobus, a curious genus of weevils peculiar to the Moluccas and New Guinea, and remarkable for their long legs and their habits of often sitting on leaves and turning rapidly round the edge to the undersurface when disturbed. It was found in Gilolo. All these insects are represented of the natural size. Like the birds, the insects of the Moluccas show a decided affinity with those of New Guinea, rather than with the productions of the great western islands of the archipelago. But the difference in form and structure between the productions of the east and west is not nearly so marked here as in birds. This is probably due to the more immediate dependence of insects on climate and vegetation, and the greater facilities for their distribution in the varied stages of egg, pupa, and perfect insect. This has led to a general uniformity in the insect life of the whole archipelago, in accordance with the general uniformity of its climate and vegetation, while on the other hand, the great susceptibility of the insect organization to the action of external conditions has led to infinite detailed modifications of form and color, which have in many cases given a considerable diversity to the productions of adjacent islands. Owing to the great preponderance among the birds of parrots, pigeons, kingfishers, and sunbirds, almost all of gay or delicate colours, and many adorned with the most gorgeous plumage, and to the numbers of very large and showy butterflies which are almost everywhere to be met with, the forests of the Moluccas offer to the naturalist a very striking example of the luxuriance and beauty of animal life in the tropics. Yet the almost entire absence of mammalia, and of such widespread groups of birds as woodpeckers, thrushes, jays, tits, and pheasants, must convince him that he is in a part of the world which has, in reality, but little in common with the great Asiatic continent, although an unbroken chain of islands seems to link them to it. End of chapter 27. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 28 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 2, by Alfred Russel WALLACE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 28. Macasar to the Aru Islands in a native prau, December 1856. It was the beginning of December, and the rainy season at Macasar had just set in. For nearly 3 months had beheld the sun rise daily above the palm groves, mount to the zenith, and descend like a globe of fire into the ocean, unobscured for a single moment of his course. Now dark leaden clouds had gathered over the whole heavens, and seemed to have rendered him permanently invisible. The strong east winds, warm and dry and dust-laden, which had hitherto blown as certainly as the sun had risen, were now replaced by variable gusty breezes and heavy rains, often continuous for 3 days and nights together, and the parched and fissured rice stubbles, which during the dry weather had extended in every direction for miles around the town, were already so flooded as to be only passable by boats, or by means of a labyrinth of paths on the top of narrow banks, which divided the separate properties. 5 months of this kind of weather might be expected in southern Celebes, and I therefore determined to seek my more favourable climate for collecting in during that period, and to return in the next dry season to complete my exploration of the district. Fortunately for me, I was in one of the treat emporiums of the native trade of the archipelago. Rattans from Borneo, sandalwood and beeswax from Flores and Timor, tripang from the Gulf of Carpentaria, Cajputi oil from Bouru, wild nutmegs and mussoi bark from New Guinea are all to be found in the stores of the Chinese and Bugis merchants of Macasar, along with the rice and coffee which are the chief products of the surrounding country. More important than all these, however, is the trade to Aru, a group of islands situated on the southwest coast of New Guinea, and of which almost the whole produce comes to Macasar in native vessels. These islands are quite out of the track of all European trade, and are inhabited only by black mop-headed savages, who yet contribute to the luxurious tastes of most civilized races. Pearls, mother of pearl, and tortoiseshell find their way to Europe, while edible birds' nests and tripang, or sea slug, are obtained by shiploads for the gastronomic enjoyment of the Chinese. The trade to these islands has existed from very early times, and it is from them that the birds of paradise, of the 2 kinds known to Linnaeus, were first brought. The native vessels can only make the voyage once a year, owing to the monsoons. They leave Macasar in December or January at the beginning of the west monsoon, and return in July or August with the full strength of the east monsoon. Even by the Macasar people themselves, the voyage to the Aru Islands is looked upon as a rather wild and romantic expedition, full of novel sights and strange adventures. He who has made it is looked up to as an authority, and it remains with many the unachieved ambition of their lives. I myself had hoped rather than expected ever to reach this Ultima Thule of the East, and when I found that I really could do so now, had I but courage to trust myself for 1,000 miles voyage in a Bugis prau, and for 6 or 7 months among lawless traders and ferocious savages, I felt somewhat as I did when, as a schoolboy, I was for the first time allowed to travel outside the stagecoach, to visit that scene of all that is strange and new and wonderful to young imaginations, London. By the help of some kind friends, I was introduced to the owner of one of the large praus which was to sail in a few days. He was a Javanese half-caste, intelligent, mild, and gentlemanly in his manners, and had a young and pretty Dutch wife, whom he was going to leave behind during his absence. When we talked about passage money, he would fix no sum, but insisted on leaving it entirely to me to pay, on my return, exactly what I liked. "And then," said he, "whether you give me $1 or 100, I shall be satisfied, and shall ask no more." The remainder of my stay was fully occupied in laying in stores, engaging servants, and making every other preparation for an absence of 7 months from even the outskirts of civilization. On the morning of December 13th, when we went on board at daybreak, it was raining hard. We set sail, and it came on to blow. Our boat was lost astern, our sails damaged, and the evening found us back again in Macasar harbour. We remained there 4 days longer, owing to its raining all the time, thus rendering it impossible to dry and repair the huge mat sails. All these dreary days I remained on board, and during the rare intervals when it didn't rain, made myself acquainted with our outlandish craft, some of the peculiarities of which I will now endeavour to describe. It was a vessel of about 70 tons burthen, and shaped something like a Chinese junk. The deck sloped considerably downward to the bows, which are thus the lowest part of the ship. There were 2 large rudders, but instead of being planed astern, they were hung on the quarters from strong crossbeams, which projected out 2 or 3 feet on each side, and to which extent the deck overhung the sides of the vessel amidships. The rudders were not hinged, but hung with slings of rattan, the friction of which keeps them in any position in which they are placed, and thus perhaps facilitates steering. The tillers were not on deck, but entered the vessel through 2 square openings into a lower, or half-deck, about 3 feet high, in which sit the 2 steersmen. In the after part of the vessel was a low poop, about 3½ feet high, which forms the captain's cabin, its furniture consisting of boxes, mats, and pillows. In front of the poop and mainmast was a little thatched house on deck, about 4 feet high to the ridge, and one compartment of this, forming a cabin 6½ feet long by 5½ feet wide, I had all to myself, and it was the snuggest and most comfortable little place I ever enjoyed at sea. It was entered by a low sliding door of thatch on one side, and had a very small window on the other. The floor was of split bamboo, pleasantly elastic, raised 6 inches above the deck, so as to be quite dry. It was covered with fine cane mats, from the manufacture of which Macasar is celebrated. Against the further wall were arranged my gun case, insect boxes, clothes, and books. My mattress occupied the middle, and the next door were my canteen, lamp, and little store of luxuries for the voyage, while guns, revolver, and hunting knife hung conveniently from the roof. During these 4 miserable days I was quite jolly in this little snuggery, more so than I should have been if confined at the same time to the gilded and uncomfortable saloon of a first-class steamer. Then how comparatively sweet was everything on board. No paint, no tar, no new rope, vilest of smells to the Qualmish, no grease or oil or varnish, but instead of these, bamboo and rattan, and coir rope, and palm thatch, pure vegetable fibres, which smell pleasantly if they smell at all, and recall quiet scenes in the green and shady forest. Our ship had 2 masts, if masts they can be called, which were great movable triangles. If in an ordinary ship you should replace the shrouds and backstays by strong timbers, and take away the mast altogether, you have the arrangement adopted on board a prau. Above my cabin, and resting on a cross beams attached to the mast, was a wilderness of yards and spars, mostly formed of bamboo. The main yard, an immense affair nearly 100 feet long, was formed of many pieces of wood and bamboo bound together with rattans in an ingenious manner. The sail carried by this was of an oblong shape, and was hung out of the centre, so that when the short end was hauled down on deck, the longer end mounted high in the air, making up for the lowness of the mast itself. The foresail was of the same shape, but smaller. Both these were of matting, and, with 2 jibs and a fore, and aft sail astern of cotton canvas, completed our rig. The crew consisted of about 30 men, natives of Macasar and the adjacent coasts and islands. They were mostly young, and were short, broad-faced, good-humoured looking fellows. Their dress consisted generally of a pair of trousers only when at work, and a handkerchief twisted round the head, to which in the evening they would add a thin cotton jacket. 4 of the elder men were jurumundis, or steersmen, who had to squat, 2 at a time, in the little steerage before described, changing every 6 hours. Then there was an old man, the juragan, or captain, but who was really what we should call the first mate. He occupied the other half of the little house on deck. There were about 10 respectable men, Chinese or Bugis, whom our owner used to call his own people. He treated them very well, shared his meals with them, and spoke to them always with perfect politeness. Yet they were, most of them, a kind of slave debtors, bound over by the police magistrate to work for him, at mere nominal wages, for a term of years, till their debts were liquidated. This is a Dutch institution in this part of the world, and seems to work very well. It is a great boon to traders, who can do nothing in these thinly populated regions without trusting goods to agents and petty dealers, who frequently squander them away in gambling and debauchery. The lower classes are almost all in a chronic state of debt. The merchant trusts them again and again, till the amount is something serious, when he brings them to court, and has their services allotted to him for its liquidation. The debtors seem to think this no disgrace, but rather enjoy their freedom from responsibility, and the dignity of their position under a wealthy and well-known merchant. They trade a little on their own account, and both parties seem to get on very well together. The plan seems a more sensible one than that which we adopt of effectually preventing a man from earning anything towards paying his debts by shutting him up in jail. My own servants were 3 in number. Ali, the Malay boy whom I had picked up in Borneo, was my head man. He had already been with me a year, and could turn his hand to anything, and was quite attentive and trustworthy. He was a good shot and fond of shooting, and I had taught him to skin birds very well. The second, named Baderoon, was a Macasar lad, also a pretty good boy, but a desperate gambler. Under pretence of buying a house for his mother and clothes for himself, he had received 4 months' wages about a week before we sailed, and in a day or 2 gambled away every dollar of it. He had come on board with no clothes, no betel or tobacco or salt fish, all of which necessary articles I was obliged to send Ali to buy for him. These 2 lads were about 16, I should suppose. The third was younger, a sharp little rascal named Basso, who had been with me a month or 2 and had learnt to cook tolerably. He was to fulfil the important office of cook and housekeeper, for I could not get any regular servants to go to such a terribly remote country. One might as well ask a chef de cuisine to go to Patagonia. On the 5th day that I had spent on board, December 15th, the rain ceased, and final preparations were made for starting. Sails were dried and furled, boats were constantly coming and going, and stores for the voyage, fruit, vegetables, fish, and palm sugar, were taken on board. In the afternoon 2 women arrived with a large party of friends and relations, and at parting there was a general nose-rubbing, the Malay kiss, and some tears shed. These were promising symptoms for our getting off next day, and accordingly, at 3 in the morning, the owner came on board, the anchor was immediately weighed, and by 4 we set sail. Just as we were fairly off and clear of the other praus, the old Jurugan repeated some prayers, all around responding with Allah ilala, and a few strokes on a gong as an accompaniment, concluding with all wishing each other Salamat Jalan, a safe and happy journey. We had a light breeze, a calm sea, and a fine morning, a prosperous commencement for our voyage of about 1,000 miles to the far-famed Aru Islands. The wind continued light and variable all day, with a calm in the evening before the land breeze sprang up. Were then passing the island of Tanakaki, foot of the land, at the extreme south of this part of the Celebes. There are some dangerous rocks here, and as I was standing by the bulwarks, I happened to spit over the side. One of the men begged I would not do so just now, but spit on deck, as they were much afraid of this place. Not quite comprehending, I made him repeat his request, when seeing that he was in earnest, I said, "Very well, I suppose there are hantus spirits here." "Yes," said he, "and they don't like anything to be thrown overboard. Many a prau has been lost by doing it." Upon which I promised to be very careful. At sunset, the good Mahometans on board all repeated a few words of prayer, with a general chorus, reminding me of the pleasing and impressive Ave Maria of Catholic countries. December 20th. At sunrise we were opposite the Bontine Mountain, said to be one of the highest in Celebes. In the afternoon we passed the Salayar Straits, and had a little squall, which obliged us to lower our huge mast, sails, and heavy yards. The rest of the evening we had a fine west wind, which carried us on at a near 5 knots an hour, as much as our lumbering old tub can possibly go. December 21st. A heavy swell from the south-west, rolling us about most uncomfortably. A steady wind was blowing, however, and we got on very well. December 22nd. The swell had gone down. We passed Botong, a large island, high, woody, and populous, the native place of some of our crew. A small prau returning from Bali to the island of Goram overtook us. The Nakoda, captain, was known to our owner. They had been 2 years away, but were full of people, with several black Papuans on board. At 6 p.m. we passed Wangi, low but not flat, inhabited, and subject to Botong. We had now fairly entered the Molucca Sea. After dark it was a beautiful sight to look down at the rudders, from which rushed eddying streams of phosphoric light, gemmed with whirling sparks of fire. It resembled, more nearly than anything else on which I can compare it, one of the large, irregular, nebulous star clusters seen through a good telescope, with the additional attraction of ever-changing form and dancing motion. December 23rd. Fine red sunrise. The island we left last evening barely visible behind us. The Goram Prau about a mile south of us. They have no compass, yet they have kept a very true course during the night. Our owner tells me they do it by the swell of the sea, the direction of which they notice at sunset, and sail by it during the night. In these seas they are never, in fine weather, more than 2 days without seeing land. Of course, adverse winds or currents sometimes carry them away, but they soon fall in with some island, and there are always some old sailors on board who know it, and thence take a new course. Last night a shark about 5 feet long was caught, and this morning it was cut up and cooked. In the afternoon they got another, and I had a little fried and found it firm and dry, but very palatable. In the evening the sun set in a heavy bank of clouds, which, as darkness came on, assumed a fearfully black appearance. According to custom, when strong wind or rain is expected, our large sails were furled, and with their yards let down on deck, and a small square foresail alone kept up. The great mat sails are most awkward things to manage in rough weather. The yards which support them are 70 feet long, and of course very heavy, and the only way to furl them being to roll up the sail on the boom, it is a very dangerous thing to have them standing when overtaken by a squall. Our crew, though numerous enough for a vessel of 700 instead of one of 70 tons, have it very much their own way, and there seems to be seldom more than a dozen at work at a time. When anything important is to be done, however, all start up willingly enough, but then all think themselves at liberty to give their opinion, and half a dozen voices are heard giving orders, and there is such a shrieking and confusion that it seems wonderful anything gets done at all. Considering we have 50 men of several tribes and tongues on board, wild, half-savage-looking fellows, and few of them feeling any of the restraints of morality or of education, we get on wonderfully well. There is no fighting or quarrelling, as there would certainly be among the same number of Europeans with as little restraint upon their actions, and there is scarcely any of that noise and excitement which might be expected. In fine weather the greater part of them are quietly enjoying themselves. Some are sleeping under the shadow of the sails, others, in a little group of 3 or 4, are talking, or chewing betel. One is making a new handle to his chopping knife, another is stitching away at a new pair of trousers or a shirt, and all are as quiet and well conducted as on board the best ordered English merchantman. 2 or 3 take it by turns to watch in the bows, and see after the braces and halyards of the great sails. The 2 steersmen are below in the steerage. Our captain, or the jargan, gives the course, guided partly by the compass and partly by the direction of the wind, and a watch of 2 or 3 on the poop, looking after the trimming of the sails, and call out the hours by the water clock. This is a very ingenious contrivance, which measures time well in both rough weather and fine. It is simply a bucket half filled with water, in which floats half of a well-scraped cocoa-nut shell. In the bottom of the shell is a very small hole, so that when placed afloat in the bucket, a fine thread of water squirts up into it. This gradually fills the shell, and the size of the hole is so adjusted to the capacity of the vessel that, exactly at the end of an hour, plump it goes to the bottom. The watch then cries out the number of hours from sunrise, and sets the shell afloat again, empty. This is a very good measure of time. I tested it with my watch, and found that it hardly varied a minute from one hour to another, nor did the motion of the vessel have any effect upon it, as the water in the bucket, of course, kept level. It has a great advantage for rude people in being easily understood, in being rather bulky and easy to see, and in the final submergence, being accompanied with a little bubbling and commotion of the water, which calls the attention to it. It is also quickly replaced if lost while in harbour. Our captain and owner I find to be a quiet, good-tempered man, who seems to get on very well with all about him. When at sea, he drinks no wine or spirits, but indulges only in coffee and cakes, morning and afternoon, in company with his supercargo and assistants. He is a man of some little education, can read and write well both Dutch and Malay, uses a compass and has a chart. He has been a trader to Aru for many years, and is well known to the Europeans and natives in this part of the world. December 24th. Fine, and little wind. No land in sight for the first time since we left Macasar. At noon calm, with heavy showers, in which our crew wash their clothes, and in the afternoon the prow is covered with shirts, trousers, sarongs of various gay colours. I made a discovery today, which at first rather alarmed me. The two ports or openings through which the tillers enter from the lateral rudders are not more than 3 or 4 feet high above the water, which thus has a free entrance into the vessel. I of course had imagined that this open space from one side to the other was separated from the whole by a watertight bulkhead, so that a sea entering might wash out at the further side, and do no more harm than give the steersman a drenching. To my surprise and dismay, however, I find that it is completely open to the hold, so that half a dozen seas rolling in on a stormy night would nearly or quite swamp us. Think of a vessel going to sea for a month with 2 holes, each a yard square, into the whole at 3 feet above the waterline, holes too which cannot possibly be closed. But our captain says all praus are so, and though he acknowledges the danger, he does not know how to alter it. The people are used to it. He does not understand praus so well as they do, and if such a great alteration were made, he should be sure to have difficulty in getting a crew. This proves, at all events, that praus must be good sea-boats, for the captain has been continually making voyages in them for the last 10 years, and says he has never known water enough to enter to do any harm. December 25th. Christmas Day dawned upon us with gusts of wind, driving rain, thunder and lightning, added to which a short confused sea made our queer vessel pitch and roll very uncomfortably. About 9 o'clock, however, it cleared up, and we then saw ahead of us the fine island of Bouru, perhaps 40 or 50 miles distant, its mountains wreathed with clouds, while its lower lands were still invisible. The afternoon was fine, and the wind got round again to the west. Although this is really the west monsoon, there is no regularity or steadiness about it, calms and breezes from every point of the compass continually occurring. The captain, though nominally a Protestant, seemed to have no idea of Christmas Day as a festival. Our dinner was of rice and curry as usual, and an extra glass of wine was all I could do to celebrate it. December 26th. Fine view of the mountains of Bouru, which we have now approached considerably. Our crew seem rather a clumsy lot. They do not walk the deck with the easy swing of English sailors, but hesitate and stagger like landsmen. In the night, the lower boom of our mainsail broke, and they were all the morning repairing it. It consisted of 2 bamboos lashed together, thick end to thin, and was about 70 feet long. The rigging and arrangement of these praus contrasts strangely with that of European vessels, in which the various ropes and spars, though much more numerous, are placed so as not to interfere with each other's action. Here the case is quite different, for though there are no shrouds or stays to complicate the matter, yet scarcely anything can be done without first clearing something else out of the way. The large sails cannot be shifted round to go to the other tack, without first hauling down the jibs, and the booms of the fore and aft sails have to be lowered and completely detached to perform the same operation. Then there are always a lot of ropes foul of each other, and all the sails can never be set, though they are so few, without a good part of the surface having the wind kept out of them by others. Yet praus are much liked, even by those who have had European vessels, because of their cheapness both in first cost and in keeping up. Almost all repairs can be done by the crew, and very few European stores are required. December 28th. This day we saw the Banda group, the volcano first appearing, a perfect cone having very much the outline of the Egyptian pyramids, and looking almost as regular. In the evening the smoke rested over its summit like a small stationary cloud. This was my first view of an active volcano, but pictures and panoramas have so impressed such things on my mind that when we at length behold them they seem nothing extraordinary. December 30th. Passed the island of Teor, and the group near it, which are very incorrectly marked on the charts. Flying fish were numerous today. It is a smaller species than that of the Atlantic, and more active and elegant in its motions. As they skim along the surface, they turn on their sides, so as to fully display their beautiful fins, taking a flight of about 100 yards, rising and falling in a most graceful manner. At a little distance they exactly resemble swallows, and no one who sees them can doubt that they really do fly, not merely descend in an oblique direction from height they gain by their first spring. In the evening an aquatic bird, a species of booby, Sula fiber, rested on our hen coop, and was caught by the neck by one of my boys. December 31st. At daybreak the K Islands, pronounced K, were in sight, where we are to stay a few days. About noon we rounded a northern point, and endeavoured to coast along to the anchorage, but being now on the leeward side of the island, the wind came in violent irregular gusts, and then leaving us altogether, we were carried back by a strong current. Just then 2 boatloads of natives appeared, and our owner having agreed with them to tow us into harbour, they tried to do so, assisted by our own boat, but could make no way. We were therefore obliged to anchor in a very dangerous place on a rocky bottom, and we were engaged till nearly dark getting hawsers secured to some rocks under water. The coast of Ke, along which we had passed, was very picturesque. Light-coloured limestone rocks rose abruptly from the water to the height of several hundred feet, everywhere broken into jutting peaks and pinnacles, weather-worn into sharp points and honeycomb surfaces, and clothed throughout with the most varied and luxuriant vegetation. The cliffs above the sea offered to our view screw pines and arborescent liliacea of strange forms, mingled with shrubs and creepers, while the higher slopes supported a dense growth of forest trees. Here and there little bays and inlets presented beaches of dazzling whiteness. The water was transparent as crystal, and tinged the rock-strewn slope which plunged steeply into its unfathomable depths with colours varying from emerald to lapis lazuli. The sea was calm as a lake, and the glorious sun of the tropics threw a flood of golden light over all. The scene to me was inexpressibly delightful. I was in a new world, and could dream of the wonderful productions hid in those rocky forests and in those azure abysses. But few European feet had ever trodden the shores I gazed upon. Its plants and animals and men were alike almost unknown, and I could not help speculating on what my wanderings there for a few days might bring to light.
End of chapter 28. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 29 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 2, by Alfred Russel Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 29. The Ke Islands, January 1857. The native boats that had come to meet us were 3 or 4 in number, containing in all about 50 men. They were long canoes, with the bow and stern rising into a beak 6 or 9 feet high, decorated with shells and waving plumes of cassowary hair. I now had my first view of Papuans in their own country, and in less than 5 minutes was convinced that the opinion already arrived at by the examination of a few Timor and New Guinea slaves was substantially correct, and that the people I now had an opportunity of comparing side by side belonged to 2 of the most distinct and strongly marked races that the earth contains. Had I been blind, I could have been certain that these islanders were not Malays. The loud, rapid, eager tones, the incessant motion, the intense, vital activity manifested in speech and action, are the very antipodes of the quiet, unimpulsive, unanimated Malay. These Ke men came up singing and shouting, dipping their paddles deep in the water, and throwing up clouds of spray. As they approached nearer, they stood up in their canoes and increased their noise and gesticulations, and on coming alongside, without asking leave, and without a moment's hesitation, the greater part of them scrambled up on our deck, just as if they were come to take possession of a captured vessel. Then commenced a scene of indescribable confusion. These 40 black, naked, mop-headed savages seemed intoxicated with joy and excitement. Not one of them could remain still for a moment. Every individual of our crew was in turn surrounded and examined, asked for tobacco or arrack, grinned at and deserted for another. All talked at once, and our captain was regularly mobbed by the chief men, who wanted to be employed to tow us in, and who begged vociferously to be paid in advance. A few presents of tobacco made their eyes glisten. They would express their satisfaction by grins and shouts, by rolling on deck, or by a headlong leap overboard. Schoolboys on an unexpected holiday, Irishmen at a fair, or midshipmen on shore would give but a faint idea of the exuberant animal enjoyment of these people. Under similar circumstances, Malays could not behave as these Papuans did. If they came on board a vessel, after asking permission, not a word would be at first spoken, except a few compliments, and only after some time, and very cautiously, would any approach be made to business. One would speak at a time with a low voice and great deliberation, and the mode of making a bargain would be quietly refusing all your offers, or even going away without saying another word about the matter, unless you advanced your price to what they are willing to accept. Our crew, many of whom had not made the voyage before, seemed quite scandalized at such an unprecedented bad manners, and only very gradually made any approach to fraternization with the blackfellows. They reminded me of a party of demure, well-behaved children suddenly broken in upon by a lot of wild, romping, riotous boys, whose conduct seems most extraordinary and very naughty. These moral features are more striking and more conclusive of absolute diversity than even the physical contrast presented by the two races, though that is sufficiently remarkable. The sooty blackness of the skin, the mop-like head of frizzly hair, and most important of all, the marked form of countenance of quite a different type from that of the Malay, are what we cannot believe to result from mere climatal or other modifying influences on one and the same race. The Malay face is of the Mongolian type, broad and somewhat flat. The brows are depressed, the mouth wide but not projecting, and the nose small and well formed, but for the great dilation of the nostrils. The face is smooth and rarely develops a trace of a beard, the hair black, coarse, and perfectly straight. The Papuan, on the other hand, has a face which we may say is compressed and projecting. The brows are protuberant and overhanging, the mouth large and prominent, while the nose is very large, the apex elongated downwards, the ridge thick, and the nostrils large. It is an obtrusive and remarkable feature in the countenance, the very reverse of what obtains in the Malay face. The twisted beard and frizzly hair complete this remarkable contrast. Here then I had reached a new world inhabited by a strange people. Between the Malayan tribes, among whom I had for some years been living, and the Papuan races, whose country I had now entered, we may fairly say that there is as much difference, both moral and physical, as between the Red Indians of South America and the Negroes of Guinea on the opposite side of the Atlantic. January 1st, 1857. This has been a day of thorough enjoyment. I have wandered in the forests of an island rarely seen by Europeans. Before daybreak we left our anchorage, and in an hour reached the village of Har, where we were to stay 3 or 4 days. The range of hills here receded so as to form a small bay, and they were broken up into peaks and hummocks with intervening flats and hollows. A broad beach of the whitest sand lined the inner part of the bay, backed by a mass of cocoanut palms, among which the huts were concealed and surmounted by a dense and varied growth of timber. Canoes and boats of various sizes were drawn up on the beach, and 1 or 2 idlers, with a few children and a dog, gazed at our prau as we came to an anchor. When we went on shore, the first thing that attracted us was a large and well-constructed shed, under which a long boat was being built, while others in the various stages of completion were placed at intervals along the beach. Our captain, who wanted 2 of the moderate size for trade among the islands of the Aru, immediately began bargaining for them, and in a short time had arranged for a number of brass guns, gongs, sarongs, handkerchiefs, axes, white plates, tobacco, and arrack, which he was to give for a pair which would be got ready in 4 days. We then went to the village, which consisted only of 3 or 4 huts, situated immediately above the beach, on an irregular rocky piece of ground, overshadowed with cocoanuts, palms, bananas, and other fruit trees. The houses were very rude, black and half rotten, raised a few feet on posts, on low sides of bamboo or planks, and high thatched roofs. They had small doors and no windows, an opening under the projecting gables letting the smoke out and little light in. The floors were of strips of bamboo, thin, slippery, and elastic, and so weak that my feet were in danger of plunging through at every step. Native boxes of pandanus leaves and slabs of palm pith, very neatly constructed, mats of the same, jars and cooking pots of native pottery, and a few European plates and basins were the whole furniture, and the interior was throughout dark and smoke-blackened, and dismal in the extreme. Accompanied by Ali and Badarun, I now attempted to make some explorations, and we were followed by a train of boys eager to see what we were going to do. The most trodden path from the beach led us into a shady hollow, where the trees were of immense height and undergrowth scanty. From the summits of these trees came at intervals a deep booming sound, which at first puzzled us, but which we soon found to proceed from some large pigeons. My boys shot at them, and after 1 or 2 misses brought one down. It was a magnificent bird, 20 inches long, of a bluish-white colour, with the back wings and tail intense metallic green, with golden, blue, and violet reflections, the feet coral red, and the eyes golden yellow. It is a rare species which I have named Carpophaga conchina, and is found only in a few small islands, where, however, it abounds. It is the same species in which the island of Banda is called the nutmeg pigeon, from its habit of devouring the fruits, the seed or nutmeg being thrown up entire and uninjured. Though these pigeons have a narrow beak, yet their jaws and throat are so extensible that they can swallow fruits of very large size. I had before shot a species much smaller than this one, which had a number of hard globular palm fruits in its crop, each more than an inch in diameter. A little further on, the path divided into two, one leading along the beach and across mangrove and sago swamps, the other rising to cultivated grounds. We therefore returned, and taking a fresh departure from the village, endeavoured to ascend the hills and penetrate into the interior. The path, however, was a most trying one. Where there was earth, it was a deposit of reddish clay overlying the rock, and was worn so smooth by the attrition of naked feet that my shoes could obtain no hold on the sloping surface. A little further we came to the bare rock, and this was worse, for it was so rugged and broken, and so honeycombed and weather-worn into sharp points and angles, that my boys, who'd gone barefooted all their lives, could not stand it. Their feet began to bleed, and I saw that if I did not want them completely lamed, it would be wise to turn back. My own shoes, which were rather thin, were but a poor protection, and would have soon been cut to pieces. Yet our little naked guides tripped along with the greatest ease and unconcern, and seemed much astonished at our effeminacy in not being able to take a walk which to them was a perfectly agreeable one. During the rest of our stay in the island, we were obliged to confine ourselves to the vicinity of the shore and the cultivated grounds, and those more level portions of the forest where little soil had accumulated and the rock had been less exposed to atmospheric action. The island of K, pronounced exactly as the letter K, but erroneously spelt in our maps Ki or Ki, is long and narrow, running in a north and south direction, and consists almost entirely of rock and mountain. It is everywhere covered with luxuriant forests, and in its bays and inlets the sand is of a dazzling whiteness, resulting from the decomposition of the coralline limestone of which it is entirely composed. In all the little swampy inlets and valleys sago trees abound, and these supply the main subsistence of the natives, who grow no rice, and have scarcely any other cultivated products but coconuts, plantains, and yams. From the coconuts which surround every hut, and which thrive exceedingly on the porous limestone soil and under the influence of salt breezes, oil is made, which is sold at a good price to the Aru traders, who all touch here to lay in their stock of this article, as well as to purchase boats and native crockery. Wooden bowls, pans, and trays are also largely made here, hewn out of the solid blocks of wood with knife and adze, and these are carried to all parts of the Moluccas. But the art in which the natives of K preeminently excel is that of boat building. Their forests supply abundance of fine timber, though probably not so much more than any other islands, and from some unknown causes these remote savages have come to excel in what seems a very difficult art. Their small canoes are beautifully formed, broad and low in the centre, but rising at each end, where they terminate in high pointed beaks, more or less carved, and ornamented with a plume of feathers. They are not hollowed out of a tree, but are regularly built of planks running from end to end, and so accurately fitted that it is often difficult to find a place where a knife blade can be inserted between the joints. The larger ones are from 20 to 30 tons burthen, and are finished, ready for sea, without a nail or particle of iron being used, and with no other tools than axe, adze, and auger. These vessels are handsome to look at, good sailors, and admirable sea-boats, and will make long voyages with perfect safety, traversing the whole archipelago from New Guinea to Singapore in seas which, as everyone who has sailed much in them can testify, are not so smooth and tempest-free as word-painting travellers love to represent them. The forests of K produce magnificent timber, tall, straight, and durable, of various qualities, some of which are said to be superior to the best Indian teak. To make each pair of planks used in the construction of the larger boats, an entire tree is consumed. It is felled, often miles away from the shore, cut across to the proper length, and then hewn longitudinally into 2 equal portions. Each of these forms a plank by cutting down with the axe to a uniform thickness of 3 or 4 inches, leaving at first a solid block at each end to prevent splitting. Along the centre of each plank a series of projecting pieces are left, standing up 3 or 4 inches, about the same width and a foot long. These are of great importance in the construction of the vessel. When a sufficient number of planks have been made, they are laboriously dragged through the forest by 3 or 4 men each to the beach, where the boat is to be built. A foundation piece, broad in the middle and rising considerably at each end, is laid on blocks and properly shored up. The edges of this are worked true and smooth with the adze, and a plank, properly curved and tapering at each end, is held firmly up against it, while a line is struck along it, which allows it to be cut so as to fit exactly. A series of auger holes, about as large as one's finger, are then bored along the opposite edges, and pins of hard wood are fitted into these, so that the two planks are held firmly, and can be driven into the closest contact. And difficult as this seems to do without any other aid than rude practical skill in forming each edge to the true corresponding curves, and in pouring the holes so exactly as to match both in position and direction, yet so well is it done that the best European shipwright cannot produce sounder or closer fitting joints. The boat is built up in this way by fitting plank to plank till the proper height and width are obtained. We now have a skin held together entirely by the hardwood pins connecting the edges of the planks, very strong and elastic, but having nothing but the adhesion of these pins to prevent the planks gaping. In the smaller boats, seats, in the larger ones, cross-beams, are now fixed. They are sprung into slight notches, cut to receive them, and are further secured by the projecting pieces of plank below by a long, strong lashing of rattan. Ribs are now formed of single pieces of tough wood, chosen and trimmed so as to exactly fit onto the projections from each plank, being slightly notched to receive them, and securely bound to them by rattans, passed through a hole in each projecting piece close to the surface of the plank. The ends are closed against the vertical prow and stern posts, and further secured with pegs and rattans, and then the boat is complete, and when fitted with rudders, masts, and thatched covering, is ready to do battle with the waves. A careful consideration of the principle of this mode of construction, and allowing for the strength and binding qualities of rattan, which resembles in these respects wire rather than cordage, makes me believe that a vessel carefully built in this way is actually stronger and safer than one fastened in the ordinary way with nails. During our stay here we were all very busy. Our captain was daily superintending the completion of his 2 small praus. All day long native boats were coming with fish, coconuts, parrots, and lorries, earthen pans, syrup leaf, wooden bowls and trays, and so on and so forth, which every one of the 50 inhabitants of our prau seemed to be buying on his own account, till all available and most unavailable space of our vessel was occupied with these miscellaneous articles. For every man on board a prau considered himself at liberty to trade and to carry with him whatever he can afford to buy. Money is unknown and valueless here, knives, cloth, and arrack forming the only medium of exchange, with tobacco for small coin. Every transaction is the subject of a special bargain, and the cause of much talking. It is absolutely necessary to offer very little, as the natives are never satisfied till you add a little more. They are then far better pleased than if you had given them twice the amount at first, and refused to increase it. I too was doing a little business, having persuaded some of the natives to collect insects for me, and when they really found that I gave them most fragrant tobacco for worthless black and green beetles, I soon had a score of visitors, men, women, and children, bringing bamboos full of creeping things, which alas too frequently had eaten each other into fragments during the tedium of a day's confinement. Of one of the grand new beetle, glittering with ruby and emerald tints, I got quite a large quantity, having first detected one of its wing cases ornamenting the outside of a native's tobacco pouch. It was quite a new species, and had not been found elsewhere than on this little island. It is one of the Buprestidae, and has been named Cyphogastra calipuga. Every morning, after an early breakfast, I wandered by myself into the forest, where I found delightful occupation in capturing the large and handsome butterflies, which were tolerably abundant, and most of them new to me. For I was now upon the confines of the Moluccas and New Guinea, a region the production of which were then among the most precious and rare in the cabinets of Europe. Here my eyes were feasted for the first time with splendid scarlet lories on the wing, as well as by the sight of that most imperial butterfly, the Priamus of collectors, or a closely allied species, but flying so high that I did not succeed in capturing a specimen. One of them was brought me in a bamboo, bored up with a lot of beetles, and of course torn to pieces. The principal drawback of the place for a collector is the want of good paths, and the dreadfully rugged character of the surface, requiring the attention be continually directed to securing a footing, as to make it very difficult to capture active winged things, who pass out of reach while one is glancing to see that the next step may not plunge one into a chasm or over a precipice. Another inconvenience is that there is no running streams, the rock being of so porous a nature that the surface water everywhere penetrates its fissures. At least such is the character of the neighbourhood we visited, and the only water being small springs trickling out close to the sea beach. In the forest of Ke,
arboreal Liliaceae and Pandanaceae abound, and give a character to the vegetation in the more exposed rocky places. Flowers were scarce, and there were not many orchids, but I noticed the fine white butterfly orchis, Phalaenopsis grandiflora, or a species closely allied to it. The freshness and vigour of the vegetation was very pleasing, and on such an arid rocky surface was a sure indication of a perpetually humid climate. Tall, clean trunks, many of them buttressed, and immense trees of the fig family, with aerial roots stretching out and interlacing and matted together for 50 or 100 feet above the ground, were the characteristic features. And there was an abundance of thorny shrubs and prickly rattans, which would have made these wilds very pleasant to roam in had it not been for the sharp honeycomb rocks already alluded to. In damp places, a fine undergrowth of broad-leaved herbaceous plants were found, about which swarmed little green lizards with tails of the most heavenly blue, twisting in and out among the stalks and foliage so actively that I often caught glimpses of their tails only, when they startled me by their resemblance to small snakes. Almost the only sounds in these primeval woods proceeded from two birds, the red lories, who utter shrill screams like that of most parrot tribe, and the large green nutmeg pigeon, whose voice is either a loud and deep boom, like two notes struck upon a very large gong, or sometimes a harsh toad-like croak, altogether peculiar and remarkable. Only two quadrupeds are said by the natives to inhabit the island, a wild pig and a cuscus, or eastern opossum, of neither of which I could obtain specimens. The insects were more abundant and very interesting. Of butterflies I caught 35 species, most of them new to me, and many quite unknown in European collections. Among them was the fine yellow and black Papilio echinor, of which but few specimens had been previously captured, and several other handsome butterflies of large size, as well as some beautiful little blues, and some brilliant day-flying moths. The beetle tribe was less abundant, yet I obtained some very fine and rare species. On the leaves of a slender shrub in an old clearing I found several fine blue and black beetles of the genus Eupholus, which almost rival in beauty the diamond beetles of South America. Some coconut palms in blossom on the beach were frequented by fine green floral beetle, Lomaptera, which, when the flowers were shaken off, flew off like a small swarm of bees. I got one of our crew to climb up the tree, and he brought me a good number in his hand, and seeing that they were valuable, I sent him up again with my net to shake the flowers into, and thus secured a large quantity. My best capture, however, was a superb insect of the Buprestis family, already mentioned as having been obtained from the natives, who told me that they found it in rotten trees in the mountains. In the forest itself, the only common and conspicuous coleoptera were two tiger beetles. One, Therates labiata, was much larger than our green tiger beetle, of a purple-black colour with green metallic glosses, and the broad upper lip of a bright yellow. It was always found upon foliage, generally of broad-leaved herbaceous plants, and in damp and gloomy situations, taking frequent short flights from leaf to leaf, and preserving an alert attitude, as if always looking out for its prey. Its vicinity could be immediately ascertained, often before it was seen, by a very pleasant odour like otto of roses, which it seems to emit continually, and which may probably be attractive to the small insects on which it feeds. The other, Trichondela aptera, is one of the most curious forms in the family of the Cicindelidae, and is almost exclusively confined to the Malay Islands. In shape it resembles a very large ant, more than an inch long, and a purple-black colour. Like an ant also, it is wingless, and is generally found ascending trees, passing round the trunks in a spiral direction when approached to avoid capture, so that it requires a sudden run and active fingers to secure a specimen. This species emits the usual fetid odour of the ground beetles. My collections during our 4 stays at K were as follows: birds, 13 species; insects, 194 species, and 3 kinds of land shells. There are 2 kinds of people inhabiting these islands: the indigenes, who have the Papuan character strongly marked, and who are pagans, and a mixed race, who are nominally Mahometans and wear cotton clothing, while the former use only a waistcloth of cotton or bark. These Mahometans are said to have been driven out of Banda by the early European settlers. They were probably a brown race, more allied to the Malays, and their mixed descendants here exhibit great varieties of colour, hair, and features, graduating between the Malay and Papuan types. It is interesting to observe the influence of the early Portuguese trade with these countries in the words of the language, which still remain in use, even among these remote and savage islanders. Lenco for handkerchief,
and faca for knife are here used to the exclusion of the proper Malay terms. The Portuguese and Spaniards were truly wonderful conquerors and colonizers. They effected more rapid changes in the countries they had conquered than any other nations of modern times, resembling the Romans in their power of impressing their own language, religion, and manners on rude and barbarous tribes. The striking contrast of character between these people and the Malays is exemplified in many little traits. One day when I was rambling in the forest, an old man stopped to look at me catching an insect. He stood very quiet till I had pinned and put it away in my collecting box, when he could contain himself no longer, but bent almost double, and enjoyed a hearty roar of laughter. Everyone will recognize this as a true Negro trait. A Malay would have stared, and asked with a tone of bewilderment what I was doing, for it is but little in his nature to laugh, never heartily, and still less at or in the presence of a stranger, to whom, however, his disdainful glances or whispered remarks are less agreeable than the most boisterous, open expression of merriment. The women here were not so much frightened at strangers, or made to keep to themselves so much excluded as among the Malay races. The children were more merry and had the nigger grin, while the noisy confusion of tongues among the men, and their excitement on very ordinary occasions, are altogether removed from the general taciturnity and reserve of the Malay. The language of the K people consists of words of 1, 2, or 3 syllables in about equal proportions, and has many aspirated and a few guttural sounds. The different villages have slight differences of dialect, but they are mutually intelligible, and, except in words that have evidently been introduced during a long continued commercial intercourse, seem to have no affinity whatever with the Malay languages. January 6th. The small boats being finished, we sailed for Aru at 4 p.m., and as we left the shores of K, had a line of view of its rugged and mountainous character, ranges of hills 3,000 or 4,000 feet high, stretching southwards as far as the eye could reach, everywhere covered with a lofty, dense, and unbroken forest. We had very light winds, and it therefore took us 30 hours to make the passage of 60 miles to the low or flat but equally forest-covered Aru Islands, where we anchored in the harbours of Dobo at 9 in the evening of the next day. My first voyage in a prau being thus satisfactorily terminated, I must, therefore, taking leave of it for a few months, bear testimony to the merits of the queer old-world vessel. Setting aside all ideas of danger, which is probably, after all, not more than any other small craft, I must declare that I have never, either before or since, made a 20 days' voyage so pleasantly, or perhaps more correctly speaking, with so little discomfort. This I attribute chiefly to having my small cabin on deck, and entirely to myself, to having my own servants to wait upon me, and to the absence of all those marine store smells of paint, pitch, tallow, and new cordage, which to me are insupportable. Something is also to be put down to freedom from all restraint of dress, hours of meals, and so forth, and to the civility and obliging disposition of the captain. I had agreed to have my meals with him, but whenever I wished it I had them in my own berth, and at what hours I felt inclined. The crew were all civil and good-tempered, and, with very little discipline, everything went on smoothly, and the vessel was kept very clean and pretty good order, so on the whole I was much delighted with the trip, and was inclined to rate the luxuries of the semi-barbarous prau as surpassing those of the most magnificent screw steamer, that highest result of our civilization. End of chapter 29. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 30 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 2, by Alfred Russel WALLACE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 30. The Aru Islands. Residence in Dobo. January to March 1857. On the 8th of January 1857, I landed at Dobo, the trading settlement of the Bugis and Chinese, who annually visit the Aru Islands. It is situated on the small island of Wama, upon a spit of sand which projects out to the north, and is just wide enough to contain 3 rows of houses. Though at first sight a most strange and desolate-looking place to build a village on, it has many advantages. There is a clear entrance from the west among the coral reefs that border the land, and there is a good anchorage for vessels on one side of the village or the other, in both the east and west monsoons. Being fully exposed to the sea breezes in 3 directions, it is healthy, and the soft sandy heath offers great facilities for hauling up the praus in order to secure them from sea worms and prepare them for the voyage home. At its southern extremity,
The sandbank merges into the beach of the island, and is backed by a luxuriant growth of lofty forest. The houses are of various sizes, but are built after one pattern, being merely large thatched sheds, a small portion of which, next the entrance, is used as the dwelling, while the rest is parted off, and often divided by one or two floors, in order to better stow away merchandise and native produce. As we had arrived early in the season, most of the houses were empty, and the place looked desolate in the extreme, the whole of the inhabitants who received us on our landing amounting to about half a dozen Bugis and Chinese. Our captain, Herr Warzenbergen, had promised to obtain a house for me, but unforeseen difficulties presented themselves. One which was to let had no roof, and the owner, who was building it on speculation, could not promise to finish it in less than a month. Another, of which the owner was dead, and which I might therefore take undisputed possession of as the first comer, wanted considerable repairs, and no one could be found to do the work, although about 4 times its value was offered. The captain therefore recommended me to take possession of a pretty good house near his own, whose owner was not expected for some weeks, and as I was anxious to be on shore, I immediately had it cleared out, and by evening had all my things housed, and was regularly installed as an inhabitant of Dobo. I had brought with me a cane chair and a few light boards, which were soon rigged up to the table and shelves. A broad bamboo bench served as sofa and bedstead. My boxes were conveniently arranged, my mats spread on the floor, a window cut in the palm leaf wall to light my table, and though the place was as miserable and gloomy a shed as could be imagined, I felt as contented as if I had obtained a well-furnished mansion, and looked forward to a month's residence in it with unmixed satisfaction. The next morning, after an early breakfast, I set off to explore the virgin forests of Aru, anxious to set my mind at rest as to the treasures they were likely to yield, and the probable success of my long-meditated expedition. A little native imp was our guide, seduced by the gift of a German knife, value 3 halfpence, and my Macasar boy Bandaroon brought his chopper to clear the path if necessary. We had to walk about half a mile along the beach, the ground behind the village being mostly swampy, and then turned into the forest along a path which leads to the native village of Wama, about 3 miles off to the other side of the island. The path was a narrow one, and very little used, often swampy and obstructed by fallen trees, so that after about a mile we lost it altogether, our guide having turned back, and we were obliged to follow his example. In the meantime, however, I had not been idle, and my day's captures determined the success of my journey in an entomological point of view. I had taken about 30 species of butterflies, more than I had ever captured in a day since leaving the prolific banks of the Amazon, and among them were many most rare and beautiful insects, hitherto only known by a few specimens from New Guinea. The large and handsome spectre butterfly, Hestia d'Urville, the pale-winged peacock butterfly, Drusilla catops, and the most brilliant and wonderful of the clear-winged moths, Cocytia d'Urville, were especially interesting, as well as several little blues, equalling in brilliancy and beauty anything the butterfly world can produce. In the other groups of insects I was not so successful, but this was not to be wondered at in a mere exploring ramble, when only what is most conspicuous and novel attracts the attention. Several pretty beetles, a superb bug, and a few nice land shells were obtained, and I returned in the afternoon well satisfied with my first trial of the promised land. The next 2 days were so wet and windy that there was no going out, but on the succeeding one the sun shone brightly, and I had the good fortune to capture one of the most magnificent insects the world contains, the great-winged butterfly, Ornithoptera Poseidon. I trembled with excitement as I saw it coming majestically towards me, and could hardly believe that I had really succeeded in my stroke till I had taken it out of the net, and was gazing, lost in admiration, at the velvet black and brilliant green of its wings, 7 inches across, its bolder body and crimson breast. It is true that I had seen similar insects in cabinets at home, but it is quite another thing to capture such oneself, to feel it struggling between one's fingers, and to gaze upon its fresh and living beauty, a bright gem shirring out amid the silent gloom of a dark and tangled forest. The village of Dobo held that evening at least one contented man. January 26th. Having now been here a fortnight, I began to understand a little of the place and its peculiarities. Praus continually arrived, and the merchant population increased almost daily. Every 2 or 3 days a fresh house was opened, and necessary repairs made. In every direction men were bringing in poles, bamboos, rattans, and the leaves of the nipa palm to construct or repair the walls, thatch, doors, and shutters of their houses, which they do with great celerity. Some of the arrivals were Macasar men or Bugis, but more from the small island of Goram at the east end of Ceram, whose inhabitants are the petty traders of the Far East. Then the natives of Aru come in from the other side of the islands, called here Blakang Tana, or back of the country, with the produce they've collected during the preceding 6 months, and which they now sell to the traders, to some of whom they are most likely in debt. Almost all, or I may safely say all, the new arrivals pay me a visit to see with their own eyes the unheard-of phenomenon of a person come to stay at Dobo who does not trade. They have their own ideas of the uses that may possibly be made of stuffed birds, beetles and shells, which are not the right shells, that is, mother of pearl. They every day bring me dead and broken shells, such as I can pick up by the hundreds on the beach, and seem quite puzzled and distressed when I decline them. If, however, there are any snail shells among the lot, I take them and ask for more, a principle of selection so utterly unintelligible to them that they give it up in despair, or solve the problem by imputing hidden medical virtue to those which they see me preserve so carefully. These traders are all of the Malay race, or a mixture of which Malay is the chief ingredient, with the exception of a few Chinese. The natives of Aru, on the other hand, are Papuans with black or sooty brown skins, woolly or frizzly hair, thick-ridged prominent noses, and rather slender limbs. Most of them wear nothing but a waistcloth, and a few of them may be seen all day long wandering about the half-deserted streets of Dobo, offering their little bit of merchandise for sale. Living in a trader's house, everything is brought to me as well as to the rest. Bundles of smoked tripang or bêche de mer, looking like sausages which have been rolled up in mud, then thrown up the chimney, dried shark's fins, mother-of-pearl shells, as well as birds of paradise, which, however, are so dirty and badly preserved that I have as yet found no specimens worth purchasing. When I hardly look at the articles and make no offer for them, they seem incredulous, and, as if fearing that they've misunderstood me, again offer them, and declare what they want in return, knives, or tobacco, or sago, or handkerchiefs. I then have to endeavour to explain, through any interpreter who may be at hand, that neither tripang nor pearl oyster shells have any charms for me, and that I even decline to speculate in tortoise shell, but that anything eatable I will buy, fish or turtle, vegetables of any sort. Almost the only food, however, that we can obtain with any regularity are fish and cockles of very good quality, and to supply our daily wants it is absolutely necessary to be always provided with 4 articles: tobacco, knives, sago cakes, and Dutch copper doits, because when the particular thing asked for is not forthcoming, the fish pass on to the next house, and we may go that day without a dinner. It is curious to see the baskets and buckets used here. The cockles are brought in large volute shells, probably the Cymbium ducale, while gigantic helmet shells, a species of cassis, suspended by a rattan handle, form the vessels in which fresh water is daily carried past my door. It is painful to a naturalist to see these splendid shells with their inner whorls ruthlessly broken away to fit them for their ignoble use. My collections, however, got on but slowly, owing to the unexpectedly bad weather, violent winds with heavy showers having been so continuous as only to give me 4 good collecting days out of the first 16 I spent here. Yet enough had been collected to show me that with time and fine weather I might expect to do something good. From the natives I obtained some very fine insects, and a few pretty land shells, and of the small number of birds yet shot, more than half were known New Guinea species, and therefore certainly rare in European collections, while the remainder were probably new. In one respect my hopes seemed doomed to be disappointed. I had anticipated the pleasure of myself preparing fine specimens of the birds of paradise, but I now learnt that they are all at the season out of plumage, and that it is in September and October that they have the long plumes of yellow silky feathers in full perfection. As all the praus return in July, I should not be able to spend the season in Aru without remaining another whole year, which was out of the question. I was informed, however, that the small red species, the kingbird of paradise, retains its plumage at all seasons, and this I might therefore hope to get. As I became familiar with the forest scenery of the island, I perceived it to possess some characteristic features that distinguished it from that of Borneo and Malacca, while, what is very singular and interesting, it recalled to my mind the half-forgotten impressions of the forests of equatorial America. For example, the palms were much more abundant than I generally found them in the East, more generally mingled with the other vegetation, more varied in form and aspect, and presenting some of those lofty and majestic smooth-stemmed pinnate-leaved species which recall the Waasu, Attalea speciosa of the Amazon, but which I had hitherto rarely met with in the Malayan islands. In animal life, the immense number and variety of spiders were circumstances that recalled the prolific regions of South America, more especially the abundance and varied colours of the little jumping spiders, which abound on flowers and foliage, and are often perfect gems of beauty. The web-spinning species were also more numerous than I had ever seen them, and were a great annoyance, stretching their nets across the footpaths just about the height of my face, and the threads composing these are so strong and glutinous as to require much trouble to free oneself from them. Then their inhabitants, great yellow spotted monsters with bodies 2 inches long and legs in proportion, are not pleasant to run one's nose against while pursuing some gorgeous butterfly, or gazing aloft in search of some strange voiced bird. I soon found it necessary not only to brush away the web, but also to destroy the spinner, for at first, having cleared the path one day, I found the next morning that the industrious insects had spread their nets again in the very same places. The lizards were equally striking by their numbers, variety, and the situations in which they were found. The beautiful blue-tailed species, so abundant in K, was not seen here. Aru lizards are more varied but more sombre in their colours, shades of grey, green, brown, and even black, being very frequently seen. Every shrub and herbaceous plant was alive with them. Every rotten trunk or dead branch served as a station for some of these active little insect hunters, who I fear, to satisfy their gross appetites, destroy many gems of the insect world, which would feast the eyes and delight the heart of our more discriminating entomologists. Another curious feature of the jungle here was the multitude of seashells everywhere met with on the ground and high up on the branches and foliage, all inhabited by hermit crabs, who forsake the beach to wander in the forest. I have actually seen a spider carrying away a good-sized shell and devouring its probably juvenile tenant. On the beach, which I had to walk along every morning to reach the forest, these creatures swarmed by thousands. Every dead shell, from the largest to the most minute, was appropriated by them. They formed small social parties of 10 or 20 around bits of stick or seaweed, but dispersed hurriedly at the sound of approaching footsteps. After a windy night, that nasty-looking Chinese delicacy, the sea slug, was sometimes thrown up on the beach, which was at such times thickly strewn with some of the most beautiful shells that adorn our cabinets, along with fragments and masses of coral and strange sponges, of which I picked up more than 20 different sorts. In many cases, sponge and coral are so much alike that it is only on touching them that they can be distinguished. Quantities of seaweed, too, are thrown up, but strange as it may seem, these are far less beautiful and less varied than may be found on any favourable part of our own coasts. The natives here, even those who seem to be a pure Papuan race, were much more reserved and taciturn than those of K. This is probably because I only saw them as yet among strangers in small parties. One must see the savage at home to know what he really is. Even here, however, the Papuan character sometimes breaks out. Little boys sing cheerfully as they walk along, or talk to themselves, quite a Negro characteristic, and try all they can, the men cannot conceal their emotions in the true Malay fashion. A number of them were one day in my house, and having a fancy to try what sort of eating tripang would be, I bought a couple, paying for them with such extravagant quantity of tobacco that the seller saw that I was a green customer. He could not, however, conceal his delight, but as he smelt the fragrant weed and exhibited the large handful to his companions, he grinned and twisted and gave silent chuckles in a most expressive pantomime. I had often before made the same mistake in paying a Malay for some trifle. In no case, however, was his pleasure visible on his countenance, a dull and stupid hesitation only showing his surprise, which would be exhibited exactly in the same way whether he was over or underpaid. These little moral traits are of the greatest interest when taken in connection with physical features. They do not admit of the same ready explanation by external causes, which is so frequently applied to the latter. Writers on the races of mankind have too often to trust to the information of travellers who pass rapidly from country to country, and thus have few opportunities of becoming acquainted with peculiarities of national character, or even of ascertaining what is really the average physical conformation of the people. Such are exceedingly apt to be deceived in places where two races have long intermingled, by looking on intermediate forms and mixed habits as evidence of a natural transition from one race to the other, instead of an artificial mixture of two distinct peoples, and they will be more readily led into this error if, as in the present case, writers on the subject should have been in the habit of classing these races as mere varieties of one stock, as closely related in physical conformation as from their geographical proximity one might suppose they ought to be. So far as I have yet seen, the Malay and Papuan appear to be as widely separated as any two human races that exist, being distinguished by physical, mental, and moral characteristics, all of the most marked and striking kind. February 5th. I took advantage of a very fine, calm day to pay a visit to the island of Wakan, which is about a mile from us and forms part of the Canabuzar, or mainland of Aru. This is a large island, extending from north to south about 100 miles, but so low in many parts as to be intersected by several creeks, which run completely through it, offering a passage for good-sized vessels. On the west side, where we are, there are only a few outlying islands, of which ours, Wama, is the principal, but on the east coast are a great number of islands extending some miles beyond the mainland and forming the Blakang Tang, or back country, of the traders, being the principal seat of the pearl, tripang, and tortoiseshell fisheries. To the mainland many of the birds and animals of the country are altogether confined. The birds of paradise, the black cockatoo, the great brush turkey, and the cassowary are none of them found on Wama or any of the detached islands. I do not, however, expect in this excursion to see any decided difference in the forest or its productions, and was therefore agreeably surprised. The beach was overhung with drooping branches of lame trees, loaded with orchidae, ferns, and other epiphytal plants. In the forest there was more variety, some parts being dry and with trees of lower growth, while in others there were some of the most beautiful palms I have ever seen, with a perfectly straight, smooth, slender stem, 100 feet high, and a crown of handsome drooping leaves. But the greatest novelty and most striking feature to my eyes was the tree ferns, which after 7 years spent in the tropics I now saw in perfection for the first time. All I had hitherto met with were slender species, not more than 12 feet high, and they gave not the least idea of the supreme beauty of trees bearing their elegant heads of fronds more than 30 feet in the air, like those which were plentifully scattered about this forest. There is nothing in tropical vegetation so perfectly beautiful. My boys shot 5 sorts of birds, none of which we'd obtained during a month's shooting in Wama. 2 were very pretty flycatchers already known from New Guinea. One of them, Monarcha chrysomola, of brilliant and black bright orange colours, is by some authors to be considered the most beautiful of all flycatchers. The other is pure white and velvety black, with a broad fleshy ring around the eye of azure blue colour. It is named the spectacled flycatcher, Monarcha telescophthalma, and was first found in New Guinea, along with the other, by the French naturalist during the voyage of the discovery ship Coquille. February 18th. Before leaving Macasar, I had written to the governor of Amboyna requesting him to assist me in the native chiefs of Aru. I now received by a vessel which had arrived from Amboyna a very polite answer, informing me that orders had been given to give me every assistance that I might require, and I was just congratulating myself on being at length able to get a boat and men to go to the mainland and explore the interior, when a sudden check came in the form of a piratical incursion. A small prau arrived which had been attacked by pirates, and had a man wounded. They were said to have 5 boats, but more were expected to be behind, and the traders were all in consternation, fearing that their small vessels sent trading to the Blakang Tana would be plundered. The Aru natives were of course dreadfully alarmed, as these marauders attack their villages, burn and murder, and carry away women and children for slaves. Not a man will stir from his village for some time, and I must remain still a prisoner in Dobo. The governor of Amboyna, out of pure kindness, has told the chiefs that they are to be responsible for my safety, so that they have an excellent excuse for refusing to stir. Several praus went out in search of the pirates, sentinels were appointed, and watchfires lighted on the beach to guard against the possibility of a night attack, though it was hardly thought that they would be bold enough to attempt to plunder Dobo. The next day the praus returned, and we had a positive information that these scourges of the eastern seas were really among us. One of Herr Wartzbergen's small praus also arrived in a sad plight. It had been attacked 6 days before, just as it was returning from Blakang Tana. The crew escaped in their small boat and hid in the jungle, while the pirates came up and plundered the vessel. They took away everything but the cargo of mother-pearl shell, which was too bulky for them. All the clothes and boxes of the men, and the sails and cordage of the prau were cleared off. They had 4 large war-boats, and fired a volley of musketry as they came up, and sent off their small boats to the attack. After they'd left, our men observed from their concealment that 3 had stayed behind in a small boat, and being driven to desperation by the sight of the plundering, one brave fellow swam off armed with only his parang, or chopping knife, and coming on unaware, made a desperate attack, killing 1 and wounding the other 2, receiving himself numbers of slight wounds, and then swimming off again when almost exhausted. 2 other praus were also plundered, and the crew of one of them murdered to a man. They are said to be the Solo pirates, but have Bugis among them. On their way here they have devastated one of the small islands east of Ceram. It is now 11 years since they have visited Aru, and by thus making their attacks at long and uncertain intervals, the alarm dies away, and they find a population for the most part unarmed and unsuspicious of danger. None of the small trading vessels now carry arms, though they did so for a year or two after the last attack, which was just the time when there was the least occasion for it. A week later one of the smaller pirate boats was captured in the Belakang Tanah. 7 men were killed and 3 taken prisoners. The larger vessels have been often seen but cannot be caught, as they have very strong crews and can always escape by rowing out to sea in the eye of the wind, returning at night. They will thus remain among the innumerable islands and channels, till the change of the monsoon enables them to sail westward. March 9th. For 4 or 5 days we have had a continual gale of wind, with occasional gusts of great fury, which seem as if they would send Dobo into the sea. Rain accompanies it almost every alternate hour, so it's not a pleasant time. During such weather I can do little, but am busy getting ready a boat I have purchased for an excursion into the interior. There is immense difficulty about men, but I believe the Orang Kaya, or headman of Wama, will accompany me to see that I don't run into danger. Having become quite an old inhabitant of Dobo, I will endeavour to sketch the sights and sounds that pervade it, and the manners and customs of its inhabitants. The place is now pretty full, and the streets present a far more cheerful aspect than when we first arrived. Every house is a store, where the natives barter their produce for what they are most in need of. Knives, choppers, swords, guns, tobacco, gambier, plates, basins, handkerchiefs, sarongs, calicos, and arak are the principal articles wanted by the natives. But some of the stores contain also tea, coffee, sugar, wine, biscuits, and so on, for the supply of the traders, and others are full of fancy goods, china ornaments, looking-glasses, razors, umbrellas, pipes, and purses, which take the fancy of the wealthier natives. Every fine day mats are spread out before the doors, and the tripang is put out to dry, as well as sugar, salt, biscuit, tea, cloths, and other things that get injured by excessively moist atmosphere. In the morning and evening, spruce Chinamen stroll about or chat at each other's doors in blue trousers, white jacket, and a queue to which red silk is plaited till it reaches about almost their heels. An old Bugis Haji regularly takes an evening stroll in all the dignity of flowing green silk robe and gay turban, followed by 2 small boys carrying his sireh and betel boxes. In every vacant space new houses are being built, and all sorts of odd little cooking sheds are erected against the old ones, while in some out-of-the-way corners massive log pigsties are tenanted by growing porkers, for how can the Chinaman exist 6 months without one feast of pig? Here and there are stalls where bananas are sold, and every morning 2 little boys go about with trays of sweet rice and grated coconut, fried fish, or fried plantains. And whichever it might be, they have but one cry, and that is "Chocolat!" This must be a Spanish or Portuguese cry handed down for centuries, while its meaning has been lost. The Bugis sailors, while hoisting the mainsail, cry out "Vela, vela, 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 vela," repeating in an everlasting chorus. As vela is Portuguese a sail, I suppose I discovered the origin of this, but I found afterwards they use the same cry when heaving anchor, and often chanted it to hela, which is so much a universal expression of exertion and hard breathing that it is most probably a mere interjectional cry. I dare say there are now near 500 people in Dobo, of various races, all met in this remote corner of the East, as they express it, to look for their fortune, to get money any way they can. They are, most of them, people who have the very worst reputation for honesty, as well as every other form of morality. Chinese, Bugis, Ceramese, and half-caste Javanese, with a sprinkling of half-wild Papuans from Timor, Baba, and other islands, yet all goes on as yet very quietly. This motley, ignorant, bloodthirsty, thievish population live here without the shadow of a government, with no police, no courts, and no lawyers. Yet they do not cut each other's throats, do not plunder each other day and night, do not fall into the anarchy such a state of things might be supposed to lead to. It is very extraordinary. It puts strange thoughts into one's head about the mountain-load government under which people exist in Europe, and which suggests the idea that we might be over-governed. Think of the 100 Acts of Parliament annually enacted to prevent us, the people of England, from cutting each other's throats, or from doing to our neighbour as we would not be done by. Think of the thousands of lawyers and barristers whose whole lives are spent in telling us what the 100 Acts of Parliament mean, and one would be led to infer that if Dobo has too little law, England has too much. Here we may behold in its simplest form the genius of commerce at the work of civilization. Trade is the magic that keeps all at peace and unites these discordant elements into a well-behaved community. All are traders and know that peace and order are essential to a successful trade, and thus a public opinion is created which puts down all lawlessness. Often in former year, when strolling along the Gampon Glam in Singapore, I have thought how wild and ferocious the Bugis sailors looked, and how little should like to trust myself among them. But now I find them to be very decent, well-behaved fellows. I walk daily, unarmed in the jungle, where I meet them continually. I sleep in a palm-leaf hut, which anyone may enter with as little fear and as little danger of thieves or murder, as if I were under the protection of the metropolitan police. It is true that the Dutch influence is felt here. The islands are nominally under the government of the Moluccas, which native chiefs acknowledge, and in most years a commissioner arrives in Amboina, who makes the tour of the islands, hears complaints, settles disputes, and carries away prisoner any heinous offender. This year he is not expected to come, as no orders have yet been received to prepare for him, so the people of Dobo will probably be left to their own devices. One day a man was caught in the act of stealing a piece of iron from Herr Württembergen's house, which he'd entered by making a hole through the thatch wall. In the evening the chief traders of the place, Bugis and Chinese, assembled. The offender was tried and found guilty, and sentenced to receive 20 lashes on the spot. They were given with a little rattan in the middle of the street. Not very severely. The executioner appeared to sympathize a little with the culprit. The disgrace seemed to be thought as much of as the pain, for though any amount of clever cheating is thought rather meritorious than otherwise, open robbery and housebreaking meet with universal reprobation. End of chapter 30. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 31 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 2, by Alfred Russel WALLACE. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 31. The Aru Islands. Journey and Residence in the Interior. March to May 1857. My boat was at length ready, and having obtained 2 men besides my own servants, after an enormous amount of talk and trouble, we left Dobo on the morning of March 13th for the mainland of Aru. By noon we had reached the mouth of a small river or creek, which we ascended, winding among mangrove swamps, with here and there a glimpse of dry land. In 2 hours we reached a house, or rather a small shed, of the most miserable description, which our steersman, the Orang Kaya of Wama, said was a place we were to stay at, and where he had assured me we could get every kind of bird and beast to be found in Aru. The shed was occupied by about a dozen men, women, and children. 2 cooking fires were burning in it, and there seemed little prospect of my obtaining any accommodation. I, however, deferred inquiry till I had seen the neighbouring forests, and immediately started off with 2 men, net and guns, along a path at the back of the house. In an hour's walk I saw enough to make me determine to give the place a trial, and on my return, finding the Orang Kaya in a strong fever fit, and unable to do anything, I entered into negotiations with the owner of the house for the use of a slip at one end of it, about 5 feet wide, for a week, and agreed to pay as rent 1 parang, or chopping knife. I then immediately got my boxes and bedding out of the boat, hung up a shelf for my birdskins and insects, and got all ready for work next morning. My own boys slept in the boat to guard the remainder of the property. A cooking place, sheltered by a few mats, was arranged under a tree close by, and I felt that degree of satisfaction and enjoyment which I always experience when after much trouble and delay I am on the point of beginning work in a new locality. One of my first objects was to inquire for the people who were accustomed to shoot the paradise birds. They lived at some distance in the jungle, and a man was sent to call for them. When they arrived, we had to talk by means of the Orang Kaya's interpreter, and they said that they thought they could get some. They explained that they shoot the birds with a bow and arrow, the arrow having a conical wooden cap fitted to the end as large as a teacup, so as to kill the birds by violence of the blow without making a wound or shedding any blood. The trees frequented by the birds are very lofty, It is therefore necessary to erect a small leafy covering or hut among the branches, to which the hunter mounts before daylight in the morning, and remains the whole day, and whenever a bird alights they are almost sure of securing it. See frontispiece. They returned to their homes the same evening, and I never saw anything of them, owing, as I afterwards found, to its being too early to obtain birds in good plumage. The first 2 or 3 days of our stay here were very wet, and I obtained but few insects or birds, but at length, when I was beginning to despair, my boy Baderoon returned one day with a specimen which repaid me for months of delay and expectation. It was a small bird, a little less than a thrush. The greater part of its plumage was of an intense cinnabar red, with a gloss as of spun glass. On the head the feathers became short and velvety, and shaded into a rich orange. Beneath, from the breast downwards, was pure white, with the softness and gloss of silk, and across the breast a band of deep metallic green separated this colour from the red of the throat. Above each eye was a round spot of the same metallic green. The bill was yellow, and the feet and legs were of a fine cobalt oil, strikingly contrasting with all other parts of the body. Merely in arrangement of colours and texture of plumage, this little bird was a gem of the first order, yet there comprised only half its strange beauty. Springing from each side of the breast, and ordinarily lying concealed under the wings, were little tufts of greyish feathers about 2 inches long, and each terminated by a broad band of intense emerald green. These plumes can be raised at the will of the bird, and spread out into a pair of elegant fans when the wings are elevated. But this is not the only ornament. The 2 middle feathers of the tail are in the form of slender wires, about 5 inches long, and which diverge in a beautiful double curve. About half an inch of the end of this wire is webbed on the outer side only, all coloured of a fine metallic green, and being curled spirally inwards from a pair of elegant glittering buttons, hanging 5 inches below the body and the same distance apart. These 2 ornaments, the breast fans and the spiral-tipped tail wires, are altogether unique, not occurring in any other species of the 8,000 different birds that are known to exist upon the earth, and, combined with the most exquisite beauty of plumage, render this one of the most perfectly lovely of the many lovely productions of nature. My transports of admiration and delight quite amused my Aru hosts, who saw nothing more in the Burong Raya than we do in the robin or the goldfinch. Thus one of my objects in coming to the Far East was accomplished. I had obtained a specimen of the king bird of paradise, Paradisea regia, which had been described by Linnaeus from skins preserved in the mutilated state by the natives. I knew how few Europeans had ever beheld the perfect little organism I now gazed upon, and how very imperfectly it was still known in Europe. The emotions excited in the minds of a naturalist who has long desired to see the actual thing which is hitherto known only by description, drawing, or badly preserved external covering, especially when that thing is of surpassing rarity and beauty, require the poetic faculty fully to express them. The remote island in which I found myself situated, in an almost unvisited sea, far from the tracks of merchant fleets and navies, the wild luxuriant tropical forest which stretched far away on either side, the rude uncultured savages who gathered round me, all had their influence in determining the emotions with which I gazed upon this thing of beauty. I thought of the long ages of the past, during which the successive generations of this little creature had run their course, year by year being born, and living, and dying amid these dark and gloomy woods, with no intelligent eye to gaze upon their loveliness. To all appearance, such a wanton waste of beauty. Such ideas excite a feeling of melancholy. It seems sad that, on the one hand, such exquisite creatures could live out their lives, and exhibit their charms only in these wild, inhospitable regions, doomed for ages yet to come to hopeless barbarism, while on the other hand, should civilized man ever reach these distant islands, and bring moral, intellectual, and physical light into the recesses of these virgin forests, we may be sure that he will so disturb the nicely balanced relations of organic and inorganic nature as to cause the disappearance, and finally the extinction, of these very beings, whose wonderful structure and beauty he alone is fitted to appreciate and enjoy. This consideration must surely tell us that all living things were not made for man. Many of them have no relation to him. The cycle of their existence has gone on independently of his, and is disturbed or broken by every advance in man's intellectual development, and their happiness and enjoyment, their loves and hates, their struggles for existence, their vigorous life and early death, would seem to be immediately related to their own well-being and perpetuation alone, limited only by the equal well-being and perpetuation of the numberless other organisms with which each is more or less intimately connected. After the first king bird was obtained, I went with my men into the forest, and we were not only rewarded with another in equally perfect plumage, but I was enabled to see a little of the habits of both it and the larger species. It frequents the lower trees of the less dense forests, and is very active, flying strongly with a whirring sound, and continually hopping or flying from branch to branch. It eats hard stone-bearing fruits as large as a gooseberry, and often flutters its wings after the manner of the South American manakins, at which time it elevates and expands the beautiful fans with which its breast is adorned. The natives of Aru call it gobi-gobi. One day I got under a tree where a number of the great paradise birds were assembled, but they were high up in the thickest of the foliage, and flying and jumping about so continually that I could get no good view of them. At length I shot one, but it was a young specimen, and was entirely of a rich chocolate-brown colour, without either the metallic green throats or yellow plumes of the full-grown bird. All that I had seen resembled this, and the natives told me that it would be about 2 months before any would be found in full plumage. I still hope, therefore, to get some. Their voice is most extraordinary. At early morn, before the sun has risen, we hear a loud cry of "Walk, walk, 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 walk," which resounds through the forest, changing its direction continually. This is the great bird of paradise going to seek his breakfast. Others soon follow his example. Lories and parakeets cry shrilly, cockatoos scream, king hunters croak and bark, and the very smaller birds chirp and whistle their morning song. As I lie listening to these interesting sounds, I realize my position as the first European who has ever lived for months together in the Aru Islands, a place which I had hoped, rather than expected, ever to visit. I think how many besides myself have longed to reach these almost fairy realms, and to see with their own eyes the many wonderful and beautiful things which I am daily encountering. But now Ali and Baderoon are up and getting their guns and ammunition, and little Brio has his fire lighted and is boiling my coffee, and I remember that I had a black cockatoo brought in last night, which I must skin immediately, and so I jump up and begin my day's work very happily. This cockatoo is the first I've ever seen, and is a great prize. It has a rather small and weak body, long weak legs, large wings, an enormously developed head, ornamented with a magnificent crest, and armed with sharp-pointed hoofed bill of immense size and strength. The plumage is entirely black, but has all over it the curious powdery white secretion characteristic of the cockatoo. The cheeks are bare, and of an intense blood-red colour. Instead of the harsh scream of the white cockatoos, its voice is a somewhat plaintive whistle. The tongue is a curious organ, being a slender, fleshy cylinder of a deep red colour, terminated by a horny black plate, furrowed across and somewhat prehensile. The whole tongue has a considerable extensile power. I will here relate something of the habits of this bird, with which I have since become acquainted. It frequents the lower parts of the forest, and is seen singly, or at most 2 or 3 together. It flies slowly and noiselessly, and may be killed by a comparatively slight wound. It eats various fruits and seeds, but seems more particularly attached to the kernel of the canary nut, which grows on a lofty forest tree, Canarium commune, abundant in the islands where this bird is found, and the manner in which it gets these seeds shows a correlation of structure and habits which would point out the canary as its special food. The shell of this nut is so excessively hard that only a heavy hammer will crack it. It is somewhat triangular, and the outside is quite smooth. The manner in which the bird opens these nuts is very curious. Taking one endways in its bill and keeping it firm by a pressure of the tongue, it cuts a transverse notch by a lateral sawing motion of the sharp-edged lower mandible. This done, it takes hold of the nut with its foot, and biting off a piece of the leaf, retains it in the deep notch of the upper mandible, and again, seizing the nut, which is prevented from slipping by the elastic tissue of the leaf, fixes the edge of the lower mandible in the notch, and by a powerful nip breaks off a piece of the shell. Again, taking the nut in its claws, it inserts the very long and sharp point of the bill, and picks out the kernel, which is seized hold of, morsel by morsel, by the extensible tongue. Thus every detail of form and structure in the extraordinary bill of this bird seems to have its use, and we may easily conceive that the black cockatoos have maintained themselves in competition with the more active and more numerous white allies by their power of existing on a kind of food which no other bird is able to extract from its stony shell. The species is the Microglossoma terrimum of naturalists. During the 2 weeks which I spent in the little settlement, I had good opportunities of observing the natives in their own home, and living in their usual manner. There's a great monotony and uniformity in every savage life, and it seemed to me a more miserable existence than when it had the charm of novelty. To begin with, the most important fact in the existence of uncivilized peoples, their food. The Aru men have no regular supply, no staff of life, such as bread, rice, mandioca, maize, or sago, which are the daily food of a large proportion of mankind. They have, however, many sorts of vegetables, plantains, yams, sweet potatoes, and raw sago, and they chew up vast quantities of sugar cane, as well as betel nuts, gambir, and tobacco. Those who live on the coast have plenty of fish, but when inland, as we are here, they only go to the sea occasionally, and then bring home cockles and other shellfish by the boatload. Now and then they get wild pig or kangaroo, but too rarely to form anything like a regular part of their diet, which is essentially vegetable, and what is of more importance, as affecting their health, green watery vegetables imperfectly cooked, and even these in varying and often in sufficient quantities. To this diet may be attributed the prevalence of skin diseases and ulcers on the legs and joints. The scurfy skin disease, so common among savages, has a close connection with the poorness and irregularity of their living. The Malays, who are never without their daily rice, are generally free from it. The hill Dyaks of Borneo, who grow rice and live well, are clean-skinned, while the less industrious and less cleanly tribes, who live for a portion of the year on fruits and vegetables only, are very subject to this malady. It seems clear that in this, as in other respects, man is not able to make a beast of himself with impunity, feeding like the cattle on herbs and fruits of the earth, and taking no thought of the morrow. To maintain his health and beauty, he must labour to prepare some farinaceous product capable of being stored and accumulated, so as to give him a regular supply of wholesome food. When this is obtained, he may add vegetables, fruits, and meat with advantage. The chief luxury of the Aru people, besides betel and tobacco, is arak, Java rum, which the traders bring in great quantities and sell very cheap. A day's fishing or rattan cutting will purchase at least a half-gallon bottle, and when the tripang or bird's nests collected during a season are sold, they get whole boxes, each containing 15 such bottles, which the inmates of a house will sit around day and night till they have finished. They themselves tell me that at such bouts they often tear to pieces the house they are in, break and destroy everything they can lay their hands on, and make such an infernal riot as is alarming to behold. The houses and furniture are on a par with the food. A rude shed, supported on rough and slender sticks rather than posts, no walls but the floor raised to within a feet of the eaves, is the style of architecture they usually adopt. Inside there are partition walls of thatch, forming little boxes or sleeping places to accommodate the 2 or 3 separate families that usually live there together. A few mats, baskets, and cooking vessels, with plates and basins purchased from the Macasar traders, constitute their whole furniture. Spears and bows are their weapons. A sarong or mat forms the clothing of the women, a waistcloth of the men. For hours or even days they sit idle in their houses, the women bringing in the vegetables or sago which form their food. Sometimes they hunt or fish a little, or work at their house or canoes, but they seem to enjoy pure idleness, and work as little as they can. They have little to vary the monotony of life, little that can be called pleasure, except idleness and conversation, and they certainly do talk. Every evening there is a little babble around me, but as I understand not a word of it, I go on with my book or work undisturbed. Now and then they scream and shout, or laugh frantically for variety, and this goes on alternately with vociferous talking of men, women, and children, till long after I am in my mosquito curtain and sound asleep. At this place I obtained some light on the complicated mixture of races in Aru, which would utterly confound an ethnologist. Many of the natives, though equally dark with the others, have little of the Papuan physiognomy, but have more delicate features of the European type, with more glossy, curling hair. These at first quite puzzled me, for they have no more resemblance to Malay than to Papuan, and the darkness of skin and hair would forbid the idea of Dutch intermixture. Listening to their conversation, however, I detected some words that were familiar to me. Akabo was one, and to be sure that it was not an accidental resemblance, I asked the speaker in Malay what Akabo meant, and was told that it meant done or finished, a true Portuguese word, with its meaning retained. Again I heard the word Yafui often repeated, and could see without inquiry that its meaning was "he's gone," as in Portuguese. Porco seems, too, a common name, though the people have no idea of its European meaning. This cleared up the difficulty. I at once understood that some early Portuguese traders had penetrated these islands and mixed with the natives, influencing their language and leaving in their descendants for many generations the visible characteristics of their race. If to this we add the occasional mixture of Malay, Dutch, and Chinese with the indigenous Papuans, we have no reason to wonder at the curious varieties of form and feature occasionally to be met with in Aru. In this very house there was a Macasar man, with an Aru wife and a family of mixed children. In Dobo I saw a Javanese and an Amboina man, each with an Aru wife and family. And as this kind of mixture has been going on for at least 300 years, and probably much longer, it has produced a decided effect on the physical characteristics of a considerable portion of the population of the islands, more especially in Dobo and the parts nearest to it. March 28th. The Orang Kaya, being very ill with fever, had begged to go home, and had arranged with one of the men of the house to go on with me as his substitute. Now that I wanted to move, the bugbear of the pirates is brought up, and it was pronounced unsafe to go further than the next small river. This would not suit me, as I determined to traverse the channel called Watalay to the Blakang Tana, but my guide was firm in his dread of pirates, of which I knew there was now no danger, as several vessels had gone in search of them, as well as a Dutch gunboat which had arrived since I left Dobo. I had, fortunately, by this time heard that the Dutch commissie had really arrived, and therefore threatened that if my guide did not go with me immediately, I would appeal to the authorities, and he would certainly be obliged to give back the cloth with which the Orang Kaya had transferred to him in prepayment. This had the desired effect. Matters were soon arranged, and we started the next morning. The wind, however, was dead against us, and after rowing hard till midday, we put into a small river, where there were a few huts, to cook our dinners. The place did not look very promising, but as we could not reach our destination, the Watalay River, owing to the contrary wind, I thought we might as well wait here a day or two. I therefore paid a chopper for the use of a small shed, and got my bed and some boxes on shore. In the evening, after dark, we were suddenly alarmed by the cry of "Bayak! Bayak!" Pirates! The men all seized their bows and spears, and rushed down to the beach. We got hold of our guns and prepared for action, but in a few minutes all came back laughing and chattering, for it had proved to be only the small boat and some of their own comrades returning from fishing. When all was quiet again, one of the men who could speak a little Malay came to me and begged me not to sleep too hard. "Why?" said I. "Perhaps the pirates may really come," said he, seriously, which made me laugh and assure him I should sleep as hard as I could. 2 days were spent here, but the place was unproductive of insects or birds of interest, so we made another attempt to get on. As soon as we got a little away from the island, we had a fair wind, and in 6 hours' sailing reached the entrance of the Watalay Channel, which divides the most northerly from the middle portion of Aru. At its mouth this was about a mile wide, but soon narrowed, and a mile or two on it assumed entirely the aspect of a river about the width of the Thames at London, winding among low but undulating and often hilly country. The scene was exactly as might be expected in the interior of a continent. The channel continued on a uniform average width, with reaches and sinuous bends, one bank being often precipitous, or even forming vertical cliffs, while the other was flat and apparently alluvial. And it was only the pure sea salt water, and the absence of any stream but the slight flux and reflux of the tide, that would enable a person to tell that he was navigating a strait and not a river. The wind was fair, and carried us along, with occasional assistance from our oars, till about 3 in the afternoon, when we landed where a little brook formed 2 or 3 basins in the coral rock, and then fell in a miniature cascade into the salt water river. Here we bathed and cooked our dinner, and enjoyed ourselves lazily till sunset, when we pursued our way for 2 hours more, and then moored our little vessel to an overhanging tree for the night. At 5 the next morning we started again, and in an hour overtook 4 large praus containing the commissie, who had come from Dobo to make their official tour round the islands, and had passed us in the night. I paid a visit to the Dutchman, one of whom spoke a little English, but we found we could get on much better in Malay. They told me that they had been delayed going after the pirates to one of the northern islands, and had seen 3 of their vessels, but could not catch them, because on being pursued they rowed out in the wind's eye, which they are enabled to do by having about 50 oars to each boat. Having had some tea with them, I bade them adieu, and turned up a narrow channel which our pilot said would take us to the village of Watlay on the west side of Aru. After going some miles we found the channel nearly blocked up with coral, so that our boat grated along the bottom, crunching what may truly be called the living rock. Sometimes all hands had to get out and wade to lighten the vessel and lift it over the shallowest places, but at length we overcame all obstacles and reached a wide bay or estuary studded with little rocks and islets, an opening to the western sea and the numerous islands of the Belakang Tanah. I now found that the village that we were going to was miles away, that we should have to go out to sea and round a rocky point. A squall seemed coming on, and as I have a horror of small boats at sea, and from all I could learn Watlay village was not a place to stop at, no birds of paradise being found there, I determined to return and go to a village I had heard of up a tributary of the Watlay river, and situated nearly in the centre of the mainland of Aru. The people there were said to be good, and to be accustomed to hunting and bird catching, being too far inland to get any part of their food from the sea. While I was deciding this point, the squall burst upon us, and soon raised a rolling sea in the shallow water, which upset an oil bottle and a lamp, broke some of my crockery, and threw us all into confusion. Rowing hard, we managed to get back into the main river by dusk, and looked out for a place to cook our suppers. It happened to be the high water, and a very high tide, so that every piece of sand or beach was covered, and it was with the greatest difficulty, and after much groping in the dark, that we discovered a little sloping piece of rock, about 2 feet square, on which to make a fire and cook some rice. The next day we continued on our way back, and on the following day entered a stream on the south side of the Watlay river, and ascending to where navigation ceased, found the little village of Wamumbai, consisting of 2 large houses surrounded by plantains, amid the virgin forests of Aru. As I liked the look of the place, and was desirous of staying some time, I sent my pilot to try and make a bargain for house accommodation. The owner and chief man of the place made many excuses. First, he was afraid that I would not like his house, and then was doubtful whether his son, who was away, would like his admitting me. I had a long talk with him myself, and tried to explain what I was doing, and how many things I would buy them, and showed him my stock of heads and knives and cloth and tobacco, all of which I would spend with his family and friends if he would give me some house room. He seemed a little staggered at this, and said he would talk to his wife, and in the meantime I went for a little walk to see the neighbourhood. When I came back, I again sent my pilot, saying that I would go away if he would not give me part of his house. In about half an hour he returned with a demand for about half the cost of building a house, for the rent of a small portion of it for a few weeks. As the only difficulty now was a pecuniary one, I got out about 10 yards of cloth, an axe with a few beads and some tobacco, and sent them as my final offer for part of the house which I had before pointed out. This was accepted after a little more talk, and I immediately proceeded to take possession. The house was a good large one, raised as usual about 7 feet on posts, the walls about 3 or 4 feet more, with a high-pitched roof. The roof was of bamboo laths, and in the sloping roofway an immense shutter which could be lifted and propped up to admit light and air. At the end where this was situated, the floor was raised about a foot, and this piece, about 10 feet wide by 20 long, quite open to the rest of the house, was the portion I was to occupy. At one end of this piece, separated by a thatched partition, was a cooking place with a clay floor and shelves for crockery. At the opposite end I had my mosquito curtain hung, and round the walls we arranged my boxes and other stores, set up a table and seat, and with a little cleaning and dusting made the place look quite comfortable. My boat was then hauled up on shore and covered with palm leaves, the sails and oars brought indoors, a hanging stage for drying my specimens erected outside the house, and another inside, and my boys were set to clean their guns and get all ready for beginning work. The next day I occupied myself in exploring the paths in the immediate neighbourhood. The small river up which we had ascended ceases to be navigable at this point, above which it is a little rocky brook, which quite dries up in the hot season. There was now, however, a fair stream of water in it, and a path which was partly in and partly by the side of the water promised well for insects, as I here saw the magnificent blue butterfly Papilio ulysses, as well as several other fine species, flopping lazily along, sometimes resting high up in the foliage which drooped over the water, at others settling down on the damp rock or the edges of muddy pools. A little way on several paths branched off through patches of second-growth forest to cane fields, gardens, and scattered houses, beyond which again the dark wall of verdure, striped with tree trunks, marked out the limits of the primeval forests. The voices of many birds promised good shooting, and on my return I found that my boys had already obtained 2 or 3 kinds I had never seen before, and in the evening a native brought me a rare and beautiful species of ground thrush, Pitta novaeguinae, hitherto only known from New Guinea. As I improved my acquaintance with them, I became much interested in these people, who are a fair sample of the true savage inhabitants of Aru Islands, tolerably free from foreign admixture. The house I lived in contained 4 or 5 families, and there were generally from 6 to a dozen visitors besides. They kept up a continual row from morning till night, talking, laughing, shouting without intermission, not a very pleasant, but interesting as a study of national character. My boy Ali said to me, "Banyak kuat bicara orang Aru." The Aru people are very strong talkers, never having been accustomed to such eloquence either in his own or any other country he had hitherto visited. Of an evening, the men, having got over their first shyness, began to talk to me a little, asking about my country and so on and so forth, and in return I questioned about any traditions they had of their own origin. I had, however, very little success, for I could not possibly make them understand the simple question of where the Aru people first came from. I put it in every possible way to them, but it was a subject quite beyond their speculations. They had, evidently, never thought of anything of the kind, and were unable to conceive a thing so remote and so unnecessary to be thought about as their own origin. Finding this hopeless, I asked if they knew when the trade with the Aru first began, and when the Bugis and Chinese and Macasar men first came in their praus to buy trimpang and tortoiseshell and birds' nests and paradise birds. This they comprehended, but replied that there had always been the same trade as long as they or their fathers recollected, but that this was the first time a real white man had come among them. And, said they, you see how the people came every day from every village round to look at you. This was very flattering, and accounted for the great concourse of visitors which I first imagined was accidental. A few years before, I had been one of the gazers at the Zulus and the Aztecs in London. Now the tables were turned upon me, for I was, to these people, a new and strange variety of man, and had the honour of affording to them, in my own person, an attractive exhibition, gratis. All the men and boys of Aru are expert archers, never stirring without their bows and arrows. They shoot all sorts of birds, as well as pigs and kangaroos occasionally, and thus have a tolerably good supply of meat to eat with their vegetables. The result of this better living is superior healthiness, well-made bodies, and generally clear skins. They brought me numbers of small birds in exchange for beads or tobacco, but mauled them terribly, notwithstanding my repeated instructions. When they got a bird alive, they would often tie a string to its leg, and keep it a day or two, till its plumage was quite so bedraggled and dirtied as to be almost worthless. One of the first things I got from there was a living specimen of the curious and beautiful racket-tailed kingfisher. Seeing how much I admired it, they afterwards brought me several more, which were all caught before daybreak, sleeping in cavities in the rocky banks of the stream. My hunters also shot a few specimens, and almost all of them had the red bill more or less clogged with mud and earth. This indicates the habits of the bird, which, though popular kingfisher, never catches fish, but lives on insects and minute shells, which it picks up in the forest, darting down upon them from its perch on some low branch. The genus Tanysiptera, to which this bird belongs, is remarkable for its enormously lengthened tail, which in all other kingfishers is small and short. Linnaeus named the species known to him the goddess kingfisher, Alcidodea, from its extreme grace and beauty, the plumage being brilliant blue and white, with the bill red, like coral. Several species of these interesting birds are now known, all confined within the limited area which comprises the Moluccas, New Guinea, and the extreme north of Australia. They resemble each other so closely that several of them can be only distinguished by careful comparison. One of the rarest, however, which inhabits New Guinea, is very distinct from the rest, being bright red underneath instead of white. That which I now obtained was a new one, and has been named Tanysiptera hydrocharis, but in general form and coloration it is exactly similar to the larger species found in Amboina, and figured at page 468 of my first volume. New and interesting birds were continually brought in, either by my own boys or by the natives, and at the end of a week Ali arrived triumphant one afternoon with a fine specimen of the great bird of paradise. The ornamental plumes had not yet attained their full growth, but the richness of their glossy orange colouring and the exquisite delicacy of the loosely waving feathers were unsurpassable. At the same time, a great black cockatoo was brought in, as well as a fine fruit pigeon and several small birds, so that we were all kept hard at work skinning till sunset. Just as we cleared away and packed up for the night, a strange beast was brought which had been shot by the natives. It resembled in size, and in its woolly covering, a small fat lamb, but had short legs, hand-like feet with large claws, and a long prehensile tail. It was a cuscus, Cuscus maculatus, one of the curious marsupial animals of the Papuan region, and I was very desirous to obtain the skin. The owners, however, said that they wanted to eat it, and though I offered them a good price and promised to give them all the meat, there was great hesitation. Suspecting the reason, I offered, though it was night, to set to work immediately and get out the body for them, to which they agreed. The creature was much hacked about and the 2 hind feet almost cut off, but it was the largest and finest specimen of the kind I had ever seen, and after an hour's hard work I handed over the body to the owners, who immediately cut it up and roasted it for supper. As this was a very good place for birds, I determined to remain a month longer, and took the opportunity of a native boat going to Dobo to send Ali for a fresh supply of ammunition and provisions. They started on the 10th of April, and the house was crowded with about 100 men, boys, women and girls, bringing their loads of sugar-cane, plantains, sirih leaf, yams, and so on. One lad going from each house to sell the produce and make purchases. The noise was indescribable. At least 50 of the 100 were always talking at once, and that not in the low measured tones of the apathetically polite Malay, but with loud voices, shouts, and screaming laughter, in which the women and children were even more conspicuous than the men. It was only while gazing at me that their tongues were moderately quiet, because their eyes were fully occupied. The black vegetable soil here, overlying the coral rock, is very rich, and the sugar cane was finer than any I had ever seen. The canes brought to the boat were often 10 and even 12 feet long, and thick in proportion, with short joints throughout, swelling between the knots with the abundance of the juice. At Dobo they get a high price for it, 1d to 3d a stick, and there is an insatiable demand among the crews of the praus and the baba fishermen. Here they eat it continually, they half live on it, and sometimes feed their pigs with it. Near every house are great heaps of the refuse cane, and large wicker baskets to contain this refuse as it is produced form a regular part of the furniture of a house. Whatever time of the day you enter, you are sure to find 3 or 4 people with a yard of cane in one hand, a knife in the other, and a basket between their legs, hacking, paring, chewing, and basket filling with a persevering assiduity which reminds one of the hungry cow grazing, or of a caterpillar eating up a leaf. After 5 days' absence, the boats returned from Dobo, bringing Ali and all the things I had sent for quite safe. A large party had assembled to be ready to carry home the goods brought, among which were a good many cocoanuts, which are a great luxury here. It seems strange that they should never plant them, but the reason simply is that they cannot bring their hearts to bury a good nut for the prospective advantage of a crop 12 years hence. There is also the chance of the fruits being dug up and eaten unless watched night and day. Among the things I sent for was a box of arrack, and I was now of course besieged with requests for a little drop. I gave them a flask, about 2 bottles, which was very soon finished, and I was assured that there were many present who had not had a taste. As I feared my box would soon be emptied if I supplied all their demands, I told them I had given them one, but the second they must pay for, and that afterwards I must have a paradise bird for each flask. They immediately sent round to all the neighbouring houses, and mustered up a rupee in Dutch copper money, got their second flask, and drunk it as quickly as the first, and were then very talkative, but less noisy and importunate than I had expected. 2 or 3 of them got round me and begged me for the 20th time to tell them the name of my country. Then, as they could not pronounce it satisfactorily, they insisted that I was deceiving them, and that it was the name of my own invention. One funny old man, who bore a ludicrous resemblance to a friend of mine at home, was almost indignant. "Ung lung," he said, "who ever heard of such a name? Ang Lang, Angalung, that cannot be the name of your country. You are playing with us. Then he tried to give a convincing illustration. My country is Wamumbai. Anybody can say Wamumbai. I am an Orang Wamumbai. But England, who ever heard of such a name? Do tell us the real name of your country, and then when you're gone we shall know how to talk about you. To this luminous argument and remonstrance I could oppose nothing but assertion, and the whole party remained firmly convinced that I was for some reason or other deceiving them. They then attacked me on another point, what all the animal and birds and insects and shells were preserved so carefully for. They had often asked me this before, and I had tried to explain to them that they would be stuffed and made to look as if alive, and people in my country would go to look at them. But this was not satisfying. In my country there must be many better things to look at, and they could not believe I would take so much trouble with their birds and beasts just for people to look at. They did not want to look at them, and we, who had made calico and glass and knives and all sorts of wonderful things, could not want things from Aru to look at. They had evidently been thinking about it, and had at length got what seemed a very satisfactory theory, for the same old man said to me in a low mysterious voice, "What becomes of them when you go to the sea?" "Why, they're all packed up in boxes," said I. "What did you think became of them?" "They all come to life again, don't they?" said he. And though I tried to joke it off, and said if they did we should have plenty to eat at sea, he stuck to his opinion, and kept repeating, with an air of deep conviction, "Yes, they all come to life again. That's what they do. They all come to life again." After a while, and a good deal of talking among themselves, he began again. "I know all about it. Oh yes, before you came we had rain every day, very wet indeed. Now, ever since you've been here, it is fine hot weather. Oh yes, I know all about it. You cannot deceive me." And so I was set down as a conjurer, and was unable to repel the charge. But the conjurer was completely puzzled by the next question. "What," said the old man, "is the great ship where the Bugis and Chinamen go to sell their things? It has oars in the great sea. Its name is Yong. Tell us all about it." In vain I inquired what they knew about it. They knew nothing but that it was called Jong, and was oars in the sea, and was a great ship, and concluded with, "Perhaps that is in your country." Finding that I could not or would not tell them anything about Jong, there came more regrets that I would not tell them the real name of my country, and then a long string of compliments to the effect that I was a much better sort of a person than the Bugis and Chinese who sometimes came to trade with them, for I gave them things for nothing, and did not try to cheat them. How long would I stop, was the next earnest inquiry. Would I stay 2 or 3 months? They would get plenty of birds and animals, and I might soon finish all the goods I'd brought. And then, said the old spokesman, don't go away, but send for more things from Dobo, and stay here a year or 2. And then again the old story. Do tell us the name of your country. We know the Bugis men and the Macasar men and the Java men and the China men. Only you, we do not know from what country you come. Lung, it cannot be. I know it's not the name of your country. Seeing no end to this long talk, I said I was tired and wanted to go to sleep. So after begging, one a little bit of dry fish for his supper, and another a little salt to eat with the sago, they went off very quietly, and I went outside and took a stroll around the house by moonlight, thinking of the simple people and the strange production of Aru, and then turned in under my mosquito curtain to sleep with a sense of perfect security in the midst of these good-natured savages. We now had 7 or 8 days of hot and dry weather, which reduced the little river to a succession of shallow pools, connected by the smallest possible thread of trickling water. If there was a dry season like that of Macasar, the Aru Islands would be uninhabitable, as there is no part of them much above 100 feet high, and the whole, being a mass of porous coralline rock, allows the surface water rapidly to escape. The only dry season they have is for a month or 2 about September or October, and there is then an excessive scarcity of water, so that sometimes hundreds of birds and other animals die of drought. The natives then remove to houses near the sources of the small streams, where in the shady depths of the forest a small quantity of water still remains. Even then many of them have to go miles for their water, which they keep in large bamboos and use very sparingly. They assure me that they catch and kill game of all kinds, by watching at the waterholes or getting snares around them. That would be about the time for me to make my collections, but the want of water would be a terrible annoyance, and the impossibility of getting away before another whole year had passed made it out of the question. Ever since leaving Dobo I had suffered terribly from insects, who seemed here bent upon revenging my long-continued persecution of their race. At our first stopping place, sandflies were very abundant at night, penetrating to every part of the body, and producing a more lasting irritation than mosquitoes. My feet and ankles especially suffered, and were completely covered with little red swollen specks, which tormented me horribly. On arriving here we were delighted to find the house free from sandflies or mosquitoes, but in the plantations where my daily walks led me, the day-biting mosquitoes swarmed, and seemed especially to delight in attacking my poor feet. After a month's incessant punishment, those useful members rebelled against such treatment, and broke into open insurrection, throwing out numerous inflamed ulcers, which were very painful and stopped me from walking. So I found myself confined to the house, and with no immediate prospect of leaving it. Wounds or sores in the feet are especially difficult to heal in hot climates, and I therefore dreaded them more than any other illness. The confinement was very annoying, as the hot fine weather was excellent for insects, of which I had every promise of obtaining a fine collection, and it is only by daily and unremitting search that the smaller kinds and the rarer and more interesting specimens can be obtained. When I crawled down to the riverside to bathe, I often saw the blue-winged Papilio ulysses, or some other equally rare and beautiful insect, but there was nothing for it but patience, and to return quietly to my bird-skinning, or whatever work I had indoors. The stings and bites and ceaseless irritation caused by these pests of the tropical forests would be borne uncomplainingly, but to be kept prisoner by them in so rich and unexplored a territory, where rare and beautiful creatures are to be met with in every forest ramble, a country reached by such long and tedious voyage, and which might not in the present century be again visited for the same purpose, is a punishment too severe for a naturalist to pass over in silence. I had, however, some consolation in the birds my boys brought home daily, more especially the paradises, which they at length obtained in full plumage. It was quite a relief to my mind to get these, for I could hardly have torn myself away from Aru had I not obtained specimens. But what I valued almost as much as the birds themselves was the knowledge of their habits, which I was daily obtaining both from the accounts of my hunters and from the conversation of the natives. The birds had now commenced what the people here call their sakalele, or dancing parties, in certain trees in the forest, which are not fruit trees as I first imagined, but which have an immense tread of spreading branches and large but scattered leaves, giving a clear space for the birds to play and exhibit their plumes. On one of these trees, a dozen or 20 full-plumaged male birds assemble together, raise up their wings, stretch out their necks, and elevate their exquisite plumes, keeping them in continual vibration. Between whiles they fly across from branch to branch in great excitement, so that the whole tree is filled with waving plumes in every variety of attitude and motion. See frontispiece. The bird itself is nearly as large as a crow, and is of a rich coffee-brown colour. The head and neck is of a pure straw yellow above, and rich metallic green beneath. The long plumy tufts of golden-orange feathers spring from the sides beneath each wing, and when the bird is in repose are partly concealed by them. At the same time of its excitement, however, the wings are raised vertically over the back, the head is bent down and stretched out, and the long plumes are raised up and expanded till they form two magnificent golden fans, striped with deep red at the base, and fading off into the pale brown tint of the finely divided and softly waving points. The whole bird is then overshadowed by them, and the crouching body, yellow head, and emerald green throat forming but the foundation and setting to the golden glory which waves above. When seen in this attitude, the bird of paradise really deserves its name, and must be ranked as one of the most beautiful and most wonderful of living things. I continued also to get specimens of the lovely little kingbird occasionally, as well as numbers of brilliant pigeons, sweet little parakeets, and many curious small birds, most nearly resembling those of Australia and New Guinea. Here, as among most savage people I have dwelt among, I was delighted with the beauty of the human form, a beauty of which stay-at-home civilized people can scarcely have any conception. What are the finest Grecian statues to the living, moving, breathing men I saw daily around me? The unrestrained grace of the naked savage as he goes about his daily occupations or lounges at his ease must be seen to be understood, and a youth bending his bow is a perfection of manly beauty. The women, however, except in extreme youth, are by no means so pleasant to look at as the men. Their strongly marked features are very unfeminine, and hard work, privations, and very early marriages soon destroy whatever beauty or grace they may for a short time possess. Their toilet is very simple, but also, I am sorry to say, very coarse and disgusting. It consists solely of a mat of plaited strips of palm leaves, worn tight around the body, and reaching from the hips to the knees. It seems not to be changed till worn out, is seldom washed, and is generally very dirty. This is the universal dress, except in a few cases where the Malay sarongs have come into use. Their frizzly hair is tied in a bunch at the back of the head. They delight in combing, or rather forking it, using for that purpose a large wooden fork with 4 diverging prongs, which answers the purpose of separating and arranging the long tangled frizzy mass of cranial vegetation much better than any comb would do. The only ornaments of the women are earrings and necklaces, which they arrange in various tasteful ways. The ends of a necklace are often attached to the earrings, and then looped on to the hair knot behind. This has really an elegant appearance, the beads hanging gracefully on each side of the head, and by establishing a connection with the earrings, gives an appearance of utility to those barbarous ornaments. We recommend this style to the consideration of those of the fair sex who still bore holes in their ears, and hang rings there too. Another style of necklace among these Papuan belles is to wear 2, each hanging on one side of the neck and under the opposite arm, so as to cross each other. This has a very pretty appearance, in part due to the contrast of the white beads or kangaroo teeth of which they are composed with the dark glossy skin. The earrings themselves are formed of a bar of copper or silver, twisted so that the ends cross. The men, as usual among savages, adorn themselves more than the women. They wear necklaces, earrings, and finger rings, and delight in a band of plaited grass tight around the arm just below the shoulder, to which they attach a bunch of hair or bright-coloured feathers by way of ornament. The teeth of small animals, either alone or alternately with black or white beads, form their necklaces, and sometimes bracelets also. For these latter, however, they prefer brass wire, or the black horny wing spines of the cassowary, which they consider a charm. Anklets of brass or shell, and tight-plated garters below the knee, complete their ordinary decorations. Some natives of Cobror from the further south, and who are reckoned the worst and least civilized of the Aru tribes, came one day to visit us. They have a rather more than usually savage appearance, owing to the greater amount of ornaments they use, the most conspicuous being a large horseshoe-shaped comb which they wear over the forehead, the ends resting on the temples. The back of the comb is fastened into a piece of wood, which is plated with tin in front, and above is attached a plume of feathers from a cock's tail. In other respects they scarcely differed from the people I was living with. They brought me a couple of birds, some shells and insects, showing that the report of the white man and his doing had reached their country. There was probably hardly a man in Aru who had not by this time heard of me. Besides the domestic utensils already mentioned, the movable property of a native is very scanty. He has a good supply of spears and bows and arrows for hunting, a parang or chopping knife, and an axe, for the Stone Age has passed away here, owing to the commercial enterprise of the Bugis and other Malay races. Attached to a belt, or hung across his shoulder, he carries a little skin pouch and an ornamented bamboo containing betel nut, tobacco, and lime, and a small German wooden-handled knife is generally stuck between his waistcloth of bark and his bare skin. Each man also possesses a cadjan, or a sleeping mat, made of the broad leaves of pandanus neatly sewn together in 3 layers. This mat is about 4 feet square, and when folded has one end sewn up, so that it forms a kind of sack open at one side. In the closed corner the head or feet can be placed, or by carrying it on the head in a shower, it forms both coat and umbrella. It doubles up in a small compass for convenient carriage, and then forms a light and elastic cushion, so that on a journey it becomes clothing, house, bedding, and furniture all in one. The only ornaments in an Aru house are trophies of the chase, jaws of wild pigs, the heads and backbones of cassowaries, and plumes made from the feathers of the bird of paradise, cassowary, and domestic fowl. The spears, shields, knife handles, and other utensils are more or less carved in fanciful designs, and the mats and leaf boxes are painted or plated in neat patterns of red, black, and yellow colours. I must not forget these boxes, which are most ingeniously made of the pith of a palm leaf pegged together, lined inside with pandanus leaves, and outside with the same, or with plaited grass. All the joints and angles are coffered with strips of split rattan sewn neatly on. The lid is covered with brown leathery spathe of the areca palm, which is impervious to water, and the whole box is neat, strong, and well finished. They are made from a few inches to 3 feet long, and being much esteemed by the Malay as clothes box, are a regular article of export from Aru. The natives use the smaller ones for tobacco or betel nut, but seldom have clothes enough to require the larger ones, which are made only for sale. Among the domestic animals which may generally be seen in native houses are gaudy parrots, green, red, and blue, and a few domestic fowls, which have baskets hung for them to lay in under the eaves, and who sleep on the ridge, and several half-starved, wolfish barking dogs. Instead of rats and mice, there are curious little marsupial animals, about the same size, which run about at night and nibble anything eatable that may be left uncovered. 4 or 5 different kinds of ants attack everything not isolated by water, and one kind even swims across that. Great spiders lurk in baskets and boxes, or hide in the folds of my mosquito curtain. Centipedes and millipedes are found everywhere. I have caught them under my pillow and on my bed, while in every box, and under every board which has lain for some days undisturbed, little scorpions are sure to be found, snugly ensconced, with their formidable tails quickly turned up ready for attack or defence. Such companions seem very alarming and dangerous, but all combined are not so bad as the irritation of mosquitoes or of the insect pests often found at home. These latter are a constant and unceasing source of torment and disgust, whereas you may live a long time among scorpions, spiders, and centipedes, ugly and venomous though they are, and get no harm from them. After living 12 years in the tropics, I have never yet been bitten or stung by either. The lean and hungry dogs before mentioned were my greatest enemies, and kept me constantly on the watch. If my boys left the bird they were skinning for an instant, it was sure to be carried off. Everything eatable had to be hung up in the roof to be out of their reach. Ali had just finished skinning a fine king of paradise one day when he dropped the skin. Before he could stoop to pick it up, one of the famished race had seized upon it, and he only succeeded in rescuing it from its fangs after it was torn to tatters. 2 skins of the large paradisi, which were quite dry and ready to pack away, were incautiously left on my table for the night, wrapped up in a paper. The next morning they were gone, and only a few scattered feathers indicated their fate. My hanging shelf was out of their reach, but having stupidly left a box which served as a step, a full-plumaged paradise bird was next morning missing, and a dog below the house was to be seen still mumbling over the fragments, with the fine golden plumes all trampled in the mud. Every night, as soon as I was in bed, I could hear them searching about for what they could devour under my table, and all about my boxes and baskets, keeping me in a state of suspense till morning, lest something of value might incautiously have been left within their reach. They would drink the oil of my floating lamp, and eat the wick, and upset or break my crockery if my lazy boys had neglected to wash away even the smell of anything eatable. Bad, however, as they are here, they were even worse in the Jack's house in Borneo, where I was once staying, for there they gnawed off the tops of my waterproof boots, ate a large piece out of an old leather game bag, besides devouring a portion of my mosquito curtain. April 28th. Last evening we had a grand consultation, which had evidently been arranged and discussed beforehand. A number of the natives gathered around me, and said they wanted to talk. 2 of the best Malay scholars helped each other, the rest putting in hints and ideas in their own language. They told me a long rambling story, but partly owing to their imperfect knowledge of Malay, partly through my ignorance of local terms, and partly through the incoherence of their narrative, I could not make it out very clearly. It was, however, a tradition, and I was glad to find out that they had anything of the kind. A long time ago, they said, some strangers came to Aru, and came here to Wanumbai, and the chief of the Wanumbai people did not like them, and wanted them to go away, but they would not go. So it came to fighting, and many Aru men were killed, and some, along with the chief, were taken prisoners and carried away by the strangers. Some of the speakers, however, said that he was not carried away, but went away with his own boat to escape from the foreigners, and went to the sea and never came back again. But they all believed that the chief and the people that went with him still live in some foreign country, and if they could but find out where, they would send for them to come back again. Now, having some vague idea that white men must know every country beyond the sea, they wanted to know if I had met their people in my country or in the sea. They thought they must be there, for they could not imagine where else they could be. They had sought for them everywhere, they said, on the land and in the sea, in the forest and on the mountains, and in the air and sky, and could not find them. Therefore they must be in my country, and they begged me to tell them, for I must surely know, as I came from across the great sea. I tried to explain to them that their friends could not have reached my country in small boats, and that there were plenty of islands like Aru all about the sea, which they would be sure to find. Besides, as it was so long ago, the chief and all the people must be dead. But they quite laughed at this idea, and said that they were sure they were quite alive, for they had proof of it. And then they told me that a good many years ago, when the speakers were boys, some Wakan men who were out fishing met these people in the sea, and spoke to them, and the chief gave the Wakan men 100 fathoms of cloth to bring the men of Mumbai, to show that they were alive, and would soon come back to them. But the Wakan men were thieves, and kept the cloth, and they only heard of it afterwards. And when they spoke about it, the Wakan men denied it, and pretended they had not received the cloth, so that they were quite sure their friends were at that time alive and somewhere in the sea. And again, not many years ago, a report came to them that some Bugis traders had brought some children of their lost people. So they went to Dobo to see about it, and the owner of the house, who was now speaking to me, was one who went. But the Bugis man would not let them see the children, and threatened to kill them if they came into his house. He kept the children shut up in a large box, and when he went away he took them with him. And at the end of each of these stories, they begged me in an imploring tone to tell them if I knew where their chief and their people now were. By dint of questioning, I got some account of the strangers who had taken away their people. They said they were wonderfully strong, and each one could kill a great many Aru men, and when they were wounded, however badly, they spit upon the place, and it immediately became well. And they made a great net of rattans, and entangled the prisoners in it, and sunk them in the water. And the next day, when they pulled the net up on shore, they made the drowned men come to life again, and carried them away. Much more of the same kind was told me, but in so confused and rambling a manner that I could make nothing out of it, till I inquired how long ago it was that all this happened. When they told me that their people were taken away, the Bugis came in their praus to trade in Aru, and to buy tripang and birds' nests. It is not impossible that something similar to what they related to me really happened when the Portuguese discoverers first came to Aru, and has formed the foundation for a continually increasing accumulation of legend and fable. I have no doubt that to the next generation, or even before, I myself shall be transformed into a magician or demigod, a worker of miracles, and a being of supernatural knowledge. They already believe that all the animals I preserve will come alive again, and to their children it will be related that they actually did so. An unusual spell of fine weather setting in just at my arrival has made them believe I can control the seasons, and the simple circumstances of my always walking alone in the forest is a wonder and a mystery to them, as well as my asking them about birds and animals I have not yet seen, and showing an acquaintance with their form, colours, and habits. These facts are brought against me when I disclaim knowledge of what they wished me to tell them. "You must know," they say. "You know everything. You make the fine weather for your men to shoot, and you know all about our birds and animals as well as we do, and you go alone in the forest and are not afraid." Therefore every confession of ignorance on my part is thought to be a blind, a mere excuse to avoid telling them too much. My very writing materials and books are to them weird things, and were I to choose to mystify them by a few simple experiments with lens and magnet, miracles without end would in a few years cluster about me, and future travellers penetrating to Mumbai would hardly believe that a poor English naturalist, who had resided a few months among them, could have been the original of the supernatural being to whom so many marvels were attributed. For some days I had noticed a good deal of excitement, and many strangers came and went armed with spears and cutlasses, bows and shields. I now found that there was a war near us, 2 neighbouring villages having a quarrel about some matter of local politics that I could not understand. They told me it was quite a common thing, and that they are rarely without fighting somewhere near. Individual quarrels are taken up by villages and tribes, and the non-payment of the stipulated price for a wife is one of the most frequent causes of bitterness and bloodshed. One of the war shields was brought to me to look at, It was made of rattans and covered with cotton twist, so as to be both light and strong, and very tough. I should think it would resist any ordinary bullet. About the middle there was an armhole with a shutter or flap over it. This enables the arm to be put through, and the bow drawn, while the body and face, up to the eyes, remain protected, which cannot be done if the shield is carried on the arm by loops attached to the back in the ordinary way. A few of the young men from our house went to help their friends, but I could not bear that any of them were hurt, or that there was much hard fighting. May 8th. I had now been 6 weeks at Mumbai, but for more than half the time was laid up in the house with ulcerated feet. My stores being nearly exhausted, and my bird and insect boxes full, and having no immediate prospect of getting the use of my legs again, I determined on returning to Dobo. Birds had lately become rather scarce, and the paradise birds had not yet become as plentiful as the natives assured me they would in another month. The Mumbai people seemed very sorry at my departure, and well they might be, for the shells and insects they picked up on the way to and from their plantations, and the birds the little boys shot with their bows and arrows, kept them all well supplied with tobacco and gambir, besides enabling them to accumulate a stock of beads and coppers for future expenses. The owner of the house was supplied gratis with a little rice, fish, or salt, whenever he asked for it, which I must say was not very often. On parting, I distributed among them my remnant stock of salt and tobacco, and gave my host a flask of arrack, and believed that on the whole my stay with these simple and good-natured people was productive of pleasure and profit to both parties. I fully intended to come back, and had I known that circumstances would have prevented my doing so, should have felt some sorrow in leaving a place where I had first seen so many rare and beautiful living things, and had so fully enjoyed the pleasure which fills the heart of a naturalist when he is so fortunate as to discover a district hitherto unexplored, and where every day brings forth new and unexpected treasures. We loaded our boat in the afternoon, and, starting before daybreak, by the help of a fair wind, reached Dobo late the same evening. End of Chapter 31. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst.
Chapter 32 of The Malay Archipelago, Volume 2, by Alfred Russel WALLACE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 32, The Aru Islands, Second Residence at Dobo. May and June 1857. Dobo was full to overflowing, and I was obliged to occupy the courthouse where the commissioners hold their sittings. They had now left the island, and I found the situation agreeable, as it was at the end of the village, with a view down the principal street. It was a mere shed, but half of it had a roughly boarded floor, and by putting up a partition and opening a window, I made it a very pleasant abode. In one of the boxes I had left in charge of Herr Warsbergen, a colony of small ants had settled and deposited millions of eggs. It was luckily a fine hot day, and by carrying the box some distance from the house, and placing every article in the sunshine for an hour or two, I got rid of them without damage, as they were fortunately a harmless species. Dobo now presented an animated appearance. 5 or 6 new houses had been added to the street. The praus were all brought round to the western side of the point, where they were hauled up on the beach, and were being caulked and covered with a thick white lime plaster for the homeward voyage, making them the brightest and cleanest looking things in the place. Most of the small boats had returned from the Blakang Tana back country, as the side of the islands towards New Guinea is called. Piles of firewood were being heaped up behind the houses. Sailmakers and carpenters were busy at work. Mother-of-pearl shell was being tied up in bundles, and the black and ugly smoked tripang was having a last exposure to the sun before loading. The spare portion of the crews were employed cutting and squaring timber, and boats from Ceram and Goram were constantly unloading their cargoes of sago cake for the traders' homeward voyage. The fowls, ducks, and goats all looked fat and thriving on the refuge food of a dense population, and the Chinaman's pigs were in a state of obesity that foreboded early death. Parrots and tories and cockatoos of a dozen different kinds were suspended on bamboo perches at the doors of the houses, with metallic green or white fruit pigeons which cooed musically at noon and eventide. Young cassowaries, strangely striped with black and brown, wandered about the houses or gambolled with the playfulness of kittens in the hot sunshine, with sometimes a pretty little kangaroo, caught in the Aru forests, but already tame and graceful as a petted fawn. Of an evening there were more signs of life than at the time of my former residence. Tom-toms, Jews' harps, and even fiddles were to be heard, and the melancholy Malay songs sounded not unpleasantly far into the night. Almost every day there was a cockfight in the street. The spectators made a ring, and after the long steel spurs are tied on, and the poor animals are set down to gash and kill each other, the excitement is immense. Those who have made bets scream and yell and jump frantically, if they think they are going to win or lose. But in a very few minutes it is all over. There is a hurrah from the winners, and owners seize their cocks. The winning bird is caressed and admired. The loser is generally dead or very badly wounded, and his master may often be seen plucking out his feathers as he walks away, preparing him for the cooking pot, while the poor bird is still alive. A game at football, which generally took place at sunset, was, however, much more interesting to me. The ball used is a rather small one, and is made of rattan, hollow, light, and elastic. The player keeps it dancing a little while on his foot, then occasionally on his arm or thigh, till suddenly he gives it a good blow with the hollow of the foot, and sends it flying high in the air. Another player runs to meet it, and at its first bound catches it on his foot and plays it in his turn. The ball must never be touched with the hand, but the arm, shoulder, knee, or thigh are used at pleasure to rest the foot. 2 or 3 played very skilfully, keeping the ball continually flying about, but the place was too confined to show off the game to advantage. One evening a quarrel arose from some dispute in the game, and there was a great row, and it was feared there would be a fight about it. Not 2 men only, but a party of 12 or 20 on each side. A regular battle with knives and krisses. But after a large amount of talk it passed off quietly, and we heard nothing about it afterwards. Most Europeans, being gifted by nature with a luxuriant growth of hair upon their faces, think it disfigures them, and keep up a continual struggle against her by mowing down every morning the crop which has sprouted up, flaring, the preceding 24 hours. Now, the men of Mongolian race are, naturally, just as many of us want to be. They mostly pass their lives with faces as smooth and beardless as an infant's. But shaving seems an instinct of the human race, for many of these people, having no hair to take off their faces, shave their heads. Others, however, set resolutely to work to force nature to give them a beard. One of the chief cockfighters at Dobo was a Javanese, a sort of master of the ceremonies of the ring, who tied on the spars and acted as backer-up to one of the combatants. This man had succeeded, by assiduous cultivation, in raising a pair of moustaches, which were a triumph of art, for they each contained about 12 hairs, more than 3 inches long, and which, being well greased and twisted, were distinctly visible, when not too far off, as a black thread hanging down on each side of his mouth. But the beard to match was the difficulty, for nature had cruelly refused to give him a rudiment of hair on his chin, and the most talented gardener could not do much if he had nothing to cultivate. But true genius triumphs over difficulties. Although there was no hair proper on the chin, there happened to be, rather on one side of it, a small mole or freckle, which contained, as such things frequently do, a few stray hairs. These had been made the most of. They had reached 4 or 5 inches in length, and formed another black thread dangling from the left angle of the chin. The owner carried this as if it were something remarkable, as it certainly was. He often felt it affectionately, passed it between his fingers, and was evidently extremely proud of his moustaches and beard. One of the most surprising things connected with Aru was the excessive cheapness of all articles of European or native manufacture. We were here 2,000 miles beyond Singapore and Batavia, which are themselves emporiums of the Far East, in a place unvisited by, and almost unknown to, European traders. Everything reached us through at least 2 or 3 hands, often many more. Yet English calicos and American cotton cloths could be bought for 8 shillings the piece, muskets for 15 shillings, common scissors and German knives at 3 halfpence each, and other cutlery, cotton goods, and earthenware in the same proportion. The natives of this out-of-the-way country can, in fact, buy all these things at about the same money price as our workmen at home, but in reality very much cheaper, for the produce of a few hours' labour enables the savage to purchase in abundance what are to him luxuries, while to the European they are necessaries of life. The barbarian is no happier and no better off for this cheapness. On the contrary, it has a most injurious effect on him. He wants the stimulus of necessity to force him to labour, and if iron were as dear as silver, and calico as costly as satin, the effect would be beneficial to him. As it is, he has more idle hours, gets a more constant supply of tobacco, and can intoxicate himself with arrack more frequently and more thoroughly. For your Aru man scorns to get half drunk. A tumbler full of arrack is but a slight solace, and nothing less than half a gallon of spirit will make him tipsy to his own satisfaction. It is not agreeable to reflect on this state of things. At least half of the vast multitudes of uncivilized peoples, on whom our gigantic manufacturing system, enormous capital, and intense competition force the produce of our looms and workshops, would be not a whit worse off physically, and would certainly be improved morally, if all the articles with which we supply them were double or treble their present prices. If at the same time the difference of cost, or a large portion of it, could find its way into the pockets of the manufacturing workmen, thousands would be raised from want to comfort, from starvation to health, and would be removed from one of the chief incentives to crime. It is difficult for an Englishman to avoid contemplating with pride our gigantic and ever-increasing manufactures and commerce, and thinking everything good that renders their progress still more rapid, either by lowering the price at which the articles can be produced, or by discovering new markets to which they may be sent. If, however, the question that is so frequently asked of the votaries of the less popular sciences were put here, que bono, it would be found more difficult to answer than had been imagined. The advantages, even to the few who reap them, would be seen to be mostly physical, while the widespread moral and intellectual evils resulting from unceasing labour, low wages, crowded dwellings, and monotonous occupations, to perhaps as large a number as those who gain any real advantage, might be held to show a balance of evil so great as to lead the greatest admirers of our manufactures and commerce to doubt the advisability of their further development. It will be said, we cannot stop it. Capital must be employed. Our population must be kept at work. If we hesitate a moment, other nations, now hard pressing us, will get ahead, and national ruin will follow. Some of this is true, some fallacious. It is undoubtedly a difficult problem which we have to solve, and I am inclined to think it is this difficulty that makes men conclude that what seems a necessary and unalterable state of things must be good, that its benefits must be greater than its evils. This was the feeling of the American advocates of slavery. They could not see an easy, comfortable way out of it. In our own case, however, it is to be hoped that if a fair consideration of the matter in all its hearings shows that a preponderance of evil arises from the immensity of our manufactures and commerce, evil which must go on increasing with their increase, there is enough both of political wisdom and true philanthropy in Englishmen to induce them to turn their superabundant wealth into other channels. The fact that has led to these remarks is surely a striking one, that in one of the most remote corners of the earth, savages can buy clothing cheaper than the people of the country where it is made; that the weaver's child should shiver in the wintry wind, unable to purchase articles attainable by the wild natives of a tropical climate, where clothing is mere ornament or luxury, should make us pause ere we regard with unmixed admiration the system which has led to such a result, and cause us to look with some suspicion on the further extension of that system. It must be remembered, too, that our commerce is not a purely natural growth. It has ever been fostered by the legislature, and forced to an unnatural luxuriance by the protection of our fleets and armies. The wisdom and the justice of this policy have been already doubted. So soon, therefore, as it is seen that the further extension of our manufactures and commerce would be an evil, the remedy is not far to seek. After 6 weeks' confinement to the house, I was at length well, and could resume my daily walks in the forest. I did not, however, find it so productive as when I had first arrived at Dobo. There was a damp stagnation about the paths, and insects were very scarce. In some of my best collecting places, I now found a mass of rotting wood, mingled with young shoots, and overgrown with climbers. Yet I always managed to add something daily to my extensive collections. I one day met with a curious example of failure of instinct, which, by showing it to be fallible, renders it very doubtful whether it is anything more than hereditary habit, dependent on delicate modifications of sensation. Some sailors cut down a good-sized tree, and, as is always my practice, I visited it daily for some time in search of insects. Among other beetles came swarms of the little cylindrical wood-borers, Platypus tesseraceras, etc., and commenced making holes in the bark. After a day or two, I was surprised to find hundreds of them sticking in the holes they had bored, and on examination discovered that the milky sap of the tree was of the nature of gutta percha, hardening rapidly on exposure to the air, and gluing the little animals in self-dug graves. The habit of boring holes in trees in which to deposit their eggs was not accompanied by a sufficient instinctive knowledge of which trees were suitable, and which destructive to them. If, as is very probable, these trees have an attractive odour to certain species of borers, it might very likely lead to their becoming extinct, while other species, to whom the same odour was disagreeable, and who therefore avoided the dangerous trees, would survive, and would be credited by us with an instinct, whereas they would really be guided by a simple sensation. Those curious little beetles, the Brenthidae, were very abundant in Aru. The females have a pointed rostrum, with which they bore deep holes in the bark of dead trees, often burying the rostrum up to the eyes, and in these holes deposit their eggs. The males are larger, and have the rostrum dilated at the end, and sometimes terminating in a good-sized pair of jaws. I once saw 2 males fighting together. Each had a foreleg laid across the neck of the other, and the rostrum bent quite in at an attitude of defiance, and looking most ridiculous. Another time 2 were fighting for a female, who stood close by busy at her boring. They pushed at each other with their rostra, and clawed and thumped, apparently in the greatest rage, although their coats of mail must have saved both from injury. The small one, however, soon ran away, acknowledging himself vanquished. In most Coleoptera the female is larger than the male, and it is therefore interesting, as bearing on the question of sexual selection, that in this case, as in the stag beetles, where the males fight together, they should be not only better armed, but also much larger than the females. Just as we were going away, a handsome tree, allied to Erythrina, was in blossom, showing its masses of large crimson flowers scattered here and there about the forest. Could it have been seen from an elevation, it would have had a fine effect. From below I could only catch sight of masses of gorgeous colour, in clusters and festoons overhead, about which flocks of blue and orange lories were fluttering and screaming. A good many people died at Dobo this season, I believe about 20. They were buried in a little grove of casuarinas behind my house. Among the traders was a Mohammedan priest who superintended the funerals, which were very simple. The body was wrapped up in new white cotton cloth and was carried on a bier to the grave. All the spectators sat down on the ground, and the priest chanted some verses from the Koran. The graves were fenced round with a slight bamboo railing, and a little carved wooden head-post was put to mark the spot. There was also in the village a small mosque, where every Friday the faithful went to pray. This is probably more remote from Mecca than any other mosque in the world, and marks the farthest eastern extension of the Mohammedan religion. The Chinese here, as elsewhere, showed their superior wealth and civilization by tombstones of solid granite brought from Singapore, with deeply cut inscriptions, the characters of which are painted in red, blue, and gold. No people have more respect for the graves of their relations and friends than this strange, ubiquitous, money-getting people. Soon after we had returned to Dobo, my Macasar boy, Badarun, took his wages and left me, because I scolded him for laziness. He then occupied himself in gambling, and at first had some luck, and bought ornaments, and had plenty of money. Then his luck turned, he lost everything, borrowed money, and lost that, and was obliged to become the slave of his creditor till he had worked out the debt. He was a quick and active lad, when he pleased, but was apt to be idle, and had such an incorrigible propensity for gambling that it will very likely lead to his becoming a slave for life. The end of June was now approaching. The east monsoon had set in steadily, and in another week or two Dobo would be deserted. Preparations for departure were everywhere visible, and every sunny day, rather rare now, the streets were as crowded and as busy as beehives. Heaps of tripang were finally dried and packed up in sacks. Mother-of-pearl shell, tied up with rattans into convenient bundles, was all day long being carried to the beach to be loaded. Water casks were filled, and cloths and mat sails mended and strengthened for the run home before the strong east wind. Almost every day groups of natives arrived from the most distant part of the islands, with cargoes of bananas and sugar-cane, to exchange for tobacco, sago, bread, and other luxuries, before the general departure. The Chinamen killed their fat pig and made their parting feast, and kindly sent me some pork and a basin of bird's nest stew, which had very little more taste than a dish of vermicelli. My boy Ollie returned from Wanumbai, where I had sent him alone for a fortnight to buy paradise birds and prepare the skins. He brought me 16 glorious specimens, and had he not been very ill with fever and ague, might have obtained twice the number. He had lived with the people whose house I had occupied, and it is a proof of their goodness, if fairly treated, that although he took with him a quantity of silver dollars to pay for the birds they caught, no attempt was made to rob him, which might have been done with the most perfect impunity. He was kindly treated when ill, and was brought back to me with the balance of the dollars he had not spent. The Wanumbai people, like almost all the inhabitants of the Aru Islands, are perfect savages, and I saw no signs of any religion. There are, however, 3 or 4 villages on the coast where schoolmasters from Amboyna reside, and the people are nominally Christians, and are to some extent educated and civilized. I could not get much real knowledge of the customs of the Aru people during the short time I was among them, but they have evidently been considerably influenced by their long association with Mohammedan traders. They often bury their dead, although the national custom is to expose the body on a raised stage till it decomposes. Though there is no limit to the number of wives a man may have, they seldom exceed 1 or 2. A wife is regularly purchased from the parents, the price being a large assortment of articles, always including gongs, crockery, and cloth. They told me that some of the tribes kill the old men and women when they can no longer work, but I saw many very old and decrepit people who seemed pretty well attended to. No doubt all who have had much intercourse with the Bugis and Ceramese traders gradually lose many of their native customs, especially as these people often settle in their villages and marry native women. The trade carried on at Dobo is very considerable. This year there were 15 large praus from Macasar, and perhaps 100 small boats from Ceram, Goram, and Key. The Macasar cargoes are worth about 1,000 pounds each, and the other boats take away perhaps about 3,000 pounds worth, so that the whole exports may be estimated at 18,000 pounds per annum. The largest and most bulky items are pearl shell and tripang, or beche de mer, with small quantities of tortoise shell, edible birds' nests, pearls, ornamental woods, timber, and birds of paradise. These are purchased with a variety of goods. Of arrack, about equal in strength to ordinary West India rum, 3,000 boxes, each containing 15 half-gallon bottles, are consumed annually. Native cloth from Celebes is much esteemed for its durability, and large quantities are sold, as well as white English calico and American unbleached cottons, common crockery, coarse cutlery, muskets, gunpowder, gongs, small brass cannon, and elephants' tusks. These last 3 articles constitute the wealth of the Aru people with which they pay for their wives, or which they hoard up as real property. Tobacco is in immense demand for chewing, and it must be very strong, or an Aru man will not look at it. Knowing how little these people generally work, the mass of produce obtained annually shows that the islands must be pretty thickly inhabited, especially along the coasts, as 9/10 of the whole are marine productions. It was on the 2nd of July that we left Aru, followed by all the Macasar praus, 15 in number, who had agreed to sail in company. We passed south of Banda, and then steered due west, not seeing land for 3 days, till we sighted some low islands west of Bhutan. We had a strong and steady southeast wind day and night, which carried us on at about 5 knots an hour, where a clipper ship would have made 12. The sky was continually cloudy, dark, and threatening, with occasional drizzling showers, till we were west of Bouru, when it cleared up, and we enjoyed the bright sunny skies of the dry season for the rest of our voyage. It is about here, therefore, that the seasons of the eastern and western regions of the archipelago are divided. West of this line, from June to December, is generally fine, and often very dry, the rest of the year being the wet season. East of it, the weather is exceedingly uncertain, each island and each side of an island having its own peculiarities. The difference seems to consist not so much in the distribution of the rainfall as in that of the clouds and the moistness of the atmosphere. In Aru, for example, when we left, the little streams were all dried up, although the weather was gloomy, while in January, February, and March, when we had the hottest sunshine and the finest days, they were always flowing. The driest time of all the year in Aru occurs in September and October, just as it does in Java and Celebes. The rainy seasons agree, therefore, with those of the western islands, although the weather is very different. The Molucca sea is of a very deep blue color, quite distinct from the clear light blue of the Atlantic. In cloudy and dull weather it looks absolutely black, and when crested with foam has a stern and angry aspect. The wind continued fair and strong during our whole voyage, and we reached Macasar in perfect safety on the evening of the 11th of July, having made the passage from Aru more than 1,000 miles in 9½ days. My expedition to the Aru Islands had been eminently successful. Although I had been for months confined to the house by illness, and had lost much time, by the want of the means of locomotion, and by missing the right season at the right place, I brought away with me more than 9,000 specimens of natural objects, of about 1,600 distinct species. I had made the acquaintance of a strange and little-known race of men. I had become familiar with the traders of the Far East. I had revelled in the delights of exploring a new fauna and flora, one of the most remarkable and most beautiful and least known in the world. And I had succeeded in the main object for which I had undertaken the journey, namely, to obtain fine specimens of the magnificent birds of paradise, and to be enabled to observe them in their native forests. By this success I was stimulated to continue my researches in the Moluccas and New Guinea for nearly 5 years longer, and it is still the portion of my travels to which I look back with the most complete satisfaction. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 2, by Alfred Russel WALLACE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 33. The Aru Islands, Physical Geography and Aspects of Nature. In this chapter I propose to give a general sketch of the physical geography of the Aru Islands, and of their relation to the surrounding countries, and shall thus be able to incorporate the information obtained from traders and from the works of other naturalists with my own observations in these exceedingly interesting and little-known regions. The Aru group may be said to consist of one very large central island with a number of small ones scattered around it. The great island is called by the natives and traders Tang Busa, great or mainland, to distinguish it as a whole from Dobo, or any of the other detached islands. It is of an irregular oblong form, about 80 miles from north to south, and 40 or 50 from east to west, in which direction it is traversed by 3 narrow channels, dividing into 4 portions. These channels are always called rivers by the traders, which puzzled me much till I had passed through one of them, and saw how exceedingly applicable the name was. The northern channel, called the river of Watlay, is about 1/4 of a mile wide at its entrance, but soon narrows to about the 1/8 of a mile, which width it retains with little variation during its whole length of nearly 50 miles, till it again widens at its eastern mouth. Its course is moderately winding, and the banks are generally dry and somewhat elevated. In many places there are low cliffs of hard coralline limestone, more or less worn by the action of water, while sometimes level spaces extend from the banks to low ranges of hills a little inland. A few small streams enter it from right to left, at the mouths of which are some little rocky islands. The depth is very regular, being from 10 to 15 fathoms, and it has thus every feature of a true river, but for the salt water and the absence of a current. The 2 other rivers, whose names are Vorkai and Maikor, are said to be very similar in general character, but they are rather near together, and have a number of cross-channels intersecting the flat tract between them. On the south side of Maikor the banks are very rocky, and from thence to the southern extremity of Aru is an uninterrupted extent of rather elevated and very rocky country, penetrated by numerous small streams, and the high limestone cliffs bordering which the edible birds' nests of Aru are chiefly obtained. All my informants stated that the 2 southern rivers are larger than Watlai. The whole of Aru is low, but by no means so flat as has been represented, or as it appears from the sea. Most of it is dry rocky ground, with a somewhat undulating surface, rising here and there into abrupt hillocks, or cut into steep and narrow ravines. Except the patches of swamp, which are found at the mouths of most of the small rivers, there is no absolutely level ground, although the greatest elevation is probably not more than 200 feet. The rocks, which everywhere appears in the ravines and brooks, is a coralline limestone, in some places soft and pliable, in others so hard and crystalline as to resemble our mountain limestone. The small islands which surround the central mass are very numerous, but most of them are on the east side, where they form a fringe, often extending 10 or 15 miles from the main islands. On the west there are very few, Wama and Palopabi being the chief, with Wugia and Wasia at the northwest extremity. On the east side the sea is everywhere shallow and full of coral, and it is here that the pearl shells are found, which form one of the chief staples of Aru trade. All the islands are covered with dense and very lofty forest. The physical features here described are of peculiar interest, and, as far as I am aware, are to some extent unique, for I have been unable to find any other record of an island of the size of Aru crossed by channels which exactly resemble true rivers. How these channels originated were a complete puzzle to me, till after long consideration of the whole of the natural phenomena presented by these islands, I arrived at a conclusion which I will now endeavour to explain. There are three ways in which we may conceive islands which are not volcanic to have been formed, or to have been reduced to their present condition, by elevation, by subsidence, or by separation from a continent or larger island. The existence of coral rock, or of raised beaches far inland, indicates recent elevation. Lagoon coral islands, and such as have barrier or encircling reefs, have suffered subsidence, while our own islands, whose productions are entirely those of the adjacent continent, have been separated from it. Now the Aru Islands are all coral rock, and the adjacent sea is shallow and full of coral. It is therefore evident that they have been elevated from beneath the ocean at a not very distant epoch. But if we suppose that elevation to be the first and only cause of their present condition, we shall find ourselves quite unable to explain the curious river channels which divide them. Fissures during upheaval would not produce the regular width, the regular depth, or the winding curves which characterize them, and the action of tides and currents during their elevation might form straits of irregular width and depth, but not the river-like channels which actually exist. If again we suppose the last movement to have been one of subsidence, reducing the size of the islands, these channels are quite as inexplicable, for subsidence would necessarily lead to the flooding of all low tracts on the banks of the old rivers, and thus obliterate their courses, whereas these remain perfect, and of nearly uniform width from end to end. Now if these channels have ever been rivers, they must have flowed from some higher regions, and this must have been to the east, because on the north and west the sea bottom sinks down at a short distance from the shore to an unfathomable depth, whereas on the east a shallow sea, nowhere exceeding 50 fathoms, extends quite across to New Guinea, a distance of about 150 miles. An elevation of only 300 feet would convert the whole of the sea into moderately high land, and make the Aru Islands a portion of New Guinea, and the rivers, which have their mouths at Ternate and Wamuka, might then have flowed on across Aru in the channels which are now occupied by salt water. Then the intervening land sunk down, we must suppose the land that now constitutes Aru to have remained nearly stationary, a not very improbable supposition when we consider the great extent of the shallow sea, and the very small amount of depression the land need have undergone to produce it. But the fact of the Aru Islands having once been connected with New Guinea does not rest on this evidence alone. There is such a striking resemblance between the productions of the two countries as only exist between portions of a common territory. I collected 100 species of land birds in the Aru Islands, and about 80 of them have been found on the mainland of New Guinea. Among these are the great wingless cassowary, 2 species of heavy brush turkeys, and 2 of short-winged thrushes, which could certainly not have passed over the 150 miles of open sea to the coast of New Guinea. This barrier is equally effectual in the case of many other birds which live only in the depths of the forest, as the king hunters, Dacelo gaudichaudi, the fly-catching wrens, Todopsis, the great crow pigeon, Gora coronata, and the small wood doves, Ptilonopus perlatus, Ptilonopus arantifrons, and Ptilonopus coronalatus. Now, to show the real effect of such barrier, let us take the island of Ceram, which is exactly the same distance from New Guinea, but separated from it by a deep sea. Cut off about 70 land birds inhabiting Ceram, only 15 are found in New Guinea, and none of these are terrestrial or forest-hunting species. The cassowary is distinct. The kingfishers, parrots, pigeons, flycatchers, honeysuckers, thrushes, and cuckoos are almost always quite distinct species. More than this, at least 20 genera which are common to New Guinea and Aru do not extend into Ceram, indicating with a force which every naturalist will appreciate that the two latter countries have received their faunas in a radically different manner. Again, a true kangaroo is found in Aru, and the same species occurs in Mysol, which is equally Papuan in its productions, while either the same, or one closely allied to it, inhabits New Guinea. But no such animal is found in Ceram, which is only 60 miles from Mysol. Another small marsupial animal, Paramilis dorianus, is common to Aru and New Guinea. The insects show exactly the same results.
The butterflies of Aru are all either New Guinea species or very slightly modified forms, whereas those of Ceram are more distinct than are the birds of the two countries. It is now generally admitted that we may safely reason on such facts as those which supply a link in the defective geological record. The upward and downward movements which any country has undergone, and the succession of such movements, can be determined with much accuracy. But geology alone can tell us nothing of lands which have entirely disappeared beneath the ocean. Here physical geography and the distribution of animals and plants are of greatest service. By ascertaining the depth of the seas separating one country from another, we can form some judgment of the changes which are taking place. If there are other evidences of subsidence, a shallow sea implies a former connection of the adjacent lands. But if this evidence is wanting, or if there is reason to suspect a rising of the land, then the shallow sea may be the result of that rising, and may indicate that the two countries will be joined at some future time, but not that they have previously been so. The nature of the animals and plants inhabiting these countries will, however, almost always enable us to determine this question. Mr. Darwin has shown us how we may determine in almost every case whether an island has ever been connected with a continent or larger land by the presence or absence of terrestrial mammalia and reptiles. What he terms oceanic islands possess neither of these groups of animals, though they may have a luxuriant vegetation and a fair number of birds, insects, and land shells, and we therefore conclude that they have originated in mid-ocean and have never been connected with the nearest masses of land. St. Helena, Madeira, and New Zealand are examples of oceanic islands. They possess all other classes of life because they have means of dispersion over wide spaces of sea, which terrestrial mammals and birds have not, as is fully explained in Sir Charles Lyell's Principles of Geology and Mr. Darwin's Origin of Species. On the other hand, an island may never actually been connected with the adjacent continents or islands, and yet may possess representatives of all classes of animals, because many terrestrial mammals and some reptiles have the means of passing over short distances of sea. But in these cases, the number of species that have thus migrated will be very small, and there will be great deficiencies even in birds and flying insects, which we should imagine could easily cross over. The island of Timor, as I have already shown in Chapter 13, bears this relation to Australia, for while it contains several birds and insects of Australian forms, no Australian mammal or reptile is found in it, and a great number of the plants, insects, reptiles, and mammalia of the adjacent parts of the continent are fully represented, while there are no remarkable deficiencies of extensive groups, such as always occur when there is reason to believe that there has been no such connection. The case of Sumatra, Borneo, and Java, and the Asiatic continent is equally clear, many large mammalia, terrestrial birds, and reptiles being common to all, while a large number more are of closely allied forms. Now, geology has taught us that this representation by allied forms in the same locality implies lapse of time, and we therefore infer that in Great Britain, where almost every species is absolutely identical with those on the continent, the separation has been very recent, while in Sumatra and Java, where a considerable number of the continental species are represented by allied forms, the separation was more remote. From these examples, we may see how important a supplement to geological evidence is the study of geographical distribution of animals and plants in determining the former condition of the earth's surface, and how impossible it is to understand the former without taking the latter into account. The productions of the Aru Islands offers the strangest evidence that at no very distant epoch they formed a part of the New Guinea, and the peculiar physical features which I have described indicate that they must have stood at very nearly the same level than as they do now, having been separated by the subsidence of the great plain which formerly connected them with it. Persons who have found the usual ideas of the vegetation of the tropics, who picture to themselves the abundance and brilliancy of the flowers, and the magnificent appearance of hundreds of forest trees covered with masses of coloured blossoms, will be surprised to hear that though vegetation Aru is highly luxuriant and varied, and would afford abundance of fine curious plants to adorn our hothouses, yet bright and showy flowers are, as a general rule, altogether absent, or so very scarce as to produce no effect whatever on the general scenery. To give particulars, I have visited 5 distinct localities in the islands. I have wandered daily in the forests, and have passed along upwards of 100 miles of coast and river during a period of 6 months, much of it in very fine weather, until just as I was about to leave, I never saw a single plant of striking brilliancy or beauty, hardly a shrub equal to a hawthorn,
or a climber equal to honeysuckle. It cannot be said that the flowering season had not arrived, for I saw many herbs, shrubs, and forest trees in flower, but all had blossoms of a green or greenish-white tint not superior to our lime trees. Here and there on the river banks and coasts are a few convolvulucci, not equal to our garden ipomaeus, and in the deepest shades of the forest some fine scarlet and purple zingiberacei, but so few and scattered as to be nothing amid the mass of green and flowerless vegetation. Yet the noble cicadaceae and screw pines, 30 or 40 feet high, the elegant tree ferns, the lofty palms, and the variety of beautiful and curious plants which everywhere meet the eye, attest the warmth and moisture of the tropics, and the fertility of the soil. It is true that Aru seemed to me exceptionally poor in flowers, but this is only an exaggeration of a general feature. For my whole experience in the equatorial regions of the west and east has convinced me that in the most luxuriant parts of the tropics, flowers are less abundant, on the average less showy, and are far less effective in adding colour to the landscape than in temperate climates. I have never seen in the tropics such brilliant masses of colour as even England can show in her furze-clad commons, her heathery mountain-sides, her glades of wild hyacinths, her fields of poppies, her meadows of buttercups and orchises, carpets of yellow, purple, azure blue, and fiery crimson, which the tropics can hardly exhibit. We have smaller masses of colour in our hawthorn and crab trees, our holly and mountain ash, our boom, foxgloves, primroses, and purple vetches, which clothe with gay colours the whole length and breadth of our land. These beauties are all common. They are characteristic of the country and the climate. They have not to be sought for, but they gladden the eye at every step. In the regions of the equator, on the other hand, whether it be forest or savanna, a sombre green clothes universal nature. You may journey for hours, and even for days, and meet with nothing to break the monotony. Flowers are everywhere rare, and anything at all striking is only to be met with at very distant intervals. The idea that nature exhibits gay colours in the tropics, and that the general aspect of nature is there more bright and varied in hue than with us, has even been made the foundation of theories of art, and we have been forbidden to use bright colours in our garments and in the decorations of our dwellings, because it was supposed that we should be therefore acting in opposition to the teachings of nature. The argument itself is a very poor one, since it might with equal justice be maintained that as we possess faculties for the appreciation of colours, we should make up for the deficiencies of nature, and use the gayest tints in these regions where the landscape is most monotonous. But the assumption on which the argument is founded is totally false, so that even if the reasoning were valid, we need not be afraid of outraging nature by decorating our houses and our persons with all those gay hues which are so lavishly spread over our fields and mountains, our hedges, woods, and meadows. It is very easy to see what has led to this erroneous view of the nature of tropical vegetation. In our hothouses and our flower shows, we gather together the finest flowering plants from the most distant regions of the earth, and exhibit them in a proximity to each other which never occurs in nature. 100 distinct plants, all with bright or strange or gorgeous flowers, make a wonderful show when brought together. But perhaps no two of these plants could ever be seen together in a state of nature, each inhabiting a distant region or a different station. Again, all moderately warm extra-European countries are mixed up with the tropics in general estimation, and the vague idea is formed that whatever is preeminently beautiful must come from the hottest parts of the earth. But the fact is quite the contrary. Rhododendrons and azaleas are plants of the temperate regions. The grandest lilies are from temperate Japan, and a large proportion of our most showy flowering plants are natives of the Himalayas, of the Cape, of the United States, of Chile, or of China and Japan, all temperate regions. True, there are a great number of grand and gorgeous flowers in the tropics, but the proportion they bear to the mass of the vegetation is exceedingly small, so that what appears an anomaly is nevertheless a fact, and the effect of flowers on the general aspect of nature is far less in the equatorial than in the temperate regions of the earth. End of chapter 33. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 34 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 2, by Alfred Russel WALLACE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 34. New Guinea, Dorey, March to July 1858. After my return from Gilolo to Ternate in March 1858, I made arrangements for my long-wished-for voyage to the mainland of New Guinea, where I anticipated that my collections would surpass those which I had formed at the Aru Islands. The poverty of Ternate in articles used by Europeans was shown by my searching in vain through all the stores for such common things as flour, metal spoons, wide-mouthed files, beeswax, a penknife, and a stone or metal pestle and mortar. I took with me 4 servants, my headman Ali and a Ternate lad named Jumat, Friday, to shoot, Lahagi, a steady middle-aged man, to cut timber and assist me in insect collecting, and Loisa, a Javanese cook. As I knew I should have to build a house at Dorey, where I was going, I took with me 80 cadjans, or waterproof mats, made of pandanus leaves, to cover over my baggage on first landing, and to help to roof my house afterwards. We started on the 25th of March in the schooner Hester Helena, belonging to my friend Mr. Duivenboden, and bound on a trading voyage along the north coast of New Guinea. Having calms and light airs, we were 3 days reaching Gain, near the south end of Gilolo, where we stayed to fill up our water casks and buy a few provisions. We obtained fowls, eggs, sago, plantains, sweet potatoes, yellow pumpkins, chilies, fish, and dried deer's meat, and on the afternoon of the 29th proceeded on our voyage to Dorey harbour. We found it, however, by no means easy to get along, for so near to the equator the monsoons entirely fail in their regularity, and, after passing the southern point of Gilolo, we had calms, light puffs of wind, and contrary currents, which kept us for 5 days in sight of the same islands between it and Poppa. A squall then brought us on to the entrance of Dampier Straits, where we were again becalmed, and were 3 more days creeping through them. Several native canoes now came off to us from Waigiou on one side, and Batanta on the other, bringing a few common shells, palm leaf mats, coconuts, and pumpkins. They were very extravagant in their demands, being accustomed to sell their trifles to whalers and China ships, whose crews will purchase anything 10 times its value. My only purchases were a float belonging to a turtle spear, carved to resemble a bird, and a very well-made palm-leaf box, for which articles I gave a copper ring and a yard of calico. The canoes were very narrow and furnished with an outrigger, and in some of them there was only one man, who seemed to think nothing of coming out alone 8 or 10 miles from shore. The people were Papuans, much resembling the natives of Aru. When we'd got out from the straits, and were fairly in the great Pacific Ocean, we had a steady wind for the first time since leaving Ternate, but unfortunately it was dead ahead, and we had to beat against it, tacking on and off the coast of New Guinea. I looked with intense interest on those rugged mountains, retreating ridge behind ridge into the interior, where the foot of civilized man has never trod. There was the country of the Kasauri and the tree kangaroo, and those dark forests produced the most extraordinary and most beautiful of feathered inhabitants of the earth, the varied species of birds of paradise. A few days more, and I hoped to be in pursuit of these, and of the scarcely less beautiful insects which accompany them. We had still, however, for several days, only calms and light headwinds, and it was not until the 10th of April that a fine westerly breeze set in, followed by a squally night, which kept us off from the entrance of the Dorey harbour. The next morning we entered, and came to anchor off the small island of Mansinam, on which dwelt 2 German missionaries, Messrs. Otto and Geisler. The former immediately came on board to give us welcome, and invited us to go on shore and breakfast with him. We were then introduced to his companion, who was suffering dreadfully from an abscess of the heel, which had confined him to the house for 6 months, and to his wife, a young German woman who had been out only 3 months. Unfortunately, she could speak no Malay or English, and had to guess at our compliments on her excellent breakfast by the justice we did to it. These missionaries were working men, and had been sent out as being more useful among savages than persons of a higher class. They had been here about 2 years, and Mr. Otto had already learned to speak the Papuan language with fluency, and had begun translating some portions of the Bible. The language, however, is so poor that a considerable number of Malay words have to be used, and it is very questionable whether it is possible to convey an idea of such a book to a people in so low a state of civilization. The only nominal converts yet made are a few of the women, and some few of the children attend school and are being taught to read, but they make little progress. There is one feature of this mission which I believe will materially interfere with its moral effect. The missionaries are allowed to trade to eke out the very small salaries granted them from Europe, and of course are obliged to carry out the trade principle of buying cheap and selling dear in order to make a profit. Like all savages, the natives are quite careless of the future, and when their small rice crops are gathered, they bring a large portion of it to the missionaries, and sell it for knives, beads, axes, tobacco, or any other articles they may require. A few months later, in the wet season, when food is scarce, they come to buy it back again, and give in exchange tortoiseshell, trepang, wild nutmegs, or other produce. Of course, the rice is sold at a much higher rate than it was bought, as is perfectly fair and just, and the operation is, on the whole, thoroughly beneficial to the natives, who would otherwise consume and waste their food when it was abundant, and then starve. Yet I cannot imagine that the natives see it in this light. They must look upon the trading missionaries with some suspicion, and cannot feel so sure of their teachings being disinterested, as would be the case if they acted like the Jesuits in Singapore. The first thing to be done by the missionary in attempting to improve savages is to convince them by his actions that he comes among them for their benefit only, and not for any private ends of his own. To do this, he must act in a different way from other men, not trading and taking advantage of the necessities of those who want to sell, but rather giving to those who are in distress. It would be well if he conformed himself in some degree to native customs, and then endeavoured to show how these customs might be gradually modified so as to be more healthful and more agreeable. A few energetic and devoted men acting in this way might probably effect a decided moral improvement on the lowest savage tribes, whereas trading missionaries, teaching what Jesus said but not doing as he did, can scarcely be expected to do more than give them a very little of the superficial varnish of religion. Dorey harbour is in a fine bay, at one extremity of which an elevated point juts out, and, with 2 or 3 small islands, forms a sheltered anchorage. The only vessel it contained, when we arrived, was a Dutch brig laden with coals for the use of a war steamer, which was expected daily, on an exploring expedition along the coast of New Guinea for the purpose of fixing on a locality for a colony. In the evening we paid it a visit, and landed at the village of Dorey to look out for a place where I could build my house. Mr. Otto also made arrangements for me with some of the native chiefs to send men to cut wood, rattans, and bamboo the next day. The villages of Mansanam and Dorey presented some features quite new to me. The houses all stand completely in the water, and are reached by long rude bridges. They are very low, with a roof shaped like a large boat, bottom upwards. The posts which support the houses, bridges, and platforms are small crooked sticks, placed without any regularity, and looking as if they were tumbling down. The floors are also formed of sticks, equally irregular, and so loose and far apart that I found it almost impossible to walk on them. The walls consist of bits of boards, old boats, rotten mats, attaps, and palm leaves, stuck in anyhow here and there, and having altogether the most wretched and dilapidated appearance it is possible to conceive. Under the eaves of many of the houses hang human skulls, the trophies of their battles with the savage Arfaks of the interior, who often come to attack them. A large boat-shaped council house is supported on larger posts, each of which is grossly carved to represent a naked male or female human figure, and other carvings, still more revolting, are placed upon the platform before the entrance. The view of an ancient lake-dwellers' village, given as the frontispiece of Sir Charles Lyell's Antiquity of Man, is chiefly founded on a sketch of this very village of Dorey, but the extreme regularity of the structures there depicted has no place in the original, any more than it probably had in any actual lake villages. The people who inhabit these miserable huts are very similar to the Kei and Aru Islanders, and many of them are very handsome, being tall and well made, with well-cut features and large aquiline noses. Their colour is a deep brown, often approaching closely to black, and the fine mop-like heads of frizzly hair appear to be more common than elsewhere, and are considered a great ornament, a long 6-pronged bamboo fork being kept stuck in them to serve the purpose of a comb. And this is assiduously used at idle moments to keep the densely growing mass from becoming matted and tangled. The majority have short woolly hair, which does not seem capable of an equally luxuriant development. A growth of hair somewhat similar to this, and almost as abundant, is found among the half-breeds between the Indian and Negro in South America. Can this be an indication that the Papuans are a mixed race? For the first 3 days after arrival, I was fully occupied from morning to night, building a house with the assistance of a dozen Papuans and my own men. It was an immense trouble to get our labourers to work, as scarcely any one of them could speak a word of Malay, and it was only by the most energetic gesticulations and going through regular pantomime of what was wanted that we could get them to do anything. If we made them understand that a few more poles were required, which 2 could easily have cut, 6 or 8 would insist upon going together, although we needed their assistance in other things. One morning 10 of them came to work, bringing only 1 chopper between them, although they knew I had none ready for use. I chose a place about 200 yards from the beach, on an elevated ground, by the side of the chief path from the village of Dorey to the provision grounds in the forest. Within 20 yards was a little stream, which furnished us with excellent water and a nice place to bathe. There was only low underwood to clear away, while some fine forest trees stood at a short distance, and we cut down the wood for about 20 yards round to give us light and air. The house, about 20 feet by 15, was built entirely of wood, with a bamboo floor, a single door of thatch, and a large window looking over the sea, at which I fixed my table, and close beside it my bed, with a little partition. I bought a number of very large palm leaf mats from the natives, which made excellent walls, while the mats I brought myself were used on the roof, and were covered with ataps as soon as we could get them made. Outside, and rather behind, was a little hut used for cooking, and a bench roofed over where my men could sit to skin birds and animals. When all was finished, I had my goods and stores brought up, arranged them conveniently inside, and then paid my Papuans with knives and choppers, and sent them away. The next day our schooners left for the more eastern islands, and I found myself fairly established as the only European inhabitant of the vast island of New Guinea. As we had some doubt about the natives, we slept at first with loaded guns beside us and a watch set, but after a few days, finding the people friendly and feeling sure that they would not venture to attack 5 well-armed men, we took no further precautions. We had still a day or two's work in finishing up the house, stopping leaks, putting up our hanging shelves for drying specimens inside and out, and making the path down to the water, and a clear dry space in front of the house. On the 17th, the steamer not having arrived, the coal ship left, having lain here a month, according to her contract, and on the same day my hunters went out to shoot for the first time, and brought home a magnificent crow pigeon and a few common birds. The next day they were more successful, and I was delighted to see them return with a bird of paradise in full plumage, a pair of the fine Papuan lories, Lorius domicella, 4 other lories and parakeets, a grackle, Gracula dumonti, a king hunter, Dacilo gaudichaudi, a racket-tailed kingfisher, Tanysiptera galatea, and 2 or 3 other birds of less beauty. I went myself to visit the native village on the hill behind Dorey, and took with me a small present of cloth, knives, and beads, to secure the goodwill of the chief, and to get him to send some men to catch or shoot birds for me. The houses were scattered about among rudely cultivated clearings. 2 which I visited consisted of a central passage, on each side of which opened short passages admitting to 2 rooms, each of which was a house accommodating a separate family. They were elevated at least 15 feet above the ground, on a complete forest of poles, and were so rude and dilapidated that some of the small passages had openings in the floor of loose sticks, through which a child might fall. The inhabitants seemed rather uglier than those at the Dorey village. They are, no doubt, the true indigenes of this part of New Guinea, living in the interior, and subsisting by cultivation and hunting. The Dorey men, on the other hand, are shore dwellers, fishers, and traders in a small way, and have thus the characters of a colony who might have migrated from another district. These hillmen, or Arfaks, differed much in physical features. They were generally black, but some were brown like Malays. Their hair, though always more or less frizzly, was sometimes short and matted, instead of being long, loose, and woolly, and this seemed to be a constitutional difference, not the effect of care or cultivation. Nearly half of them were afflicted with the scurvy skin disease. The old chief seemed very pleased with his present, and promised, through an interpreter I brought with me, to protect my men when they came there shooting, and also to procure me some birds and animals. While conversing, they smoked tobacco of their own growing, in pipes cut from single piece of wood with long upright handle. We had arrived at Dorey at the end of the wet season, when the whole country was soaked with moisture. The native paths were so neglected as to be often more tunnels closed over with vegetation, and in such places there was always a fearful accumulation of mud. To the naked Papuan this is no obstruction. He wades through it, and the next watercourse makes him clean again, but to myself, wearing boots and trousers, it was a most disagreeable thing to have to go up to my knees in mud holes every morning. The man I brought with me to cut wood fell ill soon after we arrived, or I would have set him to clear fresh paths in the worst places. For the first 10 days it generally rained every afternoon and all night, but by going out every hour of fine weather I managed to get on tolerably well with my collections of birds and insects, finding most of those collected by Lesson during his visit in the coquille, as well as many other new ones. It appears, however, that Dorey is not the place for birds of paradise, none of the natives being accustomed to preserve them. Those sold here are all brought from Ambarbaki, about 100 miles west, where the Doreans go to trade. The islands in the bay, with the low lands near the coast, seem to have been formed by recently raised coral reefs, and are much strewn with masses of coral, but little altered. The ridge behind my house, which runs out to the point, is also entirely coral rock, although there are signs of stratified foundation in the ravines, and the rock itself is more compact and crystalline. It is therefore probably older, a more recent elevation having exposed the low grounds and islands. On the other side of the bay rise the great mass of the Arfak Mountains, said by the French navigators to be about 10,000 feet high, and inhabited by savage tribes. These are held in great dread by the Dorey people, who have often been attacked and plundered by them, and have some of their skulls hanging outside their houses. If I was seen going to the forest anywhere in the direction of the mountains, the little boys of the village would shout after me, "Arfaki! Arfaki!" just as they did after Lesson nearly 40 years before. On the 15th of May, the Dutch war steamer Etna arrived, but as the coals had gone, it was obliged to stay till they came back. The captain knew when the coal ship was to arrive, and how long it was chartered to stay at Dorey, and could have been back in time, but supposed it would wait for him, and so did not hurry himself. The steamer lay at anchor just opposite my house, and I had the advantage of hearing the half-hourly bells struck, which was very pleasant after the monotonous silence of the forest. The captain, doctor, engineer, and some other of the officers paid me visits. The servants came to the brook to wash clothes, and the son of the Prince of Tidora, with 1 or 2 companions, to bathe. Otherwise I saw little of them, and was not disturbed by visitors so much as I had expected to be. About this time the weather set in pretty fine, but neither birds nor insects became much more abundant, and new birds were very scarce. None of the birds of paradise, except for the common ones, were ever met with, and we were still searching in vain for several of the fine birds which Lesson had obtained here. Insects were tolerably abundant, but were not on the average so fine as those of Amboyna, and I reluctantly came to the conclusion that Dorey was not a good collecting locality. Butterflies were very scarce, and were mostly the same as those which I had obtained at Aru. Among the insects of other orders, the most curious and novel were a group of horned flies, of which I had obtained 4 distinct species, settling on fallen trees and decaying trunks. These remarkable insects, which have been described by Mr. W. W. Saunders as a new genus under the name of Elaphomia or deer flies, are about half an inch long, slender-bodied, and with very long legs, which they draw together so as to elevate their bodies high above the surface they are standing upon. The front pair of legs are much shorter, and these are often stretched directly forwards so as to resemble antennae. The horns spring from beneath the eye, and seem to be a prolongation of the lower part of the orbit. In the largest and most singular species, named Elaphomia cervicornis, or the stag-horned deer-fly, these horns are nearly as long as the body, having 2 branches with 2 small snags near their bifurcation, so as to resemble the horns of a stag. They are black, with the tips pale, while the body and legs are yellowish-brown, and the eyes, when alive, violet and green. The next species, Elaphomia wallacei, is of a dark brown colour, banded and spotted with yellow. The horns are about 1/3 the length of the insect, broad, flat, and of an elongated triangular form. These are a beautiful pink colour, edged with black and with a pale central stripe. The front part of the head is also pink, and the eyes violet pink, with a green stripe across them, giving the insect a very elegant and singular appearance. The third species, Elaphomia alicornis, the elk-horned deer-fly, is a little smaller than the 2 already described, but resembling in colour Elaphomia wallacei. The horns are very remarkable, being suddenly dilated into a flat plate, strongly toothed around the outer margin, and strikingly resembling the horns of the elk, after which it has been named. They are of a yellowish colour, margined with brown, and tipped with black on the 3 upper teeth. The fourth species, Elaphomia brevicornis, the short-horned deer-fly, differs considerably from the rest. It is stouter in form, of a nearly black colour, with a yellow ring at the base of the abdomen. The wings have dusky stripes, and the head is compressed and dilated laterally, with very small flat horns. These are black, with a pale centre, and look exactly like the rudiment of the horns of the 2 preceding species. None of the females have any trace of the horns, and Mr. Saunders places in the same genus a species which has no horns in either sex, Elaphomia polita. It is of a shining black colour, and resembles Elaphomia cervicornis in form, size, and general appearance. The figures above given represent these insects of their natural size and in characteristic attitudes. The natives seldom brought me anything. They are poor creatures, and rarely shoot a bird, pig, or kangaroo, or even the sluggish opossum like couscous. The tree kangaroos are found here, but must be very scarce, as my hunters, although out daily in the forest, never once saw them. Cockatoos, lories, and parakeets were generally the only common birds. Even pigeons were scarce and in little variety, although we occasionally got the fine-crowned pigeon, which was always welcome as an addition to the scantily furnished larder. Just before the steamer arrived, I had wounded my ankle by clambering around the trunks and branches of fallen trees, which formed my best hunting grounds for insects, and, as usual with foot wounds in this climate, it turned into an obstinate ulcer, keeping me in the house for several days. When it healed up, it was followed by an internal inflammation of the foot, which by the doctor's advice I poulticed incessantly for 4 or 5 days, bringing out a severe inflamed swelling on the tendon above the heel. This had to be leeched and lanced, and doctored with ointments and poultices for several weeks, till I was almost driven to despair, for the weather was at length fine, and I was tantalized by seeing grand butterflies flying past my door, and thinking of the 20 or 30 new species of insects I ought to be getting every day. And this, too, in New Guinea, a country which I might never visit again, a country which no naturalist had ever resided in before, a country which contained more strange and new and beautiful natural objects than any other part of the globe. The naturalist will be able to appreciate my feelings, sitting from morning to night in my little hut, unable to move without a crutch, and my only solace the birds my hunters brought in every afternoon, and the few insects caught by my Ternate man, Lahagi, who now went out daily in my place, but who of course did not get a 4th part of what I should have obtained. To add to my troubles, all my men were more or less ill, some with fever, others with dysentery or ague. At one time there were 3 of them besides myself, all helpless, the coon alone being well and having enough to do to wait upon us. The Prince of Tidora and the Resident of Panda were both on board the steamer, and were seeking birds of paradise, sending men round in every direction, so that there was no chance of my getting even native skins of the rarer kinds, and any birds, insects, or animals the Dorey people had to sell were taken on board the steamer, where purchasers were found for everything, and where a larger variety of articles were offered in exchange than I had to show. After a month's close confinement in the house, I was at length able to go out a little, and about the same time I succeeded in getting a boat and 6 natives to take Ali and Lahagi to Ambabaki, and to bring them back at the end of the month. Ali was charged to buy all the birds of paradise he could get, and to shoot and skin all other rare or new birds, and Lahagi was to collect insects, which I hoped might be more abundant than at Dorey. When I recommenced my daily walks in search of insects, I found a great change in the neighbourhood, and one very agreeable to me. All the time I had been laid up, the ship's crew and the Javanese soldiers who had been brought in at Tender, a sailing ship which had arrived soon after the Etna, had been employed cutting down, sawing, and splitting trees for firewood, to enable the steamer to get back to Amboyna if the coal ship did not return, and they had also cleared a number of wide, straight paths through the forest in various directions, greatly to the astonishment of the natives, who could not make out what it all meant. I now had a variety of walks, and a good deal of dead wood on which to search for insects, but notwithstanding the advantages, they were not nearly so plentiful as I had found them at Sarawak, or Amboyna, or Batchian, confirming my opinion that Dorey was not a good locality. It is quite probable, however, that at a station a few miles in the interior, away from the recently elevated coralline rocks and influence of the sea air, a much more abundant harvest might be obtained. One afternoon I went on board the steamer to return the captain's visit, and was shown some very nice sketches by one of the lieutenants, made on the south coast, and also at the Arfak mountain, to which they had made an excursion. From these and the captain's description, it appeared that the people of Arfak were similar to those of Dorey, and I could hear nothing of the straight-haired race which Lesson says inhabits the interior, but which no one has ever seen, and the account of which I suspect has originated in some mistake. The captain told me he had made a detailed survey of part of the south coast, and if the coal arrived, should go away at once to the Humboldt Pay in longitude 141 degrees east, which is the line up to which the Dutch claim New Guinea. On board the tender I found a brother naturalist, a German named Rosenberg, who was a draftsman for the surveying staff. He had brought 2 men with him to shoot and skin birds, and had been able to purchase a few rare skins from the natives. Among these was a pair of the superb paradise pie, Astrapia nigra, in tolerable preservation. They were brought from the islands of Jobi, which may be its native country, as it certainly is of the rarest species of crown pigeon, Gura sterci, one of which was brought alive and sold on board. Jobi, however, is a very dangerous place, and sailors are often murdered there on shore, sometimes the vessels themselves being attacked. Wanda men, on the mainland opposite Jobi, and here there are said to be plenty of birds, is even worse, and at either of these places my life would not have been worth a week's purchase, had I ventured to live alone and unprotected as at Dorey. On board the steamer they had a pair of tree kangaroos alive. They differ chiefly from the ground kangaroo in having a more hairy tail, not thickened at the base, and not used as a prop, and by the powerful claws on the forefeet, by which they grasp the bark and branches, and seize the leaves on which they feed. They move along by short jumps on their hind feet, which do not seem particularly well adapted for climbing trees. It has been supposed that these tree kangaroos are a special adaptation to the swampy, half-drowned forests of New Guinea, in place of the usual form of the group, which is adapted only to dry ground. Mr. Windsor Earle makes much of this theory, but unfortunately for it, the tree kangaroos are chiefly found in the northern peninsula of New Guinea, which is entirely composed of hills and mountains, with very little flat land, while the kangaroo of the low flat Aru Islands, Dorcopsis asiaticus, is a ground species. A more probable supposition seems to lie that the tree kangaroo has been modified to enable it to feed on foliage in the vast forests of New Guinea, as these form the great natural feature which distinguishes that country from Australia. On June 5th the coal ship arrived, having been sent back from Amboyna with the addition of some fresh stores for the steamer. The wood, which had been almost all taken on board, was now unladen again, the coal taken in, and on the 17th both steamer and tender left for Humboldt Bay. We were then a little quiet again, and got something to eat, for while the vessels were here every bit of fish or vegetable was taken on board, and I had often to make a small parakeet serve for 2 meals. My men now returned from Amberbaki, but alas brought me almost nothing. They have visited several villages, and even went 2 days' journey into the interior, but could find no skins of birds of paradise to purchase, except the common kind, and very few even of those. The birds found were the same as at Dorey, but were still scarcer. None of the natives anywhere near the coast shoot or prepare birds of paradise, which come from far in the interior, over 2 or 3 ranges of mountains, passing by barter from village to village till they reach the sea. There the natives of Dorey buy them, and on their return home sell them to the Bugis or Ternate traders. It is therefore hopeless for a traveller to go to a particular place on the coast of New Guinea where rare paradise may have been bought, in hopes of obtaining freshly killed specimens from the natives. And it also shows the scarcity of these birds in any one locality, since from the Ambabaki district, a celebrated place, where at least 5 or 6 species have been procured, not one of the rarer ones have been obtained this year. The Prince of Tidora, who would certainly have got any if any there were to be had, was obliged to put up with a few of the common yellow ones. I think it is probable that a longer residence at Dorey, a little further in the interior, might show that several of the rarer kinds were found there, as I obtained a single female of the scale-breasted Ptiloris magnificus. I was told at Ternate of a bird that is certainly not yet known in Europe, a black king paradise bird, with the curled tail and beautiful side plumes of a common species, but all the rest of the plumage glossy black. The people of Dorey knew nothing about this, although they recognized by description most of the other species. When the steamer left, I was suffering from a severe attack of fever. In about a week I got over this, but it was followed by such a soreness of the whole inside of the mouth, tongue, and gums, that for many days I could put nothing solid between my lips, but was obliged to subsist entirely on slops, although in other respects very well. At the same time, 2 of my men again fell ill, one with fever, the other with dysentery, and both got very bad. I did what I could for them with my small stock of medicines, but they lingered on for some weeks, till on June 26th, poor Jumat died. He was about 18 years of age, a native, I believe, of Bhutan, and a quiet lad, not very active, but doing his work pretty steadily, and as well as he was able. As my men were all Mahometans, I let them bury him in their own fashion, giving them some new cotton cloth for a shroud. On July 6th the steamer returned from the eastward. The weather was still terribly wet, when according to rule it should have been fine and dry. We had scarcely anything to eat, and were all of us very ill. Fevers, colds, and dysentery were continually attacking us, and made me long to get away from New Guinea, as much as ever I had longed to come here. The captain of the Etna paid me a visit, and gave me a very interesting account of his trip. They'd stayed at Humboldt Bay several days, and found it a much more beautiful and more interesting place than at Dorey, as well as a better harbour. The natives were quite unsophisticated, being rarely visited except by stray whalers, and were superior to the Dorey people, both morally and physically. They went quite naked. Their houses were some in the water and some inland, and were all neatly and well built. Their fields were well cultivated, and the paths to them kept clear and open, in which respects Dorey is abominable. They were shy at first, and opposed the boats with hostile demonstrations, beating their bows and intimating that they would shoot if any attempt was made to land. Very judiciously the captain gave way, but threw on shore a few presents, and after 2 or 3 trials they were permitted to land and to go about and see the country, and were supplied with fruits and vegetables. All communication was carried on with them by signs, the Dorey interpreter who accompanied the steamer being unable to understand a word of their language. No new birds or animals were obtained, but in their ornaments the feathers of paradise birds were seen, showing, as might be expected, that these birds range far in this direction, and probably all over New Guinea. It is curious that a rudimental love of art should coexist with such a very low state of civilization. The people of Dorey are great carvers and painters. The outsides of their houses, wherever there is a plank, are covered with rude, yet characteristic figures. The high-peaked prows of their boats are ornamented with masses of open filigree work, cut out of solid blocks of wood, and often of very tasteful design. As a figurehead or pinnacle, there is often a human figure, with tobacco boxes and other household articles, with a head of cassowary feathers, to imitate the Papuan mop. The floats of their fishing lines, the wooden beaters used in tempering the clay for their pottery, their tobacco boxes, and other household articles are covered with carving of tasteful and often elegant design. Did we not already know that such taste and skill are compatible with utter barbarism, we could hardly believe that the same people are, in other matters, utterly wanting in all sense of order, comfort, or decency. Yet such is the case. They live in the most miserable, crazy, and filthy hovels, which are utterly destitute of anything that could be called furniture. Not a stool or bench or board is to be seen in them, no brush seems to be known, and the clothes they wear are often filthy bark, or rags, or sacking. Along the paths where they daily pass to and fro from the provision grounds, not an overhanging bough or straggling briar ever seems to be cut, so that you have to brush through a rank vegetation, creep under fallen trees and spiny creepers, and wade through pools of mud and mire, which cannot dry up because the sun is not allowed to penetrate. Their food is almost wholly roots and vegetables, with fish or game only as an occasional luxury, and they are consequently very subject to various skin diseases, the children especially being often miserable-looking objects, blotched all over with eruptions and sores. If these people are not savages, where should we find any? Yet they have all a decided love for the fine arts, and spend their leisure time in executing works whose good taste and elegance would often be admired in our schools of design. During the latter part of my stay in New Guinea, the weather was very wet, my only shooter was ill, and birds became scarce, so that my only resource was insect hunting. I worked very hard every hour of fine weather, and daily obtained a number of new species. Every dead tree and fallen log was searched, and searched again, and among the dry and rotting leaves which still hung on certain trees which had been cut down, I found an abundant harvest of minute coleoptera. Although I never afterwards found so many large and handsome beetles as in Borneo, yet I obtained here a great variety of species. For the first 2 or 3 weeks, while I was searching out the best localities, I took about 30 different kinds of beetle in a day, besides about half that number of butterflies, and a few of the other orders. But afterwards, up to the very last week, I averaged 49 species a day. On the 31st of May, I took 78 distinct sorts, a larger number than I had ever captured before, principally obtained among dead trees and under rotten bark. A good long walk on a fine day up the hill and to the plantations of the natives, capturing everything not very common that came in my way, would produce about 60 species. But on the last day of June, I brought home no less than 95 distinct species of beetles, a larger number than I had ever obtained in one day before or since. It was a fine hot day, and I devoted it to a search among dead leaves, beating foliage, and hunting under rotten bark, in all the best stations I had discovered during my walks. I was out from 10 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon, and it took me 6 hours' work at home to pin and set out all the specimens, and to separate the species. Although T had already been working this shot daily for 2 months and a half, and had obtained over 800 species of Coleoptera, this day's work added 32 new ones. Among these were 4 longicorns, 2 Caribidae, 7 Staphylinidae, 7 Curculionidae, 2 Copridae, 4 Chrysomelidae, 3 Heteromera, 1 Elates, and 1 Buprestis. Even on the last day I went out, I obtained 10 new species, so that although I collected over 1,000 distinct sorts of beetles in a space not much exceeding a square mile during the 3 months of my residence at Dorey, I cannot believe that this represents 1/2 of the species really inhabiting the same spot, or 1/4 of what might be obtained in an area extending 20 miles in each direction. On the 22nd of July, the schooner Hester Helena arrived, and 5 days afterwards we bade adieu to Dorey, without much regret, for in no place which I have visited have I encountered more privations and annoyances. Continual rain, continual sickness, little wholesome food, with a plague of ants and flies, surpassing anything I had met before, required all a naturalist's ardour to encounter, and when they were uncompensated by great success in collecting, became all the more insupportable. This long thought of and much desired voyage to New Guinea had realized none of my expectations. Instead of being far better than the Aru Islands, it was in almost everything much worse. Instead of producing several of the rarer paradise birds, I had not even seen one of them, and had not obtained any one superlatively fine bird or insect. I cannot deny, however, that Dorey was very rich in ants. One small black kind was excessively abundant. Almost every shrub and tree was more or less infested with it, and its large papery nests were everywhere to be seen. They immediately took possession of my house, building large nests in the roof, and forming papery tunnels down almost every post. They swarmed on my table as I was at work setting out my insects, carrying them off from under my very nose, and even tearing them from the cards on which they were gummed if I left them for an instant. They crawled continually over my hands and face, got into my hair, and roamed at will over my whole body, not producing much inconvenience till they began to bite, which they would do on meeting with any obstruction to their passage, and with a sharpness which made me jump again and rush to undress and turn out the offender. They visited my bed also, so that night brought no relief from their persecutions, and I verily believe that during my 3½ months' residence at Dorey, I was never for a single hour entirely free from them. They were not nearly so voracious as many other kinds, but their numbers and ubiquity rendered it necessary to be constantly on guard against them. The flies that troubled me most were a large kind of bluebottle or blowfly. These settled in swarms on my birdskins when first put out to dry, filling their plumage with masses of eggs, which, if neglected, the next day produced maggots. They would get under the wings or under the body where it rested on the drying board, sometimes actually raising it 1/2 inch by the mass of eggs deposited in a few hours, and every egg was so firmly glued to the fibres of the feathers, so as to make it a work of much time and patience to get them off without injuring the bird. In no other locality have I ever been troubled with such a plague as this. On the 29th we left Dorey, and expected a quick voyage home, as it was a time of year when we ought to have had steady southerly and easterly winds. Instead of these, however, we had calms and westerly breezes, and it was 17 days before we reached Ternate, a distance of 500 miles only, which, with average winds, could have been done in 5 days. It was a great treat for me to find myself back again in my comfortable house, enjoying milk to my tea and coffee, fresh bread and butter, and fowl and fish daily for dinner. This New Guinea voyage has used us all up, and I determined to stay and recruit before I commenced any fresh expeditions. My succeeding journeys to Gilolo and Batchian
have already been narrated, and it now only remains for me to give an account of my residence in Waigiou, the last Papuan territory I visited in search of birds of paradise. End of chapter 34. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 35 of the Malay Archipelago, Volume 2, by Alfred Russel WALLACE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Chapter 35. Voyage from Ceram to Waigiou, June and July 1860. In my 25th chapter I have described my arrival at Wahai, on my way to Mysol and Waigiou, islands which belong to the Papuan district, and the account of which naturally follows after that of my visit to the mainland of New Guinea. I now take up my narrative at my departure from Wahai, with the intention of carrying various necessary stores to my assistant, Mr. Allen, at Salinta, in Mysol, and then continuing my journey to Waigiou. It will be remembered that I was travelling in a small prau, which I had purchased and fitted up in Goram, and that, having been deserted by my crew on the coast of Ceram, I had obtained 4 men at Wahai, who, with my Mboinese hunter, constituted my crew, and the account of which naturally follows after that of my visit to the mainland of New Guinea. I now take up my narrative at my departure from Wahai, with the intention of carrying various necessary stores to my assistant, Mr. Allen, at Salinta and Mysol, and then continuing my journey to Waigiou. It will be remembered that I was travelling in a small prau, which I had purchased and fitted up in Goram, and that, having been deserted by my crew on the coast of Ceram, I had obtained 4 men at Wahai, who, with my Mboinese hunter, constituted my crew. Between Ceram and Mysol there is 60 miles of open sea, and along this wide channel the east monsoon blows strongly, so that with native praus which will not lay up to the wind, it requires some care in crossing. In order to give ourselves sufficient leeway, we sailed back from Wahai eastward, along the coast of Ceram, with the land breeze, but in the morning, June 18th, had not gone nearly so far as I had expected. My pilot, an old and experienced sailor named Guru, assured me that there was a current setting to the eastward, and that we could easily lay across to Salinta and Mysol. As we got out from the land, the wind increased, and there was a considerable sea, which made my short little vessel plunge and roll about violently. By sunset we had not got half-way across, but could see Mysol distinctly. All night we went along uneasily, and at daybreak, on looking out anxiously, I found that we had fallen much to the westward during the night, owing no doubt to the pilot being very sleepy and not keeping the boat sufficiently close to the wind. We could see the mountains distinctly, but it was clear we should not reach Salinta, and should have some difficulty in getting to the extreme westward point of the island. The sea was now very boisterous, and our prau was continually beaten to leeward by the waves, and after another weary day we found that we could not get to Mysol at all, but might perhaps reach the island called Pulo Canary, about 10 miles to the northwest. Thence we might await a favourable wind to reach Waigamma on the north side of the island, and visit Allen by means of a small boat. About 9 o'clock at night, greatly to my satisfaction, we got under the lee of this island into quite smooth water, for I had been very sick and very uncomfortable, and had eaten scarcely anything since the preceding morning. We were slowly nearing the shore, which the smooth dark water told us we could safely approach, and were congratulating ourselves on soon being at anchor, with the prospect of hot coffee, a good supper, and sound sleep, when the wind completely dropped, and we had to get out the oars to row. We were not more than 200 yards from the shore, when I noticed that we seemed to get no nearer, although the men were rowing hard, but drifted to the westward, and the prau would not obey the helm, but continually fell off, and gave us much trouble in bringing her up again. Soon a loud ripple of water told us that we were seized by one of those treacherous currents which so frequently frustrate all the efforts of the voyager in these seas. The men threw down the oars in despair, and in a few minutes we drifted leeward of the island, fairly out to sea again, and lost our chance of ever reaching Mysol. Hoisting our jib, we lay to, and in the morning found ourselves only a few miles from the island, but with such a steady wind blowing from its direction as to render it impossible for us to get back to it. We now made sail to the northward, hoping soon to get a more southerly wind. Towards noon the sea was much smoother, and with a south-south-east wind we were laying in the direction of Salwati, which I hoped to reach, as I could there easily get a boat to take provisions and stores to my companion in Mysol.
This wind did not, however, last long, but died away into a calm, and a light west wind springing up, with a dark bank of clouds, again gave us hope of reaching Mysol. We were soon, however, again disappointed. The east-southeast wind began to blow again with violence, and continued all night in irregular gusts, and with a short cross sea tossed us about unmercifully, and so continually took our sails aback that we were at length forced to run before it with our jib only, to escape being swamped by our heavy mainsail. After another miserable and anxious night, we found that we had drifted westward of the island of Popa, and the wind again being a little southerly, we made all sail in order to reach it. This we did not succeed in doing, passing to the northwest, when again the wind blew hard from the east-southeast, and our last hope of finding a refuge till better weather was frustrated. This was a very serious matter to me, as I could not tell how Charles Allen might act, if, after waiting in vain for me, he should return to Wahai, and find that I had left there long before, and had not since been heard of. Such an event as our missing an island 40 miles long would hardly occur to him, and he would conclude either that our boat had foundered, or that my crew had murdered me and run away with her. However, as it was physically impossible now for me to reach him, the only thing to be done was to make the best of my way to Waigiou, and trust our meeting some traders who might convey to him the news of my safety. Finding on my map a group of 3 small islands, 25 miles north of Popa, I resolved, if possible, to rest there a day or 2. We could lay our boat's head northeast by north, but a heavy sea from the eastward so continually beat us off our course, and we made so much leeway, that I found it would be as much as we could do to reach them. It was a delicate point to keep our head in the best direction, neither so close to the wind as to stop our way, or so free as to carry us too far to leeward. I continually directed the steersman myself, and by incessant vigilance succeeded, just at sunset, in bringing our boat to an anchor under the lee of the southern point of one of the islands. The anchorage was, however, by no means good, there being a fringing coral reef, dry at low water, beyond which, on a bottom strewn with masses of coral, we were obliged to anchor. We had now been incessantly tossing about for 4 days in our small undecked boat, with constant disappointments and anxiety. It was a great comfort to have a night of quiet and comparative safety. My old pilot had never left the helm for more than an hour at a time, when one of the others would relieve him for a little sleep, so I determined the next morning to look out for a secure and convenient harbour, and rest on shore for a day. In the morning, finding it would be necessary for us to get round a rocky point, I wanted my men to go on shore and cut jungle rope, by which to secure us from being again drafted away, as the wind was directly offshore. I unfortunately, however, allowed myself to be overruled by the pilot and crew, who all declared that it was the easiest thing possible, and that they would row the boat around the point in a few minutes. They accordingly got up the anchor, set the jib, and began rowing, but just as I had feared, we drifted rapidly offshore, and had to drop anchor again in deeper water, and much farther off. The 2 best men, a Papuan and Malay, now swam on shore, each carrying a hatchet, and went into the jungle to seek creepers for rope. After about an hour our anchor loosed hold, and began to drag. This alarmed me greatly, and we let out our spare anchor, and by running out all our cable, appeared tolerably secure again. We were now most anxious for the return of the men, and were going to fire muskets to recall them, when we observed them on the beach, some way off, and almost immediately our anchors again slipped, and we drifted slowly away into deeper water. We instantly seized the oars, but found we could not counteract the wind and current, and our frantic cries to the men were not heard till we had gotten a long way off, and they seemed to be hunting for shellfish on the beach. Very soon, however, they stared at us, and in a few minutes seemed to comprehend their situation, for they rushed down into the water as if to swim off, but again returned on shore, as if afraid to make the attempt. We had drawn up our anchors at first, not to check our rowing, but now, finding we could do nothing, we let them both hang down for the full length of the cables. This stopped our way very much, and we drifted from shore very slowly, and hoped the men would hastily form a raft, or cut down a softwood tree and paddle out to us, as we were still not more than 1/3 of a mile from shore. They seemed, however, to have lost their senses, gesticulating wildly to us, running along the beach, then going into the forest, and just when we thought that they had prepared some mode of making some attempt to reach us, we saw the smoke of a fire they had made to cook their shellfish. They had evidently given up all idea of coming after us, and we were obliged to look to our own position. We were now about a mile from shore, and midway between 2 of the islands, but we were slowly drifting out to sea to the westward, and our only chance of yet saving the men was to reach the opposite shore. We therefore set our jib and rowed hard, but the wind failed, and we drifted out so rapidly that we had some difficulty in reaching the extreme westerly point of the island. Our only sailor left then swam ashore with a rope, and helped to tow us round the point into a tolerably safe and secure anchorage, well sheltered from the wind, but exposed to a little swell which jerked our anchor and made us rather uneasy. We were now in a sad plight, having lost 2 of our best men, and being doubtful if we had strength left to hoist our mainsail. We had only 2 days' water on board, and the small rocky volcanic island did not promise us much chance of finding any. The conduct of the men on shore was such as to render it doubtful that they would make any serious attempt to reach us, though they might easily do so, having 2 good choppers, with which in a day they could make a small outrigger raft, on which they could safely cross the 2 miles of smooth sea with a wind right aft if they started from the east end of the island, so as to allow for the current. I could only hope that they would be sensible enough to make the attempt, and determined to stay as long as I could to give them the chance. We passed an anxious night, fearful of again breaking our anchor or rattan cable. In the morning, the 23rd, finding all secure, I waded on shore with my 2 men, leaving the old steersman and the cook on board, with a loaded musketto to recall us if needed. We first walked along the beach, till stopped by the vertical cliffs at the east end of the island, finding a place where meat had been smoked, a turtle shell still greasy, and some cut wood, the leaves of which were still green, showing that some boat had been here very recently. We then entered the jungle, cutting our way up to the top of the hill, but when we got there could see nothing, owing to the thickness of the forest. Returning, we cut some bamboos and sharpened them to dig for water in low spots where some sago trees were growing, when just as we were going to begin, Hoy, the Wahai man, called out to say that he'd found water. It was a deep hole among the sago trees, in stiff black clay, full of water, which was fresh, but smelt horribly from the quantity of dead leaves and sago refuse that had fallen in. Hastily concluding that it was a spring, or that the water had filtered in, we bailed it all out, as well as a 12 or 20 buckets of mud and rubbish, hoping by night to have a good supply of clean water. I then went on board to breakfast, leaving my 2 men to make a bamboo raft to carry us on shore and back without wading. I had scarcely finished when our cable broke, and we bumped against the rocks. Luckily it was smooth and calm, and no damage was done. We searched for and got up our anchor, and found that the cable had been cut by grating all night upon the coral. Had it given away in the night, we might have drifted out to sea without our anchor, or have been seriously damaged. In the evening we went to fetch water from the well, when greatly to our dismay we found nothing but a little liquid at the bottom, and it then became evident that the hole was one which had been made to collect rain-water, and would never fill again, as long as the present drought continued. As we did not know what we might suffer for want of water, we filled our jar with this muddy stuff, so that it might settle. In the afternoon I crossed over to the other side of the island, and made a large fire, in order that our men might see we were still there. The next day, the 24th, I determined to have another search for water, and when the tide was out, rounded a rocky point and went to the extremity of the island, without finding any sign of the smallest stream. On our way back, noticing a very small dry bed of a watercourse, I went up it to explore, although everything was so dry that my men loudly declared that it was useless to expect water there. But a little way up I was rewarded by finding a few pints in a small pool. We searched higher up in every hole and channel where the watermarks appeared, but could not find a drop more. Sending one of my men for a large jar and teacup, we searched along the beach till we found signs of another dry watercourse, and on ascending this were so fortunate as to discover 2 deep sheltered rock-holes containing several gallons of water, enough to fill all our jars. When the cup came we enjoyed a good drink of the cool pure water, and before we'd left had carried away, I believe, every drop on the island. In the evening a good-sized prau appeared in sight, making apparently for the island where our men were left, and we had some hopes that they might be picked up, but it passed along mid-channel, and did not notice the signals we tried to make. I was now, however, pretty easy as to the fate of the men. There was plenty of sago on our rocky island, and there would probably be some on the flat one that they were left on. They had choppers and could cut down a tree and make sago, and would most likely find sufficient water by digging. Shellfish were abundant, and they would be able to manage very well till some boat should touch there, or till I could send and fetch them. The next day we devoted to cutting wood, filling up our jars with all the water we could find, and making ready to sail in the evening. I shot a small lory, closely resembling a common species at Ternate, and a glossy starling which differed from the allied birds of Ceram and Matabello. Large wood pigeons and crows were the only other birds I saw, but I did not obtain specimens. About 8 in the evening of June 25th we started, and found that with all hands at work we could just haul up our mainsail. We had a fair wind during the night, and sailed north-east, finding ourselves in the morning about 20 miles west of the extremity of Waigiou, with a number of islands intervening. About 10 o'clock we ran full on to a coral reef, which alarmed us a good deal, but luckily got off safe again. About 2 in the afternoon we reached an extensive coral reef, and were sailing close alongside it, when the wind suddenly dropped, and we drifted on to it before we could get in our heavy mainsail, which we were obliged to let down and fall partly overboard. We had much difficulty in getting off, but at last got into deep water again, though with reefs and islands all around us. At night we did not know what to do, as no one on board could tell where we were or what dangers might surround us, the only one of our crew who was acquainted with the coast of Waigiou having been left on the island. We therefore took in all sail and allowed ourselves to drift, as we were some miles from the nearest land. A light breeze, however, sprang up, and about midnight we found ourselves again bumping over a coral reef. As it was very dark and we knew nothing of our position, we could only guess how to get off again, and had there been a little more wind, we might have been knocked to pieces. However, in about half an hour we did get off, and thought it best to anchor on the edge of the reef till morning. Soon after daylight on the 7th, finding our prow had received no damage, we sailed on with uncertain winds and squalls, threading our way among the islands and reefs, and guided only by a small map, which was very incorrect and quite useless, and by a general notion of the direction we ought to take. In the afternoon we found a tolerable anchorage under a small island, and stayed for the night, and I shot a large fruit pigeon new to me, which I have since named Carpophaga tumida. I also saw and shot at the rare white-headed kingfisher, Halcyon saurophaga, but did not kill it. The next morning we sailed on, and having a fair wind, reached the shores of the large island of Waigiou. On rounding a point we again ran full on a coral reef, with our mainsail up, but luckily the wind had almost died away, and with a good deal of exertion we managed to get safely off. We now had to search for the narrow channel among the islands, which we knew was somewhere hereabouts, and which leads to the villages on the south side of the Waigiou. Entering a deep bay which looked promising, we got to the end of it, but it was then dusk, so we anchored for the night, and having just finished all our water, could cook no rice for supper. Next morning, early 29th, we went on shore among the mangroves, and a little way inland found some water, which relieved our anxiety considerably, and left us free to go along the coast in search of the opening, or of someone who could direct us to it. During the 3 days that we'd now been among the reefs and islands, we had only seen a single small canoe which had approached pretty near to us, and then, notwithstanding our signals, went off in another direction. The shores seemed all desert, not a house, or boat, or human being, or a puff of smoke was to be seen, and as we could only go into the course that the ever-changing wind would allow us, our hands being too few to row any distance, our prospects of getting to our destination seemed rather remote and precarious. Having gone to the eastward extremity of the bay we'd entered, without finding any sign of an opening, we turned westward, and towards evening were so fortunate as to find a small village of 7 miserable houses built on piles in the water. Luckily the Orang Kaya, or headman, could speak a little Malay, and informed us that the entrance to the strait was really in the bay we'd examined, but that it was not to be seen except when close in shore. He said the strait was very narrow, and wound among lakes and rocks and islands, and that it would take 2 days to reach the large village of Muka, and 3 more to get to Waigiou. I succeeded in hiring 2 men to go with us to Muka, bringing a small boat in which to return, but we had to wait a day for our guides, so I took my gun and made a little excursion into the forest. The day was wet and drizzly, and I only succeeded in shooting 2 small birds, but I saw the great black cockatoo, and had a glimpse of 1 or 2 birds of paradise, whose loud screams we had heard on first approaching the coast. Leaving the village next morning, July 1st, with a light wind, it took us all day to reach the entrance of the channel, which resembled a small river, and was concealed by a projecting point, so that it was no wonder we did not discover it amid the dense forest vegetation which everywhere covers the islands to the water's edge. A little way inside it becomes bounded by precipitous rocks, after winding among which for about 2 miles we emerged into what seemed a lake, but which was, in fact, a deep gulf having a narrow entrance on the south coast. The gulf was studded along its shores with numbers of rocky islets, mostly mushroom-shaped from the weather having worn away the lower part of the soluble coralline limestone, leaving them overhanging from 10 to 20 feet. Every islet was covered with strange looping shrubs and trees, and was generally crowned by lofty elegant palms, which also studded the ridges of the mountainous shores, forming one of the most singular and picturesque landscapes I have ever seen. The current which had brought us through narrow straits now ceased, and we were obliged to row, which, with our short and heavy prow, was slow work. I went on shore several times, but the rocks were so precipitous, sharp, and honeycombed that I found it impossible to get through the tangled thicket with which they were everywhere clothed. It took us 3 days to get to the entrance of the gulf, and then the wind was such as to prevent our going any further, and we might have had to wait for days or weeks, when much to my surprise and gratification a boat arrived from Muka with one of the head men, who had in some mysterious manner heard I was on my way, and had come to my assistance, bringing a present of cocoanuts and vegetables. Being thoroughly acquainted with the coast, and having several extra men to assist us, he managed to get the prau along by rowing, poling, or sailing, and by night had brought us safely into harbour, a great relief after our tedious and unhappy voyage. We had been already 8 days among the reefs and islands of Waigiou, coming a distance of about 50 miles, and it was just 40 days since we had sailed from Goram. Immediately on our arrival at Muka, I engaged a small boat and 3 natives to go in search of my lost men, and sent one of my own men with them to make sure of their going to the right island. In 10 days they returned, but to my great regret and disappointment, without the men. The weather had been very bad, and though they had reached an island within sight of that in which the men were, they could get no further. They had waited there 6 days for better weather, and then, having no more provisions, and the man I had sent with them being very ill and not expected to live, they returned. As they now knew the island, I was determined they should make another trial, and by a liberal payment of knives, handkerchiefs, and tobacco, with plenty of provisions, persuaded them to start back immediately and make another attempt. They did not return till the 29th of July, having stayed a few days at their own village of Bessir on the way, but this time they had succeeded, and brought with them my 2 lost men, in tolerable health, though thin and weak. They had lived exactly a month on the island, had found water, and had subsisted on the roots and tender flower stalks of a species of bromelia, on shellfish, and on a few turtles' eggs. Having swum to the island, they had only a pair of trousers and a shirt between them, but had made a hut of palm leaves, and had altogether got on very well. They saw that I had waited for them 3 days on the opposite island, but had been afraid to cross, lest the current should have carried them out to sea, where they would have been inevitably lost. They had felt sure I would send for them on the first opportunity, and appeared more grateful than natives usually are for my having done so, while I felt much relieved that my voyage, though sufficiently unfortunate, had not involved loss of life. End of chapter 35. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst.